morning and welcome to the meeting of the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors. I'm going to look to Supervisor Griefer to my right to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Everyone please stand. Thank you. And begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Welcome everyone, and thank you for taking time out of your busy Monday morning to be here this morning. Before we begin, I'm going to ask that we take a moment of silence for Charlie Kirk, for the victims of the Colorado shooting, and the victims and families destroyed by violence of the past few weeks. We are all Americans, and our ability to think, feel, and say what we want without fear of violence is essential to a free nation. At this time, I'll ask for a moment of silence. Thank you. All right, as I said, welcome everyone. Thank you very much for being here. Where we'll begin right now is oral communications. This is a time for anyone to speak on any item that is not on the agenda. And so if anyone has any comments for the Board of Supervisors, I'll invite you to come to the lectern here and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Welcome.
I thank you for the moment of silence. I stand here today to ask this Board of Supervisors, on behalf of your constituents, to draft and approve a resolution condemning violence, and most especially those acts of violence motivated by political or social differences. This should not be, and indeed is not, in Tuolumne County, a partisan issue. The county's Democratic Central Committee has published their position, in part, to wit, the Tuolumne County Democratic Central Committee are horrified by the murder of political commentator Charlie Kirk. While we strongly disagree with many of the ideas he championed, violence is never the answer. The Tuolumne County Republican Central Committee has published their position as well. Also, in part, we reiterate in the strongest terms, any act of political violence is inexcusable, unjustified, and has no place in our republic. As both of our county's major political party central committees are clearly on record opposing politically motivated violence, making this a rare bipartisan consensus that I maintain is vital to the future of our great nation. There should be no reason for this Board of Supervisors, who represent the pinnacle of the peaceful exercise of the political process in our county, to not go on record on behalf of your constituents. I believe it is your responsibility and duty. Any previous failures to act on such matters are no excuse for failing to act now. Understanding that your board cannot take any action on oral communications during this meeting, I nonetheless request your staff be directed soonest to draft and your board subsequently approve such a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak? Good morning.
Good morning. I would like to just mention that your outside bulletin boards downstairs, and sometimes the one outside the Francisco building, have info on them that may be several months old or is outdated. Perhaps we could make an effort. If you would like me to do it, I will volunteer to clean that up. On the Francisco building, you want to use that committee and commissions room on the 3rd floor, but you have no mechanism to communicate when meetings are canceled. So sometimes the agendas are over there for meetings that are there, sometimes they're not, sometimes they're over here. The Brown Act specifies the agendas need to be outside the facility where the meetings are held. And we need to find some way of telling people when you show up and the doors are all locked that the meeting was canceled. because I have better things to do than waste my time. I hope Annie Hockett will talk about community roots, because a lot of people had questions of me on what's going to be happening at the health fair that day, or so-called health fair. We had a lot of events in our town this week, like a lot. You couldn't attend everything, and it just seemed like everything was happening on one weekend. And a lot of information, we're not communicating well, and people think if they put something on Facebook that everyone's going to get the message. So there's a quilt show next week. I was looking for information for 2 weeks. And I finally complained to the quilt people and the fairground. So now there's a card here that I actually found. So Helena Downey, Human Resources, I will bring you this when we're done here. But we haven't found a way to get information out to people, and that's also regarding many of your events. People seem to have a hard time figuring out what's going on. The city of Sonora tonight is having a city council meeting, and on their agenda, the city wants to add alcohol sales to the farmers market. If you're interested in having alcohol sold from 7:30 to 11:30 at the farmers market, or if you're opposed to this, please call the city of Sonora. Their number is 209-532-4541. And the Sonora mayor is planning to do a Meet the Mayor meet and greet, which I think is nice. She's doing it on Tuesday, September 23rd, from 8 to 10 at Knox. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak?
Chair, I don't mean to interrupt.
Hold on, just one second. Okay, if there's no one else that would like to speak, then I will close the oral communications portion of the meeting and move on to staff reports. So, thank you for that. So, what my colleague just told me is that there's an issue with the live stream on the county website. The live stream does work on accesstuolumne.org, so if you're hearing from people that say that they can't view the meeting, they're able to go onto the Cable 8 Access Tuolumne community cable station, and that feed does work. There is some kind of issue going on countywide with the network that services not just the county, but other businesses and individuals as well. So our live stream is not working on the county website, but it is working on Access Tuolumne. So, okay, so are there staff reports? Morning, Dan.
Chair Campbell, good to see you, members of the board. I just wanted to announce that last week we received a notification from the BSCC that we had received a grant for Prop 47 in the order of $2 million that we'll receive over 3 years. And these funds are greatly needed. As you may remember, the Prop 36 measure provides a lot of treatment services for folks with drug felony crimes. Unfortunately, the legislature and the governor did not support adding additional funding in. It was a major point of contention, a very popular ballot measure passed by a wide degree in Tuolumne County and throughout the state. Those services are greatly needed. It was a very competitive grant that we applied for. My staff did a great job and worked with many other community organizations locally and sheriff and DA as well. And so we're greatly in need of that money. We have many Prop 36 participants in the community, those who need those services. So I'll be back as soon as we get more details on that, requesting to receive those funds, but it's greatly needed. I just wanted to make that announcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning, welcome.
Good morning. Annie Hockett, Health and Human Services Agency Director. Carol, thank you for the plug for Community Roots. I'd be happy to talk about it. I believe this board and we've done our best to kind of get the word out, but next Wednesday, September 24th from 3 to 6, we will be hosting our 4th annual Community Roots Resource Fair. For those of you who are not familiar, this is an opportunity for our local service organizations to come together. The target population is really for those that may be seeking services for the first time, recognizing how much of an overwhelming experience that could be. We are excited to announce that this year will be a little different. We are partnering with our healthcare programs. So in lieu of a health fair this year, we will be having those services available in conjunction with the health fair. I'll read through a few of them. There's lots to offer, and I will also like to just thank BJ Hansen. He was able to do a spotlight of this event with myself and Daryl Slocum, which will air this weekend. So encouraging everybody to tune in to learn lots more about this event. But in terms of the health screenings, we will have hands-free CPR, Narcan distribution, blood pressure, depression screenings, vision screenings, foot exams. Let me get to the other side of my map here. Bone density testing, genetic screening, glucose balance, oral health. There will also be the opportunity for individuals to purchase the lab vouchers at a drastically reduced cost, and you can then take that voucher and get that blood draw done when it's convenient for you. So myself and Shelley Jaquetta, Public Health Director, will be here next week to do some more advertising of the event, but we encourage everybody to come check it out. Thank you.
Thank you, Annie. Are there any additional staff reports? Okay, seeing no staff reports, we will move on to the consent calendar. I'll look to our board clerk, Nicole Miller. Will you please read our first consent item?
Item number 1, consideration of approving the challenge cost share agreement between the County of Tuolumne and the USDA Forest Service, Stanislaus National Forest for the Access and Customer Service Project, and authorizing the county administrator to sign the agreement and all related documents to be included in the fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget.
Okay, is there a presentation with this?
I don't see Katie, so I'll just take the lead.
Okay.
As the memo states, the Forest Service had delays in funding for the contract for the janitorial services for the bathrooms up at Pinecrest. So the county stepped in and put together a contract which was going to be funded through MSA funds. Since then, the Forest Service has received funding for that janitorial contract, and so they are going to reimburse the county $85,000 of that $112,000 contract.
All right, is there any public comments on this item, or is there any board?
So it's on the consent calendar.
Okay, yeah. I guess I was thrown by the fact that we just had one item on the consent calendar. All right, so this is the consent calendar. Would anyone like to pull or otherwise make a comment on our one item on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, I will look to see if there's any public comment on our consent calendar. All right, seeing none, I'll bring it back for more discussion or a motion to approve the consent calendar.
So you moved and I'll second. I'll just thank staff for jumping on this so Pinecrest wasn't a mess. So thank you, staff, for your due diligence. I'll second.
I have a motion by Chair Brandon, second by Supervisor Kirk. I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Great. Okay. And Vice Chair Campbell, thank you for taking over the meeting there. I appreciate it. I was presenting at, we have a small business event happening in Tuolumne, so rushed over as quick as I could. All right, so with that, we'll be moving into item 2. If the clerk can read item 2, please.
Item number 2, presentation and direction on debris removal for the 6-5 Chinese campfire, 15-30 minutes.
We got to oil these mics or something. Always get the bad one. Good morning.
Good morning. Oops, excuse me. Good morning, Board. Dory Beats, your Office of Emergency Services Assistant Director. I am also joined today by the Captain of Operations, is that correct? Wes Smith, who is from Mariposa County Sheriff's Office, a little background on Wes and why we've asked him to be here. Wes used to serve as me during the Oak Fire, so he was responsible for OES, but he also was the first county to run a county-managed debris program. So he has a lot of expertise, and he has sat with Roger and I and several other staff, and I just wanted to hear as technical assistance if you guys had some questions. So I'm going to go ahead then with this presentation.
Thank you for joining us.
All righty. So as you know, on September 2nd of this year, Tuolumne County was hit with a series of lightning strikes that started multiple fires, causing impacts to the entire county. As a result, one of the biggest impacts, of course, was to the community of Chinese Camp under the 6-5 fire, and it included destruction of multiple buildings in that historic landmark. As a result, your board ratified last week not only a proclamation of a local state of emergency, but a proclamation of a local health emergency due to the potential for widespread toxic exposures and threat to public health and the environment due to ash and debris from the residential structures destroyed. So just as a reminder, at the final of the DINS report produced by CAL FIRE and their incident management team, we had 45 single-family residents destroyed, 5 additional destroyed buildings that were commercial/residential, and then 40 what they call minor structures destroyed that included outhouses or shops or barns or wells, anything that also met the 120 square foot requirement for destroyed or unit or structure. So why we're here today is just to talk about debris management after a wildfire, give you some options, and then receive board direction. But disaster debris management is a key recovery responsibility of local government. This is where the local jurisdiction then needs to make a decision. And these actions usually are necessary with or without a debris management plan. For Tuolumne County, we were developing a debris management plan. It was not finalized. Former Community Development Director Quincy Yaley and many of the staff had reviewed the debris management plan, but it was never finalized. We have that, but one of the things that I would like to add is that there have been multiple jurisdictions, including Mariposa County. So Calavera, San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Merced County have all jumped to support us. They were a resource for our office the last 2 weeks and are also willing to step in with some of the things that they have done that have been successful in managing debris after a wildfire. So many of them have those debris management plans that we can utilize to our advantage as we work through this process. Fundamentally, it is the private property owner's responsibility to clean up debris on their property. But if the debris poses a public health threat, as happens in wildfires where you have multiple structures destroyed, then jurisdictions have a greater involvement in the management of how that cleanup of private property does occur. So there are 2 phases of debris management, and the first one is phase 1. This is the household hazardous waste. We can request of the state at no cost to us as a county or the property owner for this phase 1 debris removal that will likely pose a public health threat. This is executed pursuant to the local health officer's order. That's why we do the public health local emergency. No enrollment is required, and there is no opt-out allowed for any of the property owners for phase 1. This includes vehicle batteries, propane tanks, household chemicals, all of those household hazardous wastes outside of smoke-damaged clothes or the rotten food that sat in refrigerators, after a week of no power. Phase 2 is the debris removal phase, and private property owners, again, are responsible for their own debris cleanup, or they can opt into a sponsored program. If debris is likely to pose that public health threat, then again, jurisdictions are looking to be involved in that and can request assistance from the state for cleanup on private property. So the phase two, there are options, two options for local governments. First and foremost, again, as I said, the property owner cleans up everything on their own. The county gives a timeline through emergency ordinance. The property owner pays for all cost, must obtain permits, and adhere to local cleanup standards. It is quicker for those that can afford to do so, those that might have insurance to do so, but it is definitely not feasible for those without insurance or cannot afford to do the debris cleanup. The second option is we can request assistance from the state. And at this particular time, because of counties like Mariposa, there used to only be one option, and that was a state-led debris program. You opt in, they manage everything. And often the state agencies like Cal OES and Cal Recycle are a part of the debris program. Then now we can also ask for assistance in paying for a county-managed program. So what are the benefits and impacts of a state-run program? First of all, it's free of charge. There's no direct cost to the homeowners. If insurance covers the debris removal, the government may claim reimbursement, but homeowners don't actually pay out of pocket. It is a comprehensive cleanup, includes hazardous material removal, the ash cleanup, soil testing to ensure environmental safety, meets all the regulatory requirements, and ensures compliance with California environmental laws and local building codes. The impacts of a state-run program, it's a longer waiting time, depending on what is going on in the state. Government cleanup can take weeks, months. In some instances, depending on the scale of a disaster, it could take years. Limited homeowner control. Homeowners do not choose who the contractors get to perform the work. It is strict in its participation. Every homeowner will have an opportunity to opt in. They're not required to. But once they do, they will be required to submit a right of entry form to gain access for the cleanup crews. And in this particular instance, the homeowner cannot have moved any of the debris from the footprint of that destroyed structure prior to. That will make them ineligible for the state-assisted program. The other impact is the cost share. It is always a 75-25. So the state will pay 75% and the local government will pay 25%. So, for example, we have determined there are 49 parcels currently, this is not final, that have a qualifying destroyed structure on their parcel that could be eligible. Right now, this is just an estimate. The state is saying it's about $140,000 per parcel to clean up all of the debris, do the testing, do everything required. That comes out to $6.8 million roughly. So 25% of that is $1.7 million. Minus, of course, then the insurance payments that would be covered. I will say the last 2 days, we have opened the Local Assistance Center. We've been creating a survey for all of the parcels affected. Very few people in Chinese camp had insurance. And some had insurance, but they are underinsured. So just want you to understand that is what we're looking at. We will have a final count as we go through what is called PDAs. We start those with the state tomorrow. If the county runs the program, again, the county can be requesting assistance from the state. A lot of the same benefits, no direct cost to the homeowners. They don't pay out of the pocket. It's a comprehensive cleanup. But the streamlining permitting is because we are doing the process. So we, as local government, handles the cleanup. It is often faster than the state can organize and get people here. And it also helps homeowners move to a rebuilding phase faster. Also, if a homeowner has started to remove some of their destroyed, we can work with them. They are not then ineligible for this particular program. The impacts then for a county-run program, limited homeowner control. Again, we choose all the contractors to do the work that gets paid through the program, right? If they've already done some of the work themselves, that is between themselves, their insurance. There are still strict participation rules. We give a deadline for them to opt in so that we can plan and manage and get granting of access and that right of entry. The cost share to the local government can be negotiated. And this is why I brought Wes in from Mariposa. They were successful to get a 90%, where the state paid 90% of the cost. And then also the county then is eligible from an administrative fee, possibly up to 15%, to help pay for the cost. There will be an impact to staff time and the cost to run the program. But as I said, you then become eligible for that administrative fee to help cover those costs. So what we're seeking today, I'm happy to answer any questions, but request direction from the board. First and foremost is phase 1, so that we can begin the household hazardous waste removal. That is no cost. That's an easy to do request with the state. The second one is if we're going to request phase 2, do we want the state to run everything? There's no guarantee they will approve us. Again, we're making a request and we have to wait for approval. And then also with the same, with the other phase, do we want to run a county managed program for debris removal? Happy to any questions, and I know Roger has been in a lot of the conversations, so between the three of us, we could hopefully answer your questions. Thank you.
Great, Dory, thank you. I appreciate it. And again, thank you for being with us too to share about your experience in dealing with this. I'm going to pass it over to begin some of the questions or comments there with Supervisor Griefer.
Thank you, Chair. Am I on? Is this working?
No. Give it a tap.
How about now? Better? Oh, there we go. All right. So, Captain, good to see you again. I think the last time we saw each other, we were chasing taillights down in the Don Pedro area, so it's always a pleasure. Not my taillights, just for the record. We were chasing other people's taillights. But obviously, since 99% of the impacted properties are within my district, it's been very busy. My primary question is, what if they don't have homeowners insurance?
First of all, just for the listening public, my name is Wes Smith. I'm the operations captain of Mariposa County Sheriff's Office. I was the EOC director for the Oak Fire recovery and part of the 3 individuals assigned to oversee all the contractors for the debris removal program that was organized by Mariposa County. To answer your question, what if they do not have homeowners insurance at all? As Dory described, the state mandated, if you choose the state mandated portion, there would be no out-of-pocket. It's a fund that is generated through the state to conduct the operation, and then the county would be on board for the 25% of the remaining costs.
Okay, so if we could go back a couple slides, I guess that's where some of the confusion came in. Says, yeah, stop right there. It says free of charge, no direct cost to homeowners if insurance covers debris removal. So I guess that was the question. So if they don't have any insurance, then the state picks up, or we're now acting on that behalf. If they do have insurance, do they go through their insurance company and then work with the state or the county, depending on which is picked? Because as you know, people want to start cleaning up now. They're already out there trying to build fences and to clear land so they can get their buildings, at least the important ones like their wellheads and their, the outbuildings done. But they are concerned that if they start doing something that the government's going to come down and say, oh, you moved that, disturbed that one piece of rock, and now you get nothing.
Okay, so that's a 2-part question. I'll take the first part. So the first part would be that if you have insurance, and we found in the Oak Fire that people generally had $20,000, $40,000, or $80,000 worth of debris removal insurance. The amount that it costs to clean your property, so let's say hypothetically it's $100,000 and you had $80,000 worth of debris insurance, the insurance company would cut a check for the $80,000 to the county. The remainder of the 20% that wasn't paid by the insurance, the $20,000, would be then part of that program that you're running as a county and go towards the county expense and the county cost share.
Okay.
The second part of your question, if you could refresh my recollection, that would be great.
I wish I could refresh my own recollection because I don't remember.
Okay, the exemption.
Sorry, thank you. Sorry, I'm glad I have my team here. Is if they start moving things on their own, is it going to violate any of these procedures, because like I said, so, you know, if someone's out there and they want to start clearing out a wellhead so they can start assessing whether that well is fouled beyond repair, is that going to, there's a lot of unknowns, and there's a lot of concerns. There's a lot of people
Sure.
down in Don Pedro that are, or at Chinese camp, sorry, that is, they want to do the right thing, but they're worried that Big Brother government's going to slap them on the hand for trying to do the right thing. So I just want to make sure that my constituents understand that we're doing everything we can to address and alleviate those concerns.
Sure. So if the board chooses to move forward with the state model, there is a very high chance that the state will come through, and if any debris was moved, those properties would be exempt from the program. The state would not fund to have them cleaned. My suggestion, and the suggestion that we gave the homeowners during the Oak Fire, was it's not, I understand you want to get in, you want to repopulate your property, you want to do it as fast as possible, especially if you have insurance, but it's worth the 7 to 10 day wait for the board to determine what program they're going to follow and then proceed with those set of rules. I hesitate to speculate for a property owner who may or may not have insurance which is the best path for them to take if they do have significant insurance, say the insurance that'll cover 80% of debris removal. I think it's worth the 7 to 10 day wait by the property owner to determine if the board is going to move forward with the program and if the state is either going to fund it or fund you as a county to do the program.
Okay, so this is not in relation to the FMAG. This is separate, completely separate? Okay.
Correct.
And so I think that's it I have for right now. Thank you.
Okay, great, thank you.
Chair.
So I wanted to ask if this was a county-managed program, individual homeowners would not be choosing the contractor, but the county would be able to put out the bid who would be doing the contractor work, and more likely it would be a local contractor than what I'm imagining the state one is they are bringing folks in and housing them in hotels, right? Is that accurate?
Again, a two-part question, so I'll do the latter before the former.
Mine always
because I can
are.
remember it. The answer to your question is yes. In both situations, the contractors are selected by either the state or the county. The county would put out a request for proposal. In your reference to local contractors, we did find there was only 2 out of 10 that were local. The remainders were large-scale interstate companies who do this for a living. And they seem to be better at the bid proposal because they've done this a lot.
Okay.
As far as bidding per parcel and what's on the parcel.
Okay, and that gets into, I was gonna ask about the availability of kind of qualified bidders on that, and whether too, we would be able to have some local preference. It's not really relevant to this decision, but it's on my mind with it. Second, I wanted to ask about, we've had groups, and a One Pilot at a Time is here, we've had a lot of volunteers, I think, ask, well, hey, how can we help do something? If it is a county-managed program, does that then give us the discretion to utilize volunteers or community support within that structure that helps to, again, reduce basically the cost of the cleanup?
So the answer to your question is yes. We chose to separate volunteer groups from the actual cleanup. When you absorb a volunteer group into the program, you accept the responsibility if any action or default or incurred damages within that group. We separated them and allowed them to work with the property owner one-on-one and create their own agreements with the property owners one-on-one so that they can volunteer. The property owner allows them on the property, work's done. The county doesn't absorb any unfunded liability when it comes to damages or injury or et cetera.
Okay, but we would have more discretion in allowing a property owner to enter into their own contract with somebody than I imagine if the state comes in, they are probably not going to want other folks doing work in that area for that period of time.
That is correct.
Okay. In terms of the calculation you did for, it was 149,000 or so per parcel and 6.9 million, is this like a realignment type thing where here's what it would cost the state, we will provide that to the county, and then we're able to pull a percentage and use that in the recovery? Or is it some other model where we're kind of keeping track of our receipts and then getting reimbursed?
So,
Is it upfront or reimbursement, I should say?
so there's, we chose to use the reimbursement model, and we negotiated 45-day turnaround on all submissions of reimbursement, and the state granted that. And then within the RFP project, we requested that the contractors would waive the mandated 30-day turnaround on invoices, which is state law, to receive their monies within 45 days instead of 30. There is a component of requesting 70% of the estimated costs up front. We chose not to do that because we had the 45-day turnaround.
Okay. So if we requested that, that'd be something like $4.8 million or so. Okay, that's good to know on the upfront. The last kind of question that I wanted to ask is, so for those funds, you know, one of the things is obviously the debris cleanup. With a lot of insurance or lacking insurance properties, there's a lot of tragic situations. There's also the future, even beyond the individual parcel of the community. I know after Paradise, I'd been up 6 years ago almost now, at one of their Green Dot presentations where they talked about a reconstruction plan. And I don't know if a disaster at that scale is going to be substantially different in rebuilding than a disaster at this scale. Ultimately, both are fairly whole communities, just different sizes. So if, just hypothetically, we did a county managed plan and we opted to have 4.8 million come in advance, and we did find a way that volunteers, community partners, fundraising comes in to support it, we find in a way that's it's efficient, there's some money left over. Are we able to utilize that funding for not purely debris removal, but things like future community planning and reconstruction or otherwise individual assistance?
The short answer is no. There will be an accounting at the end of the project. If you had saved more than, if you didn't spend the 70%, there would be reimbursement back to the state. So basically, they're fronting you the estimated costs. In the end, there'll be an accounting for the actual costs. If they exceed the 70%, then there would be some more funds that would need to be sent to you. If your project came in below the 70%, then there would be reimbursement back to the state for the unused amount.
Okay.
I do caution you, though, if you're making your decision on whether to proceed locally and you're anticipating that you're going to get the 70% upfront because you ask for it, it's not a guarantee. It's going to be based on what's in your emergency fund, your current budget standing as related to your projected budget, and the economic need of the community based on factors that Cal OES and the state use. So it's not guaranteed, and I would caution you to not use the thought of getting 70% up front in your decision making. It's definitely not guaranteed.
Thank you for the advice on that. I know I said last I always do that, but reminds me, so if it can't be used in terms of the recovery and the reconstruction and that, there are things damaged which are not, arguably are or are not debris. My understanding is there's a lot of damage to wells, septics. There's some intangible value because these were grandfathered in, so the code compliance aspect of that is pretty substantial. Would that be something that, again, if these properties to be brought back up to whole, if that was considered, with wells or septics that were working, would be substantially easier to then see a home kind of rebuilt? Is that something you experienced where somebody may have had a septic, cooked? I mean, it was beyond repair, that could be, say, dug up and funds to replace that, or at least to be able to remove it if it was beyond repair. Was that considered debris, things under the ground?
No, the only thing that was considered debris underground would be a cement base to the structure that's removed. All the cement for a structure has to be removed, even if it doesn't have visible damage, because it's lost its integrity in the heat. And any soil below ground that tests contaminated for certain chemicals would have to be scraped away. But the well house can be removed, the cement that was the foundation of the well house, but the well underground itself or the septic underground itself is not eligible.
Okay, and the fees related to any of those things too, is that something that is eligible for reimbursement out of this? You know, backfilling some of the, not inherently admin, but process fees or anything in reconstruction there?
No, the property owner is 100% responsible for repairing the septic, the well, and unless there's fee waivers, reestablishing power on the property.
Okay, great, thank you. Appreciate the time, open it up to any other-
Supervisor, Chair, if
Yes.
I can just say, also too, to be very clear, as we're doing our damage assessments, there are some parcels where the residence is whole, right, was not destroyed, but you could have that incident where there are other structures. For the debris program, in order to qualify, you have to have a qualifying structure on your property. So there are some properties that had a home not damaged, but their well house, but the well house is not big enough to qualify as a structure, which means they themselves, that parcel, will not be eligible in the debris program. They will be cleaning up the debris on their own for their entire parcel.
Okay. Does that count any vacant properties that burned but may have been contaminated with the ash and whatnot?
There has to be a qualifying structure on the parcel for it to be part of the program,
Okay, so
whether you choose state or county-led.
we would still be held liable though to clean that up in terms of water. I mean, I mentioned with the state program, the soil contamination, right? Which wouldn't necessarily be limited to a
Yeah.
property that had a building on it if it's burning next to it and that place doesn't have any
Right.
building, but
So for those properties that are not eligible or opt out of the program, there will still be local codes and ordinances that will apply to the cleanup, that the property owner is responsible. We, as a county, will not be responsible for the cleanup.
okay.
Just to caveat on that, that's where we use the volunteer groups, was
Okay.
for the non-qualifying parcels. We use the Southern Baptist Debris Removal Team, their volunteer team. They come in based on need. If you don't have insurance and the ability to pay, but you have a parcel that wasn't in the program, they will come and assist in cleaning up your parcel. You, as a property owner, would have to organize where the debris goes to, but they would actually do the work and get it in the bins for you. There's also another program, retired military group, their name, can't recall their name at the moment, but we used both of them during the Oak Fire, and it was very helpful on those type parcels.
Great, thank you. Supervisor Holland?
What's the size of the structure?
Yeah. Mike, your mic.
I thought it was on.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Green light.
It's on. Yeah, it's on. There it goes. Okay. What's the size of the structure to be qualifying? So everybody knows.
120 square feet
And 4 walls.
and
And 4
four
walls.
structured walls, yeah.
Roof is optional, just 4 walls. Yeah.
It would appear so.
Thank you.
Rubicon is the group, right?
Yes.
Isn't it Project Rubicon, or that's right? I know the group you're talking about.
I know
Supervisor Griefer?
We're kind of getting to the weeds here, and I don't mean to be, but that's an excellent question. What if it was an unpermitted building, an unpermitted structure?
It's not eligible in the state program. It would depend on the parameters the county sets up.
Okay.
So taking into account that there's a lot of environmentally sensitive resources in that area, where you can't just kind of look at this patchwork of properties when you're considering a regional thing, can some of these funds go to what would effectively be a CEQA qualified plan that then, because we have to consider all the parcels, the thing is, what I'm getting at is if we have volunteers or groups coming in that are looking to help fill in the gaps where there's a property that's not, they're not going to have tons of funding to do an EIR if they got to scrape the topsoil off that. I'm wondering, is that something that we can use this for that entire area in terms of something that indemnifies or does the analysis that we need to? So within parameters we set, these groups can go in and just get to work. Would that be something that's allowed in terms of, no? I'm getting the head nod, no. I don't want a
So the
volunteer group to go in and get
requirements-
sued.
The requirements you would put in place for a parcel that doesn't meet the program would be up to your current standard of, say you had a single home burned down, the people had insurance or partial insurance, and they came to the county and said, we want to clean this up, we want to rebuild, how do we do that? That would be the requirement for the parcels that don't meet the program. If you don't currently have a plan for a single structure that burns down, then I would suggest that you use the RFP process, the request for proposal process, to create those parameters and then absorb them by either ordinance or agenda item, so that anyone who wishes to proceed with their own insurance and not be in the county plan has to follow the exact same standard you set for your county or the state plan.
Okay. Supervisor Griefer?
Sorry, so I got a text a second ago saying, I have a rancher who has hundreds of acres out in that area. All of it's been damaged, right? And the only thing on those 2 parcels of those 100 acres was a wellhead for his cattle, and it doesn't meet the requirements. So he would not be allowed to participate in the removal of anything. He would be outside of that.
That is correct, but he has other avenues for
Right.
reimbursement through the USDA and the agricultural department within your county if you have one.
Right. There's just a lot of people that have that flow chart going. If I can't do this, I got to go here. If I can't do that, so we're just trying to make sure that everybody has all of the options ahead of them, so they know how they can choose their own adventure, if you will.
All right. Seeing no more discussion, at least for a moment, I'll open this up for any public comment. And again, thank you for sharing that as well. Please direct any questions to the board, but certainly we're going to hear it and be able to then further discuss after. So you'll have 3 minutes to be able to speak on this item. If anybody would like to speak, please come forward. Good morning.
I'd like to thank Captain Smith for coming to join us, because he's been very informative. And these emergency situations and all these rules and regulations are really important when you're a county government. And I'm very disappointed not to see any of our declared or talking about candidates here to get educated if you're going to run for one of these seats. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have any other comments? All right, going once, going twice. All right, with that, bring it back to the board. I think we have, it sounds like stage 1 will be obviously a state process, but the stage 2 is the decision here. And this has been very informative. I know this went a little off track of exactly what we're deciding, but it's a lot of nebulous stuff. This is something that's really helpful to learn from your insights and experience, that we'll be deciding basically between opting into the state managed program and they will handle all of those decisions, or we would develop our own plan, and that's pretty much what's before us today, right?
Correct, and obviously you do have the other option. I didn't put it up here, but the county can choose to do nothing and give the property owners the responsibility for all of it.
All right. Supervisor Griefer?
Okay, so I guess I have 2 concerns. First is, if we went with the county impact, your county taking over, something that you stated was the impact of staff. What kind of impact are we looking at? All right.
So this is going to be a very important part of your decision-making. I'm going to tell you right now, any department head you assign to this recovery plan as a county-managed debris removal program, this will take 15 to 20% of their staff time until the recovery is complete. There will also be a trickle down to their subordinate staff, their tasking with this, and that'll be between 10 and 15% of their time. My only concern is that I'm under the understanding that there are department heads that are dual department heads or other people functioning as department heads. So you're going to have to incorporate 10 or 15, 20% for each one of those departments that they're assigned to. So say you have someone that's running building planning, I'll say the CAO because he's sitting here, that's 45 to 60% of his time if you're not going to contract out certain positions within your organizational chart. Mariposa County had 20 people on the organizational chart that were county employees. So we had a large group of county employees that were assigned to the task to complete cleanup before Christmas, which was a 7-month goal. So if you're going to dual task a single employee with 2 or 3 assignments on the org chart, it's going to be problematic to complete the project in that period of time.
All right, and then one of the slides that said that the property owners have the option to opt out. And if they choose to opt out, then they're on their own. They just do whatever they want. But I said that poorly. They can do what they want as long as they're operating within the rules and the guidelines of the county.
Correct.
Okay. So I'm going to kind of jump the gun here. I would like this board to table this item until the 23rd, and for 2 reasons. One, it gives us an opportunity to see what impact, and has the CAO and his staff have an opportunity to flesh out who's going to be responsible for what. Obviously, I'm very concerned. This year we've had a lot of changes. We don't want to add even more unnecessary responsibility and stress without making sure we know exactly what we're looking at. And then secondly, since this does affect my district, I would like to have at least a week to maybe reach out to the members of that community to see which one they would like, if it would be like a staff, or sorry, if they would like the state to do it, or they like the county to do it, so they have all of the information. So I would recommend, or I would like to push out this decision at least until 9/23, unless this really screws up a timeline. If there's a timeline I don't know about, I'd like to know about that. But if we don't have to make a decision today, I'd like to know how it impacts the staff. If we were to go that route, is there a plan in place, and who's going to be holding what? And then secondly, I would like to have an opportunity to at least reach out to my constituents so they understand what I'm going to decide on their behalf.
All very reasonable. One thing I would like to throw in before I answer that one question is that part of contracting out or hiring extra help for these org chart positions goes towards the state program. So you're not on the hook for these employees. They just can only work on 6-5 fire recovery. So you can't bring them in and then have them doing other county functions. So that would be part of the reimbursement program. As far as timelines go, I would never try to interpret how long it's going to take the state to make a decision on CDAA, which is the disaster program you're trying to get into. What I will say is I believe that you can request phase 2 funding, phase 2 program through the state or a county-led model, and then change your mind and not do the program, or switch from state to county or county to state. The request is to get approval. It isn't to actually start the program.
And I wanted to follow up to ask Dory on that too, because I agree. I think that's a reasonable request. So very specifically, does that mess up any of the timelines? Does it put us at any disadvantage? Is it a decision we have to make today, or could we make this next week?
I think there is an opportunity. I think, as Wes said, that if we make the request, we don't know how long the state's going to take to make the decision. For example, if we make the request for one or the other, right, both at the same time, we're saying that we need this assistant, we're requesting it, we just don't know. We may get turned down from the program, and then we'll know further, right? So the sooner we ask, the sooner we might know whether or not they're going to agree on providing assistance to us. And then the decision about how we go between the county or the state-run program still could be made at a later date. I think requesting phase 1 needs to happen because there are materials, hazardous materials, that would be covered under that sooner than later, and that's no cost. That does take them, they say, about 2 weeks from when you request it. So the longer we wait, the longer it takes. And again, those are also items that would cost those property owners to dispose of themselves or just to leave there and further impacting. I will say that because we have a public health emergency as well, the longer the debris sits and the longer we get closer to winter weather, we're dealing with rainfall, we're dealing with potential contamination of groundwater, things that are definitely a concern that we want to be cognizant of. To Supervisor Griefer's point, we do have taken a survey, and through the last 2 days, I personally entered in every parcel that came in and every impacted. There are a group that we have not reached out to, and we'd love to work with you on identifying those individuals so we get a better grasp of, I had some parcel members who said they have $40,000 and that's it from their insurance. So if they spend it all on debris, they get nothing to rebuild. I also had individuals who are covered on their personal property. It did not get damaged, but all their rentals that they had did get destroyed, but they had no insurance on those. They're not touching anything because they understand the hazardous materials side of it. So we have a good mix, and we can definitely work you through, trying to figure out where the missing are. But I do think there's a little bit of a timing issue that we 1 week is next week, right? So it's up to the board's decision on that.
Could I
Could
ask, so?
Okay, Supervisor Campbell.
Is there a recommendation for this? What's your recommendation?
I'm going to look at it, Roger.
Well, we've discussed it in detail, and from everything that,
Do you mind if I just make one more statement?
go ahead.
I think it's important for the board, when they're making this decision, to determine, are you cleaning up the mess for reconstruction, or are you cleaning up the mess for repopulation? And there's a big difference. We're still not reconstructing in the Oak Fire. It's a 3 to 7 year plan. 8 permits pulled, 4 homes built out of 147. So if your goal is to repopulate, which means you're going to create ordinances where people can extend the time they can live in a fifth wheel, or repopulate, meaning get back on their property, that's where the rubber meets the road on this decision. Because if you're going to trend towards reconstruction, the state model may be more applicable because you don't need to get the work done as soon. If you want to repopulate and get these people back to their homes, and I think a lot of the reasons you're getting text messages and wondering what I can and can't do with my property is they want to go home. So I think that's where the following information will be helpful, but it'll be important to remember what the actual purpose of the debris cleanup is.
Roger?
I think a lot of what you just heard is kind of what fed into that, and we, along with the information regarding the cleanup, we spent quite a bit of time looking at the org chart that was developed and what would be required for staffing. So there's further information available for that to help make the decision. But based on the additional costs that come with the state managed program, based on the additional timing that's going to take to go through the state managed program, and based on what I heard from a lot of the people that were impacted by this fire, we are looking more towards repopulation versus rebuilding. People want to get back on their property sooner. And both when I was on site and at this weekend at the fairgrounds, I heard the same thing. When can I get back to my property? When can I start cleaning up? When can I start? And people are talking about bringing in RVs and living, and what's going to happen while they try to rebuild. So, I think our recommendation is to move forward with the county-led program that's through the state. We can obviously move faster. I think we can do it for less than what the state will do it for. So our overall cost will be less. That we're going to have to fund. But it is our recommendation. And Dory, if you agree differently, please don't hesitate. But from all our discussions, I think that's the best program for Tuolumne County and for Chinese Camp.
So, and thank you for that. That's kind of where I was getting to, is that I guess I'm not understanding the need for the delay, because the way I interpret it, and we didn't talk beforehand, and I've had limited interaction with some of the residents of that community, so I don't necessarily know what everybody's feeling, but it seems that the county model is kind of our only option here. For all practical purposes, because you brought up Paradise earlier. I was in Paradise a few months ago, and despite a couple of high-profile construction projects, very little of Paradise has been rebuilt up to this point. So I don't see how we we can really plan for that type of thing. It sounds like these people want to get back to some kind of sense of being normal and living on their property. I don't know.
Mine was going to be specifically on that. Can we give direction for phase one, which seems there is one option, and initiate that? You mentioned that's going to take a few weeks. I do agree. I'd be ready to move forward with the county option. It seems to be the best option. I appreciate you've met with probably most of the residents there, but I also think it's reasonable to ask for a week. I don't see a harm in that, so long as we are moving forward with phase one, that we're not really delaying anything of consequence.
Yeah, and to be fair, we're saying the same thing. I have no issues with, if we had to go right now, and if there was a vote on the floor right now, I would say let's go with the state, or with the county option, right? That's what we're going with, county option, right? Or the gut, right?
I think.
So, but, again, we're going to ask, I agree with you. We need to move forward. I have no issues. I would be okay going with phase one right now. I just want buy a little time to make sure that the people that I represent understand exactly what the do's and don'ts are, what they can and can't do. Everybody down in that area, they've already reached out to me one way or the other, and they said, hey, we just want to know when we can start moving forward, right? That no one is saying that they want to start building homes. We've talked about how can we expedite permits and, waive fees up to a certain square footage. So they're not really worried about that. What they want to do is be able to sleep on their property, rest their head on the property and some of these properties go back to the beginning of our area, right? I mean, the 1850s, 60s, 70s. So they just want to have a voice that they can say, hey, I want to know, Steve, what you're committing me to. And I want to make sure that they understand what I'm going to commit them to. So that's, I appreciate your statement. So if we want to move forward on phase one, I'll make that motion that we move forward on phase one. Then my second motion would be that I request that we table this until the 23rd, and then just have
For
the vote on
phase
the
two.
23rd. For phase two, yes.
Supervisor Holland?
Steve, what if, we do phase one, but what if we just go to apply for the local county program? Because they don't have to choose it, and it gets the process going. And if even the state comes back and in the next week you say, oh, we don't want to do this, we have the ability to pivot or change. We're not fully committed, but we're already chewing in that time frame because let's face it, the state doesn't move quickly.
Yeah.
And just to get the ball rolling, and that give you time to go talk to everyone, because it sounds like a lot of people don't have insurance and they're going to need the government assistance in this.
It is a red line in the sand. I will not commit the people of Chinese Camp to a decision that I don't feel that I have conveyed to them.
Well, I don't
So
think
if
we're committing them to it.
I know, no, well, me, right? If I would have that vote today, that we're gonna start with phase two, go with the county.
Well,
All right,
we
hold on,
just
we're
apply,
saying the
okay.
same thing. Yes, you can apply, yes, you can do all those things, but I wanna have a vote on the 23rd so I can feel that I've done my job.
Well, Supervisor, I think it's appropriate too. I do think we're all kind of on the same page with this as well. So I would be comfortable with you crafting a motion. You do have a motion unless you wanted to amend it, which was to immediately move forward with phase one and bring back the phase two discussion for 1 week from now for action, correct?
So let's take this, I know I'm not supposed to say it, so we'll do a different one. How about we come to an agreement here? How about we just take phase one first? I call for a vote that will approve phase one.
We can do two separate votes. So there's a motion to approve a phase one immediately.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a first for that by Supervisor Griefer, a second by Supervisor Holland. Supervisor Campbell?
Have we done public comment yet?
Yes, we've done public comment.
Did we?
Did we not?
I hate to be the
We did.
Yeah, he's got it. He heard it over there.
Okay.
Chris?
They're asking for direction. They're not asking for a
Yeah.
vote.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you for the reminder on that. Then we can kind of give, I guess, general direction. I'm fine with moving forward with phase one.
Okay.
Sounds like fine with moving forward with phase one. Is there any disagreement on that? All right. Not technically a vote, but it just helps clarify. So for phase two, Supervisor, what would be your recommendation?
My recommendation for phase two is that we bring this back for providing direction to the appropriate parties on 9/23.
Okay, so one week we would be tabling this item.
Correct.
And I would be okay with that, the board members' direction?
Yeah, I'm fine with it in concept. My thought would be this issue would probably be brought back to us by the 23rd anyway, correct? Or,
Well, we're on the first issue, we're making a request for the phase one, so that'll set in motion the state's, approval of that assistance. If you were to request phase two, again, it doesn't limit to you to choosing one or other. You can frame the request. We can frame the request to say, we want state assistance. We have not decided if it's going to be a county or state, and then we can come back on the 23rd as well, so.
Second.
Well, I guess that raises the question, is why haven't we done that already?
Well, you just said you wanted to wait.
No, why, I mean, if we could do it anyway, then why are we having this, if we could have applied for it anyway, why?
That's what I'm saying, we should apply for it, and then
Right, okay.
find what the state says, they might just say kick rocks.
So your proclamation, by approving that, requested the state and CDA, so that was the first request. This then becomes the formal, what are we looking at when we come to a debris managed program? So we frame it so they're asking for everything possible, and then it can come back to your board about which choice you want to make.
And I'm not hearing any advocacy on the state-managed debris removal, so what I'm hearing right now is basically, do we make a decision today to apply for the county-managed, or do we take some time, gather some information, and do that same discussion?
Dory just said she was gonna write it, so all options are on the table and they
Right.
apply. The state says, yes, we'll give you assistance, and then it's the buffet line, we're gonna
So
choose what we want.
I'll kick it back to,
Yeah, no,
again, I'm fine with covering what Supervisor Griefer, what you
All I'm
think
saying
would
is I
be
just want a little time
appropriate.
to talk to my people, that's all I'm asking. This
So
is-
I'm fine with the 1 week provision, and then that would be continued to be worked on.
No, we're talking about letting them apply.
Yes.
What,
When the state says yes or no,
Right.
which will be more than 1 week, that'll give Steve his time to go talk to everyone what they wanna do, and then we can make that decision.
okay, am I confusing what your position, is that fine? We
What
would
he
be,
said.
okay, so we are moving forward, phase 2, with the county-managed debris program, right now.
All
correct.
options are on the table.
I'm okay with that.
We're requesting all available resources for
Really
the
quick,
debris removal program, and then we'll make the decision.
Because we're almost there. We're almost there. I just wanted to see if there was anybody that disagrees with that. I didn't hear any disagreement. Okay, I think you have unanimous direction on what ended up being the staff recommendation, Dory.
Yes. Thank you.
I was just gonna say, for the group's benefit, when you request phase one, phase two cannot start until phase one is complete. It'll take 2 to 3 weeks for all the parcels to be reviewed. The request that you've approved unanimously just asks the state we possibly can do this. No project starts without your approval, without the RFP process, nothing. So I think this buys you plenty of time for that 1 week period, and then you can come back, they can come back, or you can create an agenda item to move forward. Today's just direction, so staff knows how to move forward until next week.
Thank you.
And then I will also suggest, if your constituents need, or you need a certain set of information, you'll want to provide it to OES staff, and we can assist in getting some of those pre-questions answered, so your meetings with those people will go easier. You can have a frequently asked question list you can hand out.
And Captain, while we have you here, we do have a 10 a.m. and I want to get to that, but if you might offer, separate from this item, having gone through this experience and seeing that, as you're mentioning, very long recovery, do you have any words of closing over time as how does a community after something like this rebuild and plan for that rebuilding?
Okay.
No pressure.
No pressure. Probably what wasn't mentioned before we got started here is I lost my home in the Oak Fire. So I cleaned up my own mess, as they say. What I will say is it will impact Chinese Camp forever. Will the community recover? Most likely, possibly, with assistance from the local government by waiving fees and allowing them to be on their property longer than they currently can in a fifth wheel, and getting PG&E to assist with some of the power installation. It's never going to be the same. Some people won't be able to go back on their property and they're going to sell. Some people are going to be adamant that they rebuild and stay for the next generation. It's going to be a long process. It's going to be 7 years minimum before that community is recovered structurally and infrastructurally. Emotionally, I can't put a quotient on it. I'm in year 4, so still stings a little. But if you stick together, if the people on your organizational chart have one mission, and that's to restore the parcels so people can repopulate. And you stay united on that, and you make it your primary focus, and don't let anything get in the way of that. You're going to accomplish something that this county can be proud of forever.
Thank you. Wise words. I appreciate the presentation, and I believe we're going to be moving on and opening up for our 10 a.m. appointment. If the clerk can read our 10 a.m. appointment item. Yeah, let's take a 10:16 little bio break. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me? Please, your attention. Sort of in the back. Can we turn the mic up? I got to use my big boy voice with this crowd. I appreciate it. Thank you. If all the supervisors come back to the dais too. We do have a packed room today. I appreciate that. We do have seats in the audience. If anybody has a seat next to them, and we'll figure it out with it. So if the clerk can, we're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting at 10:20. Read our 10 a.m. appointment.
10 a.m. presentation and discussion on Tuolumne County Fire Department structure and services.
All right. Chief, take it away. Good morning. Chiefs.
Good morning, Chairman Brandon, members of the board, county staff. My name is Nick Cashy. I serve as the Tuolumne County and Groveland Community Services District Fire Chief, as well as the CAL FIRE Unit Chief for Tuolumne Calaveras Unit. With me today, I have Assistant Chief Nathan Gorham, who is the Assistant Tuolumne County Fire Chief. And then also with us, I have Staff Chief David Shurik out of Sacramento Program, who oversees cooperative fire protection and all of our cooperative fire protection agreements, in addition to other agreements. For today's presentation, we will go over an overview of the Tuolumne County Fire Department, the community risk standards of coverage from 2024, Tuolumne County Fire Department referenced throughout the presentation as TCFD for the emergency call volume response times. We'll touch on the auto aid agreement, and then we'll get to the fiscal overview. For our members of the public here today, this presentation was directed by the board for us to provide several months ago. And although with the recent fire activity, I just want to make sure there's no confusion that this is not an overview of the TCU September Lightning Complex. This is specific to County Fire Department and services.
Thank you.
So for the brief overview of the County Fire Department, it was created by the board action in 1977, entered into a cooperative agreement with CAL FIRE. The jurisdictional authority area approximately 1,620 square miles, but we support responses in all 2,274 square miles of Tuolumne County, protecting over 55,000 residents and many more visitors through fire prevention, education, enforcement, and emergency response. This is outside of fire protection districts, community service districts, fire departments, City of Sonora, tribal lands. However, we work cooperatively with these agencies, supporting each other to provide public safety. CAL FIRE has the primary wildfire protection authority for private lands and what's referred to as the state responsibility area in the county. And the U.S. Forest Service has the primary wildfire protection authority to all federal lands referred to as the federal responsibility area. So who is TCFD? And I think if you read the room, I would be guessing that there's a visual already, but we'll go ahead and go over it on the slide here. So Tuolumne County Fire Department is considered a combination fire department, both paid and volunteer. We have 19 volunteers, 2 resident firefighters through the resident firefighter program, which is kind of a training assignment for new folks coming in. We have 26 full-time employee funded positions, 19 SAFER grant funded positions, and 27 of the full-time employees are Tuolumne County residents. In addition, the face of Tuolumne County Fire Department in all facets, we have retirees, students, parents, and community members. It really gives that culture of a community-based rural fire department. Segueing into the community risk assessment standards of coverage and the relevance to this discussion. So there was a study by Fitch and Associates done on the appropriate level of response that Tuolumne County Fire Department could provide based on the resources they have. And this was an independent company consultant. This was initiated by the CAO's office. And the presentation, as we go, to the next slide. It assessed the fire services capabilities in the county, consisted of a quantitative data analysis, comprehensive GIS for fire EMS program, and fire station location analysis. There was a community risk assessment and a standards of coverage with findings and recommendations, and specific to this presentation, it was determined in that standards of coverage that a realistic level of service standard was a 12-minute response time 90% of the time. The board motioned to adopt this recommendation of the report and adopt Resolution 13-24, adopting emergency response travel time standards for fire service and direct staff to work towards consolidating fire services. On the last sentence of that bullet point, the consolidation of fire services is not something that we have the latitude to do without the mutual consent or the desire of other special district fire departments to do so. However, I will get into, as we get to certain slides, what we've done as your fire chiefs in trying to streamline those services in order to provide more, I would say, direct response of closest emergency resource, regardless of patch on the door. And the board approved that with a 4-0 and 1 vote. So for 2024, because we're currently in 2025, we need to go off last year's data to paint that picture for you, because we don't have 2025 completed yet as we're still in the year. But 6,584 incidents were within TCFD jurisdiction. And by breakout, you can see that a majority of those calls, 4,189, were for medical assistance. 66 vegetation fires, 39 structure fires, 41 vehicle fires, 43 illegal debris burns, and 358 hazard materials / fire menace standbys. 5 rescues, 368 vehicle accidents, 1,021 public service assists, and 454 that met in other call type criteria. So you can see it's a very holistic approach on a full service fire department in totality for all the emergencies in the county. We have here a visual for everyone. We'll go into a little more, but we have the incidents by station specific to the staff stations. So we have Station 51 shown in red, which would be Mono Village. Station 56, which would be Mono Vista, show there in the brown color. And we have Station 63, which is actually co-located at Station 78, the county-funded engine. Then we have Jamestown in blue, Station 76, and then Columbia, Station 79. 79 in blue and 76 in green. Here's your average response times per station. And you'll see that Station 63, as it's referenced in here, representing the county engine, has the longest response time due to the geographic area it's required to cover up to the park boundary for the county area having jurisdiction. And then you'll see the response times for the rest of the paid stations or staff stations, primarily is below that 12-minute mark for the most part. So Mono Village Station 51, that was our very first paid fire station in the county. For 2024, a significant number of calls totaling 2,895, and we met the response time criteria as outlined by the board 93% of the time at a 12-minute response time or less. For Mona Vista Station 756, in the top you'll see that this is one of our Safer Grant funded engines. 1,188 calls, meeting that standard 94% of the time. Specific to Station 56, due to lack of infrastructure at Mona Vista, that engine goes in stages there during the daytime hours of the day and then co-locates in the evening at Mono Village where they're doubled up due to the infrastructure being able to accommodate them. So that's their numbers based on that. For Groveland Station 78, or as referred to early in the slide as Station 63. And for clarity to the public, we refer to as Station 63 primarily for our reporting because that is the closest county station. However, that engine is staffed through an agreement with Groveland Community Services District, a great example of cooperation in providing a response to that area. These numbers are specific only to the county calls that engine ran, not to the totality of calls it runs in automatic aid with GCSD. But for county calls having jurisdiction, your calls were 291, and they met that at the minimum of 90% of the time at 12 minutes or less. Station 76, our Jamestown station, that was our second paid fire station in the county to come online, I believe, temporarily in a limited term capacity in probably 2008 or 9, and then was permanently funded after that. Their call volume is significant to the area as it serves not only the Jamestown district that has the agreement with the county, but also to the county's interest of the surrounding area 2,106 calls, and they're meeting the response times 95% of the time. For Columbia Station 79, this station came online in and about the same time that SAFER grant was awarded to the county. However, the funds used were the one-time grant funding from what's referred to as ARPA or LATCF funding in order to put that engine into service. The Columbia Fire Protection District went into an agreement with the county, their inability to provide services, and some of the incidents that occurred there, and the county took on that ability, similar to a Jamestown agreement serving both county needs as well as the Fire Protection District needs. And they're looking at 1,062 calls for 2024 and meeting your response standard 94% of the time. So I would like to discuss the Tuolumne County Auto Aid Agreement. In rural California and Tuolumne County, whether you are state or local government or federal, it's very clear that no one could do it on their own. And this automatic aid agreement that's entered into with our partners of special districts or cities in the county gives us the ability to support each other with resources automatically, not through mutual aid, but through automatic aid for our dispatches. So through that agreement, CAL FIRE is participative in that agreement in providing a response, and that's through our cooperative agreement. Other signatures are Tuolumne County Fire Department, the Tuolumne Rancheria Fire Department, Twain Harte Fire Protection District, Chicken Ranch Rancheria Fire Department, which just recently came online on August 5th, with your board approved on the consent for the auto aid. And then in addition, we have the Twain Harte Fire, Sonora City, Miwok Sugar Pine Fire Protection District, Groveland Community Services District, Strawberry Fire Protection District, and then also Sierra Conservation Center that responds to certain call types in and around the Conservation Center. So for the automatic aid, participation is voluntary. No one is required to participate. And the agreement is in the spirit of providing the closest emergency response resource, regardless of agency having jurisdiction. So when we say agency having jurisdiction, that would be the fire department that's not only financially responsible for the response, but has the authority for the response through the automatic aid agreement. If there is a station that is outside, that is closer to, and we'll use the county as an example, if there's an area of the county that perhaps the Tuolumne Rancheria Fire Department is closer to, they will respond as the initial resource in order to provide it, due to the fact that the agreement is reciprocating should they need assistance from us. That's the agreement they all make. Some agencies have restrictions on response areas to ensure their area of jurisdiction is not drawn down below a reasonable limit. It's very important to remember that. So as we generate and create response plans, there are certain fire departments that are not comfortable with responding just anywhere in the county because they're going to leave their specific constituents unprotected. So there's a geographic area in which they're willing to respond outside of that, but some agencies have limits. Other agencies choose that no limits on their responsibilities, and they'll respond anywhere through the county if requested through the automatic aid. Notably, I believe it was last year, Tuolumne Rancheria Fire Department as well as Twain Harte Fire Department expanded their response areas to have a true what's referred to as a boundary drop, which means if we're closest, we will go. So you'll see here in the automatic aid given and received in orange is the amount of aid received by Tuolumne County Fire Department from, in blue, our special districts. So as we get going through, you'll see that our highest contributor of aid given to the county is Sonora City Fire Department. And I always like to appreciate their ability to respond with the workforce they have. And you'll see as those numbers go across the board, it is not always a like for like, as auto aid isn't. You can't time or you can't project that each call will be a one-for-one reciprocation. But the flooding of resources from county fire department to these jurisdictions, should they have a structure fire or something require more resources, does have the most weight and response out of any fire department, in addition to CAL FIRE. So the total number of calls dispatched in the Tuolumne Calaveras unit, and as part of the cooperative agreement, we as CAL FIRE provide the dispatch services to the county, was 17,484. The total number of calls dispatched in Tuolumne County local government jurisdictions, so that would be all county fire and all of our special districts listed in previous slides, was 9,785. If we take the cost of the dispatching agreement that's a part of the local government agreement we have in totality for Tuolumne County Fire, the dispatching costs are right around approximately $475,785 of that agreement. how that breaks out. And when it comes to the dispatching of the other special districts that aren't Tuolumne County Fire Department or cities, the county has had a longstanding agreement that if you are signature to the auto aid, Tuolumne County will pay for the dispatching because of the aid given received requirements. If we're to take that number of the monetary value associated with the dispatching costs and we're to break it out specific to the cost of each district only for their calls in which we dispatch in their jurisdictional area, there's a dollar amount value associated with each district there that the county is supporting those districts in order to have dispatch services. And that's been in place long before I was your fire chief and is continued today. I'm going to turn this over for the remaining of the presentation to Assistant Chief Nathan Gorm.
Good morning. Nathan Gorm, Assistant Chief, Tuolumne County Fire. So to tie back into the SAFER award, the Staffing for Adequate Fire and Emergency Response, its date range stemmed back to March of 2023 and will expire March of 2026. The total award, approximately $8,970,819, allowed you to receive 5 fire captain positions, 6 fire apparatus engineer positions, and 8 firefighter 2 positions. This created staffing for 2 engines, Engine 561 at Mono Vista and Engine 631 at Groveland. So upon conclusion of the SAFER funding, the projected cost of maintaining services for the 3 months until the end of fiscal year 25-26 is approximately $1,119,706. Without the funding, potential for reduced staffing includes closing fire stations. The fleet will continue to age out. Specialized equipment will continue to age out. Some administrative functions will not be possible. Being that we don't have a dedicated grant writer for that funding mechanism toward county fire, a lot of our staff on the floor that are responding to these types of calls are in addition your grant writers, and they're looking for all funding mechanisms that are possible. Fires will get larger, causing additional life and property loss and damage, no doubt increasing the homeowner's insurance challenges in the county. LATCF, the local area and tribal consistency funds. So in 23-24, your board allocated $1,311,493. This was to support 2 fire captain positions, 3 fire apparatus engineer positions, and 3 firefighter 2 positions. This created staffing for 1 engine, Engine 791 in the Columbia area. Through ARPA funds, the American Rescue Plan Act, these were the fund investments granted by the board. I want to note that these were all one-time funding allocations. And as you can see, it's been used to purchase Type 1 fire engines, a new breathing support apparatus that serves response countywide, Type 6 fire engines, water tenders, some of which that were replaced had over 1 million miles, various fire equipment, Groveland Fire Station, investments, Type 2 fire engines, furniture for our living quarters, as well as 3 Type 1 fire engines out of contingencies. So based on the 2024-2025 data, this is a breakdown of our budget. From among the taxes, approximately $4,015,572, or 42.58%, came in. This is based on Prop 172 and property taxes. In terms of grants, we received $2,622,670, or roughly 27.81% through the SAFER grant of our budget. Reimbursements, approximately $937,311, or 9.94%. These reimbursements come back to us at County Fire through existing agreements such as the CFAA, CFMA, the Assistance by Hire, supporting the state firefighting mission, as well as contributions from Mariposa County toward the Amador plan in a shared payment model, as well as Columbia College's contributions toward county fire to support a staffing position of a training fire captain. From fees, we received $175,269, or 1.85%. This is offset from the building planning, prevention, and alarm functions that your fire inspectors or plan reviews would create. Miscellaneous, $236,031, or 2.50%. These include your rents, concessions, and other grants. We currently lease some ground to the Somerville Long Barn Unified School District for their use of Fire Station 54 in Long Barn, where they set up an educational facility. General fund, approximately $450,000, or 4.77% contribution. American Rescue Plan, $960,860, or 10.19%. Our fiscal year 24-25 adopted $10,549,673. The actuals came in at $9,429,310.
Before we go to the next slide, I just want to say, the investments, whether it be one-time funding, the addition of SAFER, all supported by the board, were drastic improvements to the fire department over the last 5 years. And I truly think it shows to trying to be as supportive and creative with the situation we have to work in. Also, you'll hear Nathan say decimal. It's not on purpose. He's just used to flying in a helicopter in his former job. However, the percentages are there to really give a comprehensive overview of what pays for county fire. And that's specific as we get into the next slide, or the last slide of the presentation that Chief Gorham will go over on what the futuring looks like, which I think might be the discussion for today.
So your Tuolumne County Fire Department proposal summary for fiscal year 25-26. And these numbers are as recent as last Thursday. The proposed expenses, $11,289,424. Our proposed revenues are $7,320,052. Our projected deficit, $3,969,372, is the expected transfer in from the general fund.
So with that, we would like to open up to if there's any questions.
Great. Thank you again for the presentation and for everybody attending. We'll bring it to the board for any questions or comments. Supervisor Kirk? Campbell? Griefer? Holland? Supervisor
Unless somebody
Holland?
wants to jump on. Go ahead, Holland. Yeah.
There we go. Okay, couple questions. So we had 39 structure fires in 2024, right? So maybe just a misprint, but how did Mono Village report to 43 and some of them reported to more?
So structure fire specifically is more than a one-engine response. So Mono Village may have been going to a structure fire in another department or another station's primary response area, but it still means that that station responded to that fire.
Like outside of our,
Like let's say,
Twain Hart or something.
let's say there's a fire in Mono Vista's area, a structure fire.
Gotcha.
Mono Vista has the primary response for that, but you're also going to get an engine from Mono Village as well. So that engine is still running that call in addition to the area of which it originates in.
No, I
That's
guess
why
what I was
it's
asking
that.
was it showed 39 total structural fires, but like Columbia went to 49 structural
Oh.
fires. So they reported 10 more than that's, or we
I'll
just,
defer to Chief Gorham on that. Perhaps a misprint.
Likely a misprint.
okay. I'm just curious. I didn't know if we're sending them other places and that's what counts or something like that.
Sure, and I appreciate you crunching the numbers with it. I do want to make clear that while you may have 39 structure fires, you're going to have varied response across all of the response areas. If we have a structure fire in Groveland, it's not likely that the engine from Columbia would go to that. So the numbers could be off.
Gotcha. And I know obviously a concern is the aging of the fleet, like you guys brought up, right? These things are expensive to purchase. They're not cheap. Can't buy them at a car lot. On all the medical calls, I think I've asked this before, how many are lift assists at a medical facility?
At a specific medical facility, I couldn't say without providing that data, but likely 80% of the call volume that we respond to are medically related.
Okay, and I believe Nick has told me in the past that's lift assist is the majority of that situation. So, I mean, I know we've talked about, because obviously for us, we got to look at, driving a whole fire truck there is expensive if we're just going to help somebody at a facility that already have staff. So I think we have to start looking at some of that models, not that we don't want to be helpful, but if we're looking at $1 million+ for every fire truck and we're racking miles on them, if facilities are already paying for staffing, I think that's some stuff we need to look at as well to help better afford this.
Yeah, I think obviously really good acknowledgement or question, or maybe a combination of both. Specific to our data, what we were trying to provide was in relation to if we're meeting the response standards as set forth by the board. That ties into minimum staffing or minimum amount of fire engines at the current levels, which we believe is where we're at. But also if there was a more in-depth data breakdown specifically to location or what station was responding to a specific location, we could provide that. We always fall into, again, the fire department is full service. We have EMTs as well as just first responders. Medical aids are, if in any fire department, the primary response. And so it's not a bad question, but it is one that we have discussed in the past.
Okay. Now, you ready?
Supervisor Kirk?
Is this questions and comments or just?
I don't know.
I'll just do questions. We do not have a vote explicitly on this, so this is an item for presentation and direction. So
Okay.
let's do both.
It's a little hard because we're gonna have a budget conversation too after this. And Liz, I don't know if this is a Liz question. It looks like at the end of the day, if the SAFER grant goes away in March, I know looking at the budget conversation coming after this, we were planning on potentially funding it, but if we don't, that would be about $1 million. What would be if SAFER goes away in March, what would that savings be for the year? About $1 million?
It's about $1.1 million,
$1.1 million?
roughly.
Liz?
So if the entirety of county fire with all 5 engines is currently funded for the entire fiscal year, already accounting for the fact that SAFER is going to go away in March.
Okay, so we
So
did
that
budget it
deficit
in to
that was
finish
on
it out
that-
through the year.
Say
Okay.
that again, I'm sorry, Supervisor.
But we did budget it in for the year with SAFER going away in March.
That's right.
So when SAFER, let's pretend SAFER goes away completely, the deficit is the 3.969 million
Correct, for the entire fiscal year.
for the entire fiscal year, okay. And grants is 2.6 and the general fund is really 4.5. And I'm asking all this because, again, this is gonna be hard to have a real in-depth conversation without talking about budget after this, because one of the things that I proposed that the community wants is to see our TOT revenues go towards 4 areas. And when you look at this, general fund, people can say all day long that, oh, the board's putting money towards fire, but we're really only putting $450,000 towards fire, because if we did 25% of TOT, we'd be around 2.5 million. So really what I'm looking at is a 3.969 million minus a 2.5 million, really minus, we're already doing 450,000. So really like a $2 million, I'm looking at about a $2 million deficit, not a $4 million deficit, if we put TOT towards that bucket. So I guess what I'm saying is, what I'm trying to process up here is I'm seeing like a $2 million deficit if my math is wrong. So if this is just conversation, it's conversation, but if it's direction, I kind of need a plan. Like, what's the plan if we have to get rid of $2 million worth of stuff with consolidation? I know we're trying to do the 12-minute response time. Is that conversation today? Like, if there's a plan, if SAFER goes away in March, and if TOT gets directed 25% towards fire, I'm kind of trying to find out what that solution is after that.
It's a great question. So, and I'll try to get through each element of it.
Sorry, it was a lot.
And again, as I'm processing through it. So our goal today was, number one, is to show you what our work performance is by the standard that your board met. And you'll see that we are hovering above the line by a few percentage points of a 90% at 12 minutes or less. So that would show, in our professional opinion, that we're already at our minimum. And it doesn't take into account depth of coverage and capacity for large-scale incidents or multiple incidents at the same time. So that's number one. Number two is really explaining that the board is very aware of SAFER going away and what those costs would be to maintain the same level of staffing. Now, should the budget discussion that will ensue later, or perhaps either in the next presentation, be that direction on a reduction in budget, then we would expect direction from the board to come back on a dollar amount, and then what that dollar amount would be impacting services. But that would be at your direction. Should we have to make those decisions, or should that be your board direction, it will be based off of the standards of coverage document that is the standard in which we are provided.
So I think the answer for me is if we have to make cuts, it's going to come down to the standards of coverage document to kind of guide if we want to maintain that.
As your fire chief, that is what I would base my professional opinion on.
Okay.
But again, its board direction is what we would implement.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Supervisor Campbell?
Well, first of all, let me start by saying thank you for a very in-depth and good presentation. I think it went over a lot of really complex topics that affect a lot of communities, but in a pretty succinct way. But Chief, you said something really quickly that I really wanted to highlight and kind of ask you a couple of questions about, and that was you're talking about whether or not we're at kind of the minimum level of service. And just looking at, you work in other counties, all of our CAL FIRE firefighters go to other counties and see the level of service. Where would you rank Tuolumne County in terms of the number of stations, the amount we spend as a community on fire protection? Are we at a high level or are we at a low level compared to other communities of similar makeup?
Fantastic question. And I think, as we look at it in totality, we could compare to, in the areas, the unit chief I oversee, we have Calaveras County. They are a fire district model, so I think we have about 10 fire districts there. All have their own revenue. They also have a sales tax measure that was passed last year supporting their funding. To answer for county fire department, but looking at it as a whole with our special districts in Tuolumne County, I think from a county fire department perspective, specifically for the areas that we have jurisdiction in, we are at our minimum level of where we should be in providing that response. As we compare to other counties, it's tough. When you look at the Mother Lode or the Gold Rush area, foothill counties surrounding us, each has a little bit of a different model or variation of. Some have more volunteers, some have more paid stations, some have less of each. But I would say where we are at right now for the level of service that we're trying to provide, any reduction of fire engines is going to have an effect on the system as a whole, whether that be responding to support our automatic aid partners or whether it be just responding for the areas that we have the legal responsibility to provide a response to. So I know that may not be exact to what you're asking for. I just don't want to opine on other fire departments that I may not have all of the information on. But I would say as we look at it here with my experience, we are at that minimum level right now.
Yeah, and thank you. You're kind of getting to where I'm trying to get is that, every county is different. The makeup of special districts and, tax revenues and that kind of thing it's different in every community. So it is difficult to have that apples to apples comparison. But overall, do you feel that we can't go back from where we are now without severely impacting services? That's what I'm hearing from this.
Yes, I think that's a very accurate statement. If you look at the amount of growth the fire department had in a short amount of time, I mean, we had, for just county fire, not including GCSD, we had Jamestown and Mono Village, and then we added 3 engines, took on another fire district at the administration at the time. We increased our commitments as well as brought what I would say below a minimum level to a minimum level, and then have a standards of coverage documents to actually for the first time say what a minimum level would be. And it's based on our ability to respond based on a time duration. And I think right now, again, the presentation's showing we are right at that cusp of being below the expectations of the board.
Yeah, and and thank you for kind of going in the Wayback Machine. I like to do that too. What can you talk a little bit about some of the discussions that we had at the time about how to use that SAFER grant when it was brought in? Because, at the time, We were looking at mega fires throughout the state of California, Tuolumne County. We had some major fires, but nothing on a scale that we've seen, this past month and then elsewhere in the state. And so we sort of had a period of time where we got a little bit lucky, and we were looking at how to shore up those risks there. Can you tell me about how we decided to put the engines and the additional SAFER grant revenue? How we decided to disperse those?
Yeah, so for full transparency, and the time SAFER was accepted by the county, I was in a temporary assignment at the region level. So unfortunately, I was not in those discussions other than supervising the person that was. And so also at the time, if my memory serves me, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but fire protection was the #1 board priority for that year, for that tenure from the board that was serving. And so collectively, in looking at where the resources should go, the grant application that Chief Murphy had submitted every year, and we had very little success or no success up until this point, I think was a refreshing support when we got it and where those engines would go. And the augmentation of the engines with the one-time funding from the LATCF supported having a more robust fire department with the board priorities at the time for what they could provide.
All right, thank you.
Great, and I appreciate the presentation as well. I think, especially given what's happened recently, and looking at counties like Butte, you realize that we've been as prepared as we can, but also that we've, at some level, gotten lucky. And I guess these have been efforts to try and rely a little less on luck and a little more on response time and having multiple resources. And we have just had an incident where it was a multi-incident fire, where it wasn't just about that station being close enough, but how many stations and engines we had. And I know there's the system of backfill, which is great, but that still takes time to travel. I think it was a huge success that many of the fires we just recently reviewed were 0.1 acres, and that's where it stopped. And most fires have the potential to become very, very serious. People might think, well, then that wasn't a serious fire. It just meant that it got on it that fast, or the resources were there in time, or the conditions were right. So I appreciate the presentation. I think one of the most proud things that personally I've seen is that we have, in a county that is one of the most, on paper in that sense, fire risk, and yet also one of the most fire prepared, over the last 5 years, effectively doubled our fire service, and through a lot of those investments where some of it was through contingencies and budgeting, other ones were, here is a check from the federal government. We decided to invest it in fire equipment and into roads and into capital investments, that we've taken that 27-year-old, I believe was the number, on average age of equipment in 2020, breaking down constantly million-mile engines. And we've got now a much more updated fleet and a lot more coverage. I think we have to protect these stations no matter what. Fire is our #1 priority. That is going to be translating, of course, into the budget conversation, and making sure that we are taking whatever action we have to do. I did review, and it's relevant to, because this is our goals we put in 24 and 25. One of the big things was trying to make sure that we do have sustainable revenue moving forward. There were several proposals that were put forward. One of them fits, I think, very well, Supervisor Hall, and I brought up a similar point, which is on medical reimbursements, but particularly where a commercial facility is using us as a free taxi. We should be charging for that. There's a perverse incentive there to pass that on to the public when those resources are better needed elsewhere. And so medical service recovery being 80 to 85%, it is unfortunate, but people do pay for ambulances because we need ambulances, and that is the way that system survives as an enterprise fund. I hope and would like to just interject and entertain the idea of looking at medical fee reimbursement for some of these trips. And we've talked about it in the past, and please go ahead.
Certainly. Great question. We are currently, at the board's direction, in a
That's what I said, both.
proposal summary with MGT as an outside contractor looking at specifically that.
Great.
To create a fees for service on a proposed fee scale.
Right.
So right now we're providing them with data, and we meet every 2 weeks.
Great. And just doing napkin math, which, is certainly cheaper, but definitely not as good as what we're going to get from that study, that could be something that could pay for a large portion of, or even maybe one of the fire stations, depending on how that would calculate. But $200, somebody is having a heart attack, there is an immediate response there. I think people would probably say that that is $200 well spent to have first responders. One of the other things that we had talked about was on new development, where we're having new development that is pushing some of these resources, particularly in Groveland, have to go outside their district quite a bit. Melrose district as well, community facilities district, so that the burden of new fire services aren't falling on current residents, but the new development that's coming in that's needing an increase in service. And then some of the things with building insurance, where we may be responding to a structure fire, and I don't think many insurance policies have a certain portion for emergency services, and we're not really pursuing that. All to say is, I think there's options on the table to make sure we've got the sustainable funding. We've had that in our goals the last 2 years. Certainly Measure Z was one opportunity for that. But under no circumstances can we walk this back. As I think has been said on this board a bunch, you can make all the plans in the world about everything we would like to do. If it all burns down, what is the housing or what is road repair? I mean, all this stuff. We just heard that it takes 3 to 7 years, even where it is a relatively small area affected. Imagine if we had a Paradise. And I remember too, very visually from my office, looking over that hill and seeing flames going 20, 30 feet, it felt like, over that mountain, right next to Snore, right next to our evacuation grounds, or the Canyon Fire in Tuolumne. Every year we've had something that could have been that one fire. All to say is, I think we absolutely have to invest in this. So, I did want to ask, because the general fund, if you can go to the slide on how this is funded too, I wanted to see if you could explain a little bit more, because obviously we're contributing more from county funds that can go to other things, not lockboxed, rental payments to fire reimbursements. Thank you, right there. So it's known that we have some of the grants, we have the ARP funding, we have some of that, which is going to, the SAFER grant expire and need backfill. Can you explain, so we have $450,000 here from the general fund in the 24-25, but it also says taxes. So it says Prop 172 for public safety purposes, right? So it is somewhat flexible, but it's limited within a certain sphere. But then it says property. Is that property taxes?
It's property taxes. So if you look at history, Prop 13, 1978, capping property taxes can't be adjusted. You have
1 year after we established a fire system
1 year
that was funded,
afterwards,
right?
You look at specifically that regardless of that cap, the cost of doing business continues to rise. So we're not the only fire department in the state or even cooperative agreement that is augmented from the general fund in order to try to make that up, plus the other various funding mechanisms. One thing that has been done in offset are the reimbursements from the assistance by hire agreements for the equipment and personnel used to support the state mission. In previous administration, as that number would increase for the year, that would decrease the amount of general fund contribution that came over. At one point, it was actually a baseline budget item, and we fought hard to get that out because you cannot depend nor predict exactly what that revenue stream is going to be. You can only estimate. So although it's in our budget still, that has been one of the effects that it's had that you could see a fluctuation in general fund contribution based on that amount every year. Also, if I could go back, and I think there's a nexus with it being in your district, and Supervisor Campbell, sometimes I'm slow on the uptake in regards to thinking of all the things. But when you asked about either situations or things that affected the placement of engines, I would like to go back and talk about the Googan Fire in Columbia, which at the time was the Columbia Fire Protection District, which is now overseen by the county. There was a devastating structure fire that had significant impacts, and there was no response. There was not a volunteer response to that fire. And that spurred the vulnerability and acknowledgement within the community of the need for a resource there. And I would like to tell everyone that it's a success story, much like working collaboratively with Groveland CSD, is when the county was awarded the SAFER grant money, or I'm sorry, when the county decided to put the LATCF money to staff that engine, the college, Columbia College, stepped up to co-locate, even being inconvenienced to some degree, but a very willing partner. And you saw a community, not just the county, but the county, the college, and the community benefit from collaboration in rural California that doesn't have the ability to have infrastructure right away to place that resource. And so I just want to give that example out there in support of the fact that it has been a creative process in how to provide the fire protection that we have in the county.
Thank you. And I hate to be the stickler. I have to do this in multiple meetings. Same as we don't want to have boos when people speak. We have to also be respectful and ask that we don't have applause. I certainly agree, and I appreciate that. Don't be mad at me. I know I got to be the chair and be the bad guy in that. I appreciate the history on that too, because that is something that's incredibly important to remember. But just in looking at this, roughly adding up, let's say, fees and the reimbursements, what I kind of got was about 1.3 million. Pretty special fire stuff comes right back. It's just, that's very dedicated, self-filling funds. We had 3.6 or so in grants basically here. And then we have 4.5, which is at some level taxes that could go to other things. So though it says 450 in the general fund, the majority of that 4 million of property tax is something that is basically chosen as fire as the priority over other priorities. And so I want to be very clear that we are paying for this. This is a large portion of what our general fund and property taxes and all that go to. I think we have about 52 million or so last year in that same year that was received in taxes. And so that's a fairly substantial chunk. Ultimately, we are prioritizing it. We can shuffle things around so it's more clear where it goes. But the big thing is through cuts, but also through revenue, we have to find a sustainable system to hit 9.4 million plus the cost of inflation and doing business as it's been. So that's all that I had. I appreciate walking through this. This is obviously a very important issue to me, Columbia and my district, as well as the entire county. Supervisor Griefer, did you have comments as well?
I was going to save all my stuff till the end because I thought we were going to do that after everyone spoke. But I guess I want to, something that, how was the 12-minute response time determined?
It's in the document. It was determined based off all the different data metrics and based off what would be a reasonable accomplishment by the county. So it's not an ideal response time. And if you go back to that meeting, should you want to cruise through the history of the recorded meetings, specifically to the board, it was a starting point.
Well, I guess my question was, came from an outside source that came in and said, it should be about 12 minutes, right? Given our geographical, because I kind of went back and it's the historical archives are a little difficult to muddle through.
Fitch and Associates is a consulting specific to that study that was done for the standards of coverage. The consultant may have been an outside, but the data they used was internal to provide what is a reasonable expectation without an overcommitment or an undercommitment. The presentation that was done on that from Fitch and Associates does a great job of explaining that. But essentially, even though they were from the outside, it was also, I think, a benefit because when you have multiple districts or you have multiple fire departments, there's always an opinion. And that document is based on data evaluation. With the history, I believe they've done a significant amount, and I've referenced that in other letters as well.
No, and I appreciate that because clearly there's just no way you're going to get a fully loaded rig up to Rush Creek or to Evergreen Lodge in 12 minutes from downtown Groveland.
Not where it's at right now. Versus having nothing, though, that was the.
I get you. I'm just saying, I was just kind of curious how they came up with that because obviously this was all done prior to me sitting on the board, and then so obviously that's a concern. And in your finances here, what about the companies that are paying into the fair plan up in Groveland?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
The fair share. I understand that there's 2 resorts that are now paying into a fire.
So they haven't come online yet, so they haven't been paying yet. The fair share fee is what you're referring to that they approved during the.
Right, so that's not part of your financial because they were
Correct,
supposed,
it's not a
they
part of
should
the-
have been online by now. I understand that there's been some delay. I didn't know if they've paid into that yet.
They have not
Is
yet,
it's,
no, not
you
until
know-
they open.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's not part of the
Correct.
of the potential shortfalls.
Revenue, yeah.
Okay. And then something that I'm curious, and maybe it was just the way it was phrased, but you said participation is voluntary. So in the mutual agreements. So does that mean that let's see, go up so I can pick on someone so they can yell at me later. Let's see.
Well, I'm right here.
Well, let's just say no. I mean, I was going to pick. I'm going to pick Miwok Sugar Pine. Right? They were to say, hey, you know what? We're going to participate in this, but they get a call and they say, no, we're not going to roll. So is
Yeah, so-
participation voluntary to being a part of the agreement, or is participation
It's voluntary.
voluntary to whether or not we call them and say, hey, we need you, and they say, no, we're not going to go?
So it's two different things. You have automatic aid and mutual aid.
Okay.
Mutual aid system is, can you respond? Yes, I can. Automatic aid is an agreement that you don't have to ask the question. We're going to do it now, and you can send us through the response plans. And so with that, specifically, no one is required to be in the automatic aid agreement. I can't force, or no one would
Okay.
be forced into it. However, there's several benefits to it, such as if I'm a one district or a one station or one engine fire district and I have a structure fire, that's not enough engines and I need help. I know I'm automatically getting them from the response based on the mutually agreed upon response plans versus having to ask for them through mutual aid that isn't a guarantee.
No, and by all means, I'm not implying that Miwok Sugar Pine Fire District is not doing their job. First one I saw, I just needed to pick one. So I appreciate all of their support.
It takes everybody, to be honest.
No,
you know,
I was just
it
curious.
takes all of us.
I appreciate that.
So-
Thank you.
Supervisor Holland?
A couple more things came to mind. Anywhere on the SAFER grant? Because I know you checked this morning, you had to have, right?
No updates.
No
So
updates.
we have submitted for an additional SAFER grant. There are some parameter changes than the structure that we were awarded previously, but we have not received any information or confirmation whether it was approved or denied.
And did we get clarification about, from our conversation yesterday, about how that application gets sent off, if it is something the state's doing, or?
I have not been able to get an answer for you there as far as if it's a collective state submittal on behalf of all the counties or if it's individual, but it's something that I'm working on.
So
Okay.
Supervisor
Campbell.
Holland, I've been in contact with our Congressman McClintock and with FEMA.
I asked him on Friday or Saturday night, and he didn't really know.
They just emailed me last week that they're expecting to have all of the applications processed by the September 30th. Now, I don't know what that means exactly. I don't know if that means that they're going to announce all of the awards by September 30th, or if they will just have them all processed and then they'll announce afterward. But I do know that is the timeline that they responded to me when I asked.
Okay. And my other question is, because I wasn't here, when they talk about the 12-minute response time, is that from the time they pull the e-brake and they drive away and how long it takes them to drive there? Or, I mean, there's 12 fire guys standing in here, maybe they can answer the question. Or is it like, I'm sound asleep, I gotta get up, get dressed? I mean, how is that calculated? Because I just don't know.
No, it's a great question, and I should have prepped better for that. I believe it's the travel times, but don't quote me on that. I'd like to get back with you just to make sure I'm not giving you the wrong information, because there is a process or a timeline of processing the call from the time the 911 is received till the time the tones go off to the at-scene time. But I'd be happy to circle back and make sure that we have an appropriate response for you.
So basically, it's when the truck leaves the station going to
That's
wherever.
my understanding, but I want to make sure, again, as we're going through it, as we're looking at the data, we're trying to find out if we're meeting that overall response time and what's included in that.
Okay, thanks.
So with that,
Can I make one more
so,
comment?
yeah, Supervisor Kirk,
'cause
and
I
then
was
we'll go into public comment.
Yeah, just because we were doing questions, but turn to comments. I think I just want to reiterate my stance on the taxes and the funding and the general fund. Before SAFER grant, we have funding for law enforcement, we have funding for fire. There's a baseline level of service. But when you introduce a tax to constituents and you say it's going to go above and beyond because it impacts their tourism, then that's my point. Because if nowhere on here is TOT mentioned, nowhere in past conversation has TOT been mentioned regarding, taxes of $4 million. So that was what I was trying to bring as far as clarity. As far as the public comment, I just wanted to throw this out there, Chair, if it's okay, and just to folks in the building. We absolutely want to hear from you. I want to hear everything you have to say, but I kind of feel like it's a little bit of a disservice until you hear maybe the budget conversation as well that's going to follow this, because budget conversation is going to impact decisions, including fire. So yes, come up here, make your comments, but it might just be worth it to hang back and wait on those comments and listen to the budget conversation. That way, just for me, I can be better informed where you guys are at as well. So I just want to throw that out there.
Okay. And for reference to it, this is a topic that is both relevant to the budget and to this item, so you are welcome to speak now. You're welcome to speak on the budget item as well. It's not, again, to take as much time as possible, but I think we want to make sure everybody is heard. So I'll be opening up public comment on this item. If any members of the public would like to speak, Please come forward. You'll have 3 minutes. At 1 minute, the beep lets you know that you got 1 minute left. All right. And feel free, if there's a number of folks want to speak on this, form a line. It goes a little faster too. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Kim Baker. I'm a resident of Columbia for 21 years. I would like to be here speaking on behalf of the arts, the library, and so many other wonderful things about our community, but here we are. Got into this back in 2022 when the Gookin House burnt down, and helped put on a fire forum in Columbia, which had, I believe, over 150 participants. I would like to just ask if you are here in the crowd today because you have specific concerns about the future of Columbia Fire, if you would raise your hand. So the board has an idea of how entrenched the Columbia citizens are in this issue. There's a lot of things to say about it, but the one thing I would really like to bring up is that the Columbia Fire Protection District started in 1916. And if I'm correct, I think it's the earliest one in Tuolumne County, and it came out of the fire and companies from 1850s. Why are we here now when we had a fire protection district? Well, the fire protection district boundaries were approximately 1 mile square from the population in Columbia in 1916. So it was the core area. And in order to be able to do tax assessments, the community needed to have a fire district. So they did that, and they taxed us. My next door neighbor who's here lives outside of the district, and I live in the district. So I pay the assessment and they don't. And I'm happy to pay the assessment. I'm happy to pay the sales tax to go to fire, but that's not an option. So my point is that Columbia since 1916 has grown dramatically. If you think Springfield Estates, several mobile home parks, all the housing going up Big Hill Road, all the housing out Yankee Hill, Gold Springs, and am I done? Oh, I have 1 minute.
1 minute.
Okay. So my point is, this fire district tried for many years to expand those boundaries so they could continue to assess the additional properties that they were providing services for. However, none of those went through. And there used to be a CAL FIRE station right over here near the fairgrounds, and then that disappeared because it got moved. So Columbia is an incredibly vulnerable position. And then we learned after the Gookin fire that there hadn't been services there for, I heard 400 days. I haven't confirmed that, but the bottom line is this is a long deferred problem that needs to be addressed in the Columbia area. So we are not coming here with open hands as a charity case. This is a key part of the county fire system. And we have the airport is covered by this fire station, and the state park, the college. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Scott Friend. I've been a resident of Tuolumne County for about 3 decades. I also served CAL FIRE here for about 28 years. 24 of those in Tuolumne County as a company officer and a chief officer. Supervisor Campbell talked about the Wayback Machine. Very wise person once said, those who do not learn from lessons of history are doomed to repeat it. It's very much the situation your Tuolumne County Fire Department is about to repeat. I spent many hours in this building in the past as a CAL FIRE member and a 2881 member advocating for stable and long-term funding. Unfortunately, I feel the need to be here again, and primarily as a private citizen, but also as a retired 2881 member. I was happy to see a few years ago the fleet upgrade was made that was desperately needed. Much of that equipment that was replaced was actually unsafe to be on the road. Also added were additional staffed engines. However, that news was tempered by the fact that the majority of the staffing was provided by a grant. I appreciate the use of grants
For real property and tools are great. You own that property. Grant use for staffing, unfortunately, is not a long-term stable solution. It's very much like buying a carton of milk. Once the expiration date is met, you have spoiled milk that you can't drink or use. This is analogous to the situation coming up in the not-so-distant future with grant funds reaching their expiration date. Will have a telling effect on public safety. The fire department is comprised of members of your community. They're invested in not only your day-to-day safety, but this community as a whole. They're some of the most highly trained professionals in the state and the nation. They need to be supported by a realistic budget that is stable and can grow with public safety needs of this community, which includes staffing at a safe and effective level and with the equipment to serve public safety. The fire service in this county is a vital link to the totality of public safety on a huge scale, as evidenced by the overwhelming response to the number of fires during the recent lightning complex. Anyone that has lost their fire insurance and is now on CAL FAIR or can get fire insurance for their homes needs to be aware of this. The reduction of professional delivery of services will not aid in the argument that insurance companies need to stay here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, please come forward. Welcome.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate what everybody is doing, all the fire protection that we have. I'm a strong proponent of the proposal for the TOT tax to be designated as Supervisor Kirk has suggested in his newsletter, with that breakdown to 25% going to fire. I also am grateful for the partnerships that exist, and I am from the Miwok community, and I wanted to just promote the thought. Our community funds this fire department, and the ratio of dollar to engine coverage there is much less, but I don't believe we are getting any support from the county on that. And I would just like to ask for that consideration in this process, that our commitment to keeping a fire engine operational and supportive to the community is being borne by us as residents, and we would love to, be a part of that conversation a bit more on funding there.
Thank you.
Morning.
Good morning. Welcome.
Hey, thanks. My name's Hart Drobish. I've been a resident in Columbia for 50 years, and I've got a little shirt here that just about a fire that was up in Siskiyou County, and you can see the Mama Sasquatch there. And the piece at the bottom says, "Stomp out the fire." And so what I wanted to emphasize today is the concept of strong tactics overwhelm most problems. That's the stomp. Fast initial response extinguishes. That's the fire. And both of those are the case. No fire starts big. They all start small, and they grow. It's a natural force that seems to have intelligence, but not really. It just has a directive by physics. It will consume anything that it can. The quicker human beings involve their intelligence and suppress the thing, the less needs to be spent and the less damage is done. That piece of 12 minutes to respond 90% plus is I think somebody picked a reasonable number. City fire has a lot higher standard. It's defined by the National Fire Protection Association. Insurance rates are established based upon that response capability. But here, holding that's important. The Columbia area needs support for that. We had a fire in the middle of July at a neighbor's house out north of Columbia in the wildland urban interface. And a statement was made after that fire by a fire chief in the county that had it not been for the air attack or the hell attack crew returning from a canceled mission in Amador County and happening to notice the smoke starting to come up, dropping the crew for rapid coverage, looking for spot fires, picking up water out of Matlow Reservoir and starting to suppress anything around the house, just wet the area down, that it could have turned into a major conflagration that could have threatened the entire Columbia community. So I think it's important to realize that rapid response is super important, and we need to make that happen. Otherwise, the cost increases, the risks go way up, the losses are higher. It really is a matter that constantly is a battle for fire management communities everywhere in the world. The Canadians say you can't spend enough money on the first day of a fire. Managers all over this country in the last 35 years in my flying doing air attack work, I've seen don't want to send enough tankers, don't want to do this, don't want to spend the money up front because, and in the end, they pay far more. So the key is the courage to spend the money, be wise, use intelligence as humans in order to control, contain, and reduce costs and reduce damage. And I'd really encourage you to think about that as an overview here, that the money is relatively small compared to the risk incurred otherwise. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I remember that fire because I was about 3 blocks away from my house as we were watching it. Good morning.
Hello, members of the board. Thank you for letting us come up and speak. My name is Bruce Meissner, and I'm representing about 120 Columbia residents from the 49er RV Ranch and Trailer Park located on Italian Bar Road. After the Gookin fire a few years ago, they were all very scared, understanding the resources that weren't available to Columbia that they thought there were. And they were very pleased after the cooperation of Tuolumne County Fire and the grant money providing another engine and staffing to aid protection in Columbia. Now with the grant money drying up, they're again concerned that the resources in Columbia might dry up and we might get back to the response time that unfortunately led to the Gookin house burning down. So as a business owner, I understand the difficulty prioritizing and budgeting, but we just ask that you keep the safety and protection in Columbia at the forefront of your mind while you're making those decisions. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Chairman Brandon Kirk, Chairman Brandon. Gosh, sorry, it's been a long weekend, long day already. Pete Campa, General Manager, Groveland Community Services District and Groveland Fire as well. And I'll tell you, the relationship in Groveland with County Fire has been fantastic. You've invested in the additional engine that's co-located in our fire station. The Groveland Community Services District funds the fire station. I know we all know all of this, but it's always important to understand that relationship is critical to both of us being able to meet our response standards. Just like the county, GCSD for its fire department has adopted a standard of coverage. We did that so that we could evaluate long-term impacts of growth, both within the district and our responsibility to respond outside under mutual aid. Very important that we think about that, and responding to calls that are a long way away are extremely difficult and burdensome in maintaining that response coverage. But the only way we can do it is by having the 2 engines there, one to back up when one goes, or the other very important thing is the effective response force. Being able to build enough people to go into a burning structure. If GCSD fire was there by itself, we would have 2 people on an engine that could go and get set up, but we'd have to wait on someone else to show up to be able to roll out and go in and do an effective attack. What that does, it delays the time, allows fires to get bigger, and if we've got a little bit of breeze, if we've got unfortunate conditions, that can be a disaster. GCSD strongly supports the proposal to maintain the current staffing model and the funding, and we'll participate in the budget discussions as appropriate. Because of the critical nature of that, we've got an example of a major structure fire that occurred a week ago at a hangar at the airport that, given different circumstances, and if the resources weren't available in Chinese camp, folks from San Diego and elsewhere, to come up there and fight that major fire, we could have lost multiple structures and multiple hangars, or the airport itself. It was really an amazing attack to get that under control. But do want to say that we appreciate the relationship. It's worked out really well, and it's allowed us to both meet our response standards, and we hope we can continue that in the future.
Great, thank you. Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning. It's Mary Cabral from Columbia Sky, and I'm following up with what I said at the last supervisors meeting during the comments, and that was the petition we have in Columbia Sky to support fire services of Columbia. We've collected more signatures this week. There's 2 pages. We're up to 32 or 31, 32, I believe. So I sent an email on Friday so you should all have this. You've also received the email from Barry Rudolph, and he gave me permission to read an excerpt from it, and I'm going to read about the Pereira House. County officials committed this stewardship to the Columbia area residents and went as far to demonstrate that commitment by pursuing a community development block grant to convert the Pereira House, a county-owned building near the Columbia Sky Mobile Home Park and the Columbia Airport. It was suggested that this grant application would stand a high chance of approval and that funding would be secured. As a district board member, the strategy made sense to me and appeared to be a good strategic move. Many in the community shared this view. Satisfied with the direction things were going, meeting attendance dwindled, and soon only 1 or 2 members of the public would attend. The county proceeded to expend approximately $300,000 for design and construction plans in preparation for continuing the process of creating a new joint district county fire station. My understanding is that this project remains shovel-ready. Unfortunately, it appears to have been caught up in an audit submission delay with other community development block grant proposals. I understand that this project may now be in jeopardy of being pursued as a result. This is unfortunate for 2 reasons. First, a commitment was made to the Columbia area residents to create a fire station. Second, failing to follow through, regardless of the reasons, breaks the public trust with their elected officials, and the $300,000 is viewed again as wasting precious taxpayer dollars. This negatively impacts efforts to pass future tax measures. I'm going to continue. Measure Z and Measure A. Measure Z failed by 57%. Yes, the advisory Measure A on the same ballot passed by an overwhelming 73%. The voters spoke loud and clear that they wanted no new taxes, yet they want their fire department funded through existing revenue. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Teresa Torbett. I am a Columbia resident, a business owner in Columbia State Historic Park, and I'm the chair of the Columbia Area Advisory Council. The Columbia Area Advisory Council, or CAC, the objective of this body is to facilitate communication and coordination among the entities that have interests in Columbia State Historic Park and the surrounding community. The CAC shall review and make recommendations on proposed projects, developments, and activities by state and local agencies on matters related to the preservation, restoration, use, and enjoyment of the Columbia State Historic Park and the immediate vicinity. Therefore, I am writing to urge you today on behalf of the members of the Columbia Area Advisory Council to prioritize in your budget planning assurances that Columbia continues to have full and permanent fire coverage as previously promised for the benefit of the Columbia State Historic Park, important Columbia area entities which include Columbia Elementary School, Columbia College, Columbia Airport, 2 historic churches and cemeteries, numerous housing developments, a county behavioral health property, recreational vehicle parks, and the county as a whole. Columbia Fire Station provides coverage for a portion of supervisorial districts 1, 2, and 5, as well as for the airport, the state park, and is the first ground response for any fires coming out of the Stanislaus River Canyon. The station is a critical link for the entire county. It is well known that fire protection and response time for the Columbia area was negatively impacted when the Sonora Fire Station was moved to standard, and up until actions were taken to boost locally placed equipment and staffing coverage after the tragic fire that destroyed the Gookin home on May 28, 2022, which, by the way, was a windless night. That fire protection came, I believe, from Murphy's in Jamestown at 2 a.m. Difficult decisions and concessions were made by local entities to keep the larger community safe, and the county made assurances at that time that more permanent coverage would be put in place and fully funded to continue that needed safety coverage. Our neighbors and community partners have taken comfort in the knowledge that we had trained, professional, and fully staffed local, fast-responding fire service in place, which was successfully tested several times during the past 2 years. This is a necessary and urgent funding request made to you today. Fire engine 791 must be maintained here in Columbia. Thank you for your support of the Columbia community. Respectfully.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Janice Nelson, Columbia resident and business person there. I really am concerned about the Columbia situation, but it just reflects that it's all of you that have the responsibility for the health and safety of the citizens of Tuolumne County. It's every single district. We cannot diminish any of our fire in any of the districts. All of them need the total and complete support. It's the only nemesis we have living in this county is fire, and all of us recognize that, and we've just been witness to it recently. So please, it doesn't matter what district you are in, support all of the districts and the maximum fire prevention that you can do, because the health and safety of the citizens of this county are in your hands. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. My name's Shelley Hance. I'm a resident of Columbia, and my husband spoke of our next door neighbor who lost their home, and that was really very scary. I wanted to echo the gentleman from CAL FIRE regarding the importance of staffing with tax and funding that you have with general fund, whatever it takes, fund your staffing. And you can go after the grants for new engines, et cetera. I am not a fire expert. I was the executive director for 25 years for the Amador-Tuolumne Community Action Agency, and our board had a hard time when we would go after grants that were 1 year. And what does that mean? It puts a terrible burden on the board in regard to continuing that and how you do it. So I just want to urge you to really fund your staffing, to prioritize the fact that if we don't have staff, we can't roll the engines, the leadership staff all the way down. It's just so critical and critical for community safety. So thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. My name's John Mills. My family's been here 3 generations. We live in Columbia. We've seen some terrible things happen in the fires here. But let me just give you a little bit of history. Back in the days of California Department of Forestry, we were redoing mapping in Tuolumne County of fire hazard. And we had folks up from Southern California came up here, and we took them on a tour. I was helping the county at the time, and we were mapping high fire hazard pretty much every place we went. So we took them up Big Hill Road and scared the hell out of them, because they said, we've got nothing this bad in Southern California, when they looked at Quail Mine Road. At that time, one way in, no way out. In a canyon that in the afternoon is going to be like a Venturi effect, moving that fire up the canyon so fast. So when we came back, we presented all this to the board, and this is why I begin to doubt sometimes the wisdom of democracy. Our Board of Supervisors said, well, we'll just make everything that's on the maps high, low. Now we don't have a problem. And that's how we got the first set of maps done, was faking the news about what fire hazard was. We can't do that today. What we have to do today is recognize the problems we have and do something about it. I really appreciate the challenges you have with the budget. I also appreciate the fact that you have a problem with covering all these stations. The 12-minute response time has been around a long time, and it's adequate. It's not the best, it's not the worst, but it's adequate, and we should try and maintain that. I don't want you folks to say, I know how we can solve this problem. Let's make it a 45-minute response time. Now we don't have a problem. Let's not take the easy road again. We need that if we're going to save lives and save property. And all of the comments that have been made about Columbia, anyone familiar with the area and with the weather we have, if you ever go drive around this county, and I'm sure a lot of you have, look at the fuel loads, look at the terrain, look at the weather conditions, look at the wind patterns. This is not a matter of when there's going to be the next big fire in Tuolumne County. It's where and under what circumstances. How bad will it be? And the air attack station is great, but I submit to you that we need a fire station in Columbia if you're going to keep that coverage you've got. It's not just Columbia being covered, it's helping in other stations. If I was to make a recommendation, I would be saying, you need to change the TOT tax allocation. There's no way that the Visitors Bureau should have an equal standing for money out of the TOT tax with public health and safety. And I'm talking about law enforcement and fire. The Visitors Bureau, for all the good things they do for the county, hasn't put out one fire. They haven't stopped one crime. These are the folks who do it.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, do we have additional public comments? Welcome.
Greetings to the board members and the public. My name is Bill Trammell. I live in Columbia, and I know some of these people have been here for 2 or 3 generations. I've only been here 5 years, but I can see where this is all going or not going. I live in Columbia, and I'm here today to kind of represent Columbia Sky Estates, the senior mobile home park. In that park, we have 187 residents that are all low income. They're all seniors. Most of them, or just about all of them, I say their home is paid for, so their only fire insurance they can get is through the CAL FIRE plan. And it gets rather expensive. It's hard to afford fire insurance when your income, and in the 187 residents in that park, the average income is about $2,500 a month. So it's kind of hard to afford fire insurance at that level. And I forgot where it's going now. But anyway, the people there, you know, if they lose their home, they don't have a savings. They don't have anywhere to go. A lot of them don't have relatives in the area. So it's just important that we have Columbia fire support, and more than what we do have. If the college engine can't handle a fire or they're elsewhere, that whole park is out to lunch. And just as a quick example, down the street from me, and I live on North Airport Road, so I'm actually outside the park, but my lot belongs to Columbia Sky. And I've got to know most of everybody in here because I run a food pantry in there. Down the road from my house on North Airport Road, this guy in this 6 mobile home park down there, he's cutting his trees and stuff, piling them all up on the side of the road. And this pile is probably 20 by 20 feet and 7 feet high. And it's sitting on the edge of the road. And I asked the guy, you know, when are you going to get rid of these? He says, I'm not. He says, the fire department will take care of it. Well, it's been there now for 9 months. And if that pile goes up, it's going to tree hop, and my house is going to be on fire in about 3 or 4 minutes. You know, we just need some 12-minute response time is great. But if we have a big fire there in the area and Columbia Sky is full of trees, we have people that can't afford to move, they can't afford another home, and extreme low income. So I would appreciate some better fire support for that area. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm Tim McCaffrey, and I just wanted to say one thing. If we don't fully fund fire in this county, you guys will be to blame. We could have the exact same fire down in Jamestown. That we had amazing response. Everything was done correctly, including like us being told that there's a fire in Jamestown. And we could have that same fire, but if you underfund our fire department, it'll be your fault that this fire happened. That's just how it goes. That's how it'll be perceived. So I want you to take that into consideration too. Everyone seems to know that fire is the most important thing that needs to be funded. We're all concerned all the time from June to October, May to October now. So I would just urge you to, once that budget comes around, to fully fund fire. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Do we have, again, have to ask, please, any applause, booing, all that in the same category? Thank you. Morning.
Good morning. Ron Ringen, a concerned Tuolumne County resident. Spent 12 years doing whatever I could, pounding on the table, going to meetings, speaking with board supervisors and so on about fire water drafting points along the 70 miles of the Tuolumne Utilities District ditches. Well, we did it. We're in the process of getting them in. Problem is that TUD is a water and sewer district, so we have to be very careful. Misuse of public funds. The process up till now of putting in those, or getting the process to put in those fire water draft points has been done through a grant that myself and another board member of TUD worked to get, and we were very careful that none of the ratepayers' money was used in this process. Problem is, we have 4 of them in place. We've got about 76 or more to go throughout the county. When are we going to get some support? We're not in the fire business. You people are. So if you folks have any suggestions on grants in order to get those last 76 or so fire water draft points put in, would really appreciate the input. So, thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional public additional public comment? Welcome.
Hi, I'm Rosanna Sharps. I'm the Columbia Chamber of Commerce president. And first of all, I just want to say thank you, all you fire, all of those involved with the fire department and helping out our communities. So I also live in Gold Springs, which is 100 plus residents there with beautiful homes. And it's been a concern whether or not, the distance we are in Columbia, almost, at the end of Parrott's Ferry Road, and whether or not service would be available to us there. Our home is right below the line of where CAL FIRE flies right over us. So we listen in all the time to the reports. And it's a darn shame that if we don't have, here we're supporting all these other counties, but here we've got our little airport, sends CAL FIRE out, and everybody uses it. And if something were to happen in Columbia, it's like nothing is available for us that fast. So I really do urge, if you can, I understand about working with budgets, being in the chamber. And so we understand that, but the importance of that, and then also being, 2 businesses in town, commerce is important too. I know trying to balance the budget for VTC, because that's important to us too. So, I do encourage all of you to really consider those 2 important facets for our community. Without VTC's help too, You know, we are just a struggling little community, even though we are a state park. We are individual businesses, and we do our best to try to bring commerce to our entire county, which affects, you know, everybody in the county, Sonora. You know, the visitors we bring in from our events or what have you from the state park also goes towards helping out with, lodging and all that. You know, we all work together. But yes, we do want the importance of the fire department in Columbia to be stressed, as well as continue with VTC. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have additional public comment for the board on this item? Going once, going twice. Okay, so with that, closing public comment on the item. And again, thank you everybody for joining, participating, speaking to it. Supervisor Campbell has asked to first be able to deliver some remarks after. Supervisor?
Yeah, we're doing comments, right?
Yeah, I thought if that was unclear, my apologies.
Okay.
I thought since we were giving direction today, not a formal vote, that I had said questions and comments.
I
but
have some comments and direction, so.
Follow your heart.
I will, I'll speak my truth. It's really, I'm really grateful to hear all the comments that people have, because what we're doing right now is waking up to the fact that we are currently at a bare minimum of service for fire protection in Tuolumne County. And just thinking back on where we were at 10 years ago, it's terrifying, because we were woefully inadequate at that time. And so now we're at a basic level of service in our county, which is kind of crazy when you think about it, because this is what our number one responsibility as county government. You know, when you see those red trucks drive by, those are your trucks. You know, they're when you see those fire stations with the American flag flying out front, you know, those are your fire stations. And when I say that we're at a minimum level of service for our county, that was illustrated, I think, really well by the Lightning Complex Fair of a couple of weeks ago. We had, 7,000 lightning strikes, 21 fires, 4 or 5 big ones, and then we had what unfortunately happened in Chinese camp. We are at a place where it's not impossible for our fire resources to be overwhelmed very quickly in a situation like that. And so we kind of find ourselves in this predicament where the SAFER grant afforded us some opportunities to expand our fire protection. And by the way, the reason we got the SAFER grant in the first place was because we were able to make the case that without these additional funds, we would have woefully inadequate fire service. So the mere fact that we received the SAFER grant, I think, illustrates the point that we need to have a more robust fire protection in our county. But we don't know what's going to happen with SAFER grant, and either way, it almost doesn't matter, because the fires don't care. They don't care where or how we fund fire service. I don't think our residents really care how we fund fire service, just so long as we do it. That's why I think we really need to make a commitment that we are going to maintain the investments that we've made in the past 5 years in stations like Mona Vista, like Columbia, like Groveland. Because those 3 stations in particular, and then some of the equipment purchases and some of the other things that we've done, are really what has made the difference in the past few years, and has turned some of these, you know, we all have stories about close calls. I've got too many to count in my district of close calls, and we can't go back. We just can't go back. And then the call volumes for each, you know, in the presentation, we looked at the call volumes for each of these stations. They're all quite high. So the demand is there, even when we're talking about, whether we're talking about good old-fashioned structure fires, you know, somebody baking a casserole in the kitchen and forgetting to turn off the oven, and then our wildland fire response. Both of those things are still very, very high. And then somebody made the response time, somebody made the comment that the 12-minute response time is adequate, and it's barely adequate, because anybody that was watching the progress of the Chinese camp fire can tell you what can happen in 12 minutes. We went from it being, you know, brush fire to an incredibly destructive, rapidly burning fire in the span of about 12 minutes, maybe about 45 minutes all said and done. So time is so much of the essence in this kind of thing. So I think we need to commit to maintaining at least what we have. Now, if we talk about if we do receive more funds through the SAFER grant or other kinds of funds, I'm very much in favor of investing a variety of funding that comes into the county into fire. Because like I said, if there's any one type of issue that can devastate this community like that, it's fire. But if we are talking about additional SAFER grant funds, what we have right now is a 2.0 model for our fire engines. Now what that means is you have 2 firefighters on the engine and then 0 firefighters backing up those 2 firefighters. So they call it 2.0. That's the term that the firefighters use. If you look at the national, the NFPA, what National Fire Protection Association, their standard that they've been starting to adopt is 3.0. So where you actually have 3 firefighters on the engine and then nobody backing them up. So we're not even up to the NFPA standard currently. We're just up to this bare minimum standard that we've kind of cobbled together. So all that is to illustrate that even if we are able to invest in fire, there are still many, many places within our existing fire structure that we can make investments that could improve response times and then make it safer for the firefighters that are actually doing the work and putting their lives at risk. Because at the end of the day, our number one responsibility is protecting our communities, protecting our citizens and their property. But right up there with that is protecting the people that are actually doing the work. It's pretty easy to say that we all support fire. I mean, I don't think you're going to hear anybody say anything different. But we have to actually put our money where our mouth is. And it's going to be difficult. And I actually think it's kind of good that this discussion is happening before our budget discussion, because this highlights kind of what we have at stake in the fight to just protect our community. So,
Supervisor Holland or Grief? Yeah, Supervisor Griefer.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate everybody coming and talking. Obviously, this is hit close to home in the District 4 or in the Chinese camp, so we're very aware of what's going on. There was a comment made earlier that if we underfund or we don't do the right thing, that we'll be held accountable. The other side of that coin too is that if we overcommit and we spend more than and we bankrupt this county, we'll also be held accountable. So it's a very fine line. So I want everyone to understand. I kind of get this feeling that it's an us versus them, that you guys are mad at us, or I don't understand how this became such a political hot button. But for me, we will do everything. I will do everything that I can at this desk to protect the people of this county. If that's additional fire resources, we got to find a way. But on the flip side, we had to make sure that the other part of this component is that we have personal responsibility. Somebody mentioned earlier that they are in a mobile home park and there's trees are overgrown and there's bushes on the side of the road. Well, we have to clean up our fuel load as well. We have to take care of our own properties as well. So if a fire does get started, then we can say there's less fuel on the ground. When Pine Mountain was subject to being eradicated because of the rim fire, CAL FIRE evaluated it and said, hey, that association did what was required to make sure that it was defendable. It was easy to defend because there wasn't any of that major fuel. So this is a partnership, right? The county is required, as the supervisor said, to make sure that we have boots on the ground. We've got operating good equipment, but we also need to work with the community to make sure that we are cleaning up as much as we can to protect from that next fire, which is coming. So I appreciate everybody's taking the time to come up and stand. I see the guys in red have been standing all day long, and ladies in red have been standing all day long too. So I appreciate your dedication to this very important topic. Thank you.
Great. Supervisor Holland.
Okay. Thank you guys for all your comments. It got me thinking about stuff about right now we are staffed, I guess the most we've ever been staffed for Tuolumne County Fire. Things still happen in Chinese camp, so it'd be nice to look back, because we always talk about going back in time and looking at history of putting together what happened that day, how did the things happen, where were all of our resources, where do we have to get resources from, like a whole picture, so we learn from that and say, okay, well, going forward, because I think that's the way you learn from things is looking at what's going on and how to address things like Mother Nature will still do what Mother Nature wants to do, no matter how well prepared we are. It will still do what it wants to do. So maybe like in 45 or 60 days, you could come back.
Yeah, we would be happy to have a presentation on all of the details that you're referencing with data backing it up so that it can be very transparent.
Supervisor Holland and Supervisor Griefer and I by email have been discussing exactly the same, I think, report out at your idea there, so.
I'm just ahead of you, I guess, for asking.
Or behind.
You missed the meeting. Whatever. So, the other thing is I think it's good to be, not one of us five are going to sit here and say we don't want fire service. That's not true. There's no one in this room. If I said, do you guys not want firemen? No one's going to raise their hand. But at the end of the day, we still have to pay for everything. To Ryan's point, it still costs money. 57% of the voters of our county said no on the last time they passed a tax measure. We could argue about why that is, and I'm sure there's lots of reasons. So we have to have an honest conversation how we're going to pay for things. And I don't look at things as like just this year's budget, but come next year. What's not going on in the conversation is come 2027, right? CAL FIRE goes to 4.0 staffing, I believe it is, right? 3.0 staffing, which will increase our contract by immense amount of money. So that's things we have to think about. We can sit here and pass this year's budget, but what are we going to do come June 1st next year? Because we might be spending $4 million out of the general fund to get by to the year. Now there's no, if we don't, and this is if we don't get SAFER grant, tack in the cost of the SAFER grant, which is another $2 million. That's $6 million that's come out of the general fund. And I'm just being realistic, so everyone can be angry, and I'll take all the emails you want. But that $6 million has to come from somewhere. What does this room look like when we close the parks, close the library? I don't know, start picking things. We have to come up with $6 million. And the answer is going to be like, you have all 5 of our salaries. That's $250,000. That pays for one fireman in a quarter. That's the reality of it. So we still have to make the money come from somewhere. Now, I'm down for, we can fund it as much as we want. Where's the money going to come from? Like, we need to have real solutions. We need to have a real honest conversation of how we're going to pay for this. And I think that's what sometimes gets missed, because it's easy to show up and say, we need to do this, but how are we going to afford it? I'm completely down. We can afford it, but what are we going to sacrifice in that place? And I think that's where we need to have a hard conversation of, what does that look like? Because the tax measures have never worked. They've tried 5 times and they have failed 5 times. So that means we have to do what we have to do. So I think that's where this hard conversation is going to come from, and I'm just being honest about it. Like, I had a conversation with somebody, and I don't know if he's here in the room. I called him last week because he sent us an email, and he's from Columbia, and he's like, well, you just don't care about Columbia because you're not from Columbia. I've lived in Tuolumne County basically my entire life. Part of my district goes out to Columbia. What most don't know is I've had and the fire chiefs are sitting here, they can have confirmed this, a hand in making sure we get the lease at the college extended, because we don't have a solution right now, like to the Prayer House, because we cannot apply for community block grants because of things that happened in the past, and the state has stopped us from doing that. Without that, there would be no fire station out there. So that lease is most likely going to be extended. I was waiting for a text message to see if it's been confirmed for the next 4 years. At least it gives something for Columbia. At least we know that there's a home there. We just have to find the funding to keep the engine there. So I think these are honest conversations that the community needs to have, because people show up and say fund it, but so many of the people said don't, but we do need to fund it. I mean, it is a reality, we have to fund it, but how are we going to come up with that money? If we get the grants, life is good. It makes our lives a lot easier. But we have to be honest about what we're going to spend our money on and how we're going to spend it. And I think that's just important. So, and hopefully, you guys will be part of that conversation about it. So, Groveland, right? We talk about Groveland. Our printing press of money, which is TOT, sits in Groveland, if you guys don't know that. It's the resorts. They're sitting at the Yosemite door. And that is probably the furthest drive response time from a fire station, is it not? So the thing that prints us the money that we're talking about, TOT, is the most unprotected thing we have, sitting at the door of Yosemite. And that's the furthest it takes to get there. So when you talk about a holistic approach, that is a holistic approach, looking at the county as a whole, not just as, I don't look at it just as my district or this district, how we look in the whole county. And what are we protecting? Well, if we lost the resorts in Groveland, what would TOT look like? It would be gone, or a huge majority of it. We don't get any money out of the casinos for their hotels, realize that. We get it out of Groveland, is where most of it comes from. Not all of it, but that's where the bulk of it comes from. That's all I got.
Good, thank you. I don't really want us to get, at least from my contribution into it, into any individual stations. I think it's very clear that, you know, I've had fires on both sides of my house within a couple of years, both of which were fires that could have been a huge threat. We have a lot of communities that are, frankly, dealing with that threat. I agree with the comments. We're at minimum staffing. It took a lot of effort to get there. I know there's some comments about it'd be great if we didn't do it with grant funds. I'm going to say one with probably the audience here that is a popular thing, and I agree with it. We absolutely have to maintain current levels of fire staffing. We have to maintain the current system that we have, and we have to make the decisions we need to for that. I know that my voting record has been mostly without exception to vote for that, whether that was medical fee reimbursement, whether that was the Melrose fees, whether that was taking advantage of surplus engines when they were available and investing there when we had one-time federal money, whatever it was moving it forward. Truth be told, if grant funding wasn't taken for that, we wouldn't have these options. It's a nice sentiment, except there were efforts. The Melrose district, which came forward, and then we lost courage at the board to vote on the thing that was going to be funding from those hotels coming in and that to help cover that cost. Here's maybe the unpopular thing. Measure Z was one of the things aimed to try and be fire and public safety. It had 3,580 votes between the yes and no. One particular entity locally spent $15,000 saying that there's just a bunch of money everywhere and nothing needed to be done and don't vote on this. And there was such a wide gap between the one that was endorsed by that group and the one that was not endorsed by that group, Measure A, Measure Z. Truth be told, the county does need funding. We are engaging in some very hard conversations right now. So I'm going to ask that everybody reflect, especially, and I agree with you, support county fire. But if you're in this room and you voted against that measure, and we're going to be talking about a budget discussion after this, and it will impact services. People are losing their jobs over these things. We're going to be reducing our offerings to it, and this is not even to mention our other problems that we've been working on credibly, debt, law enforcement, a number of issues. Believe it, we're making hard decisions. We're making harder and harder decisions, but these are important things. So for whatever it's worth, discussion and directions, I want to say thank you for presenting. Thank you for the work that you've been doing. Oh, sure, yeah. I just closed my thoughts on it. Sorry, I tried to look over at you and we didn't make eye contact earlier. Is basically kind of boiled down to three things. One, maintain fire service at the present level. There are things we need to improve and add to it, but as a minimum, right now, maintain that system. Two, I want to see those revenue options we've approved, talked about, already brought to the table, brought back. The CFD, the medical fee recovery. We need those to come back in. And three, I do think that, and I agree, we need to do risk reduction. Post Lightning Complex, we need to bring back a with teeth defensible space ordinance for the entire county. We talked about it before. There were issues. I think that's changed a little bit with recent legislation. We need to have a defensible space countywide ordinance, which is stronger. It's not just improved parcels. It's vacant parcels, anything adjacent to residential, and have a plan to reduce our risk too. So those three things, I think, are my priorities at the moment that we're in right now. Supervisor Kirk.
I'll make it quick. I think Holland and Brandon kind of summarized a lot of what I was going to say. Supervisor Campbell and I have been on here the longest, and I hope that the same people who showed up today telling that we're going to be held accountable are the same people who are going to show up and be accountable when the board has to make this tough decisions. How many of you guys have been paying attention to the news since this new board has been in place? Are we making tough decisions? Absolutely. Tough decisions are going to continue to be made by this board. I'm ecstatic. I think for the first time, I'm not ecstatic because there's going to be some hurt that comes with those conversations, those cuts. But I've been saying for years, our number one constitutional obligation is public safety and infrastructure. Fire, law enforcement, roads. We are getting to the place, and I've been saying this for 6 years, where that is what it's coming down to. I think in the past, people didn't maybe trust local government. I hope moving forward you guys do, but please, everybody who is here today and who wants to say that we're going to be held accountable, please publicly state your accountability when those tough decisions are made and support them. Because people show up here and they point the finger and then you're nowhere to be found when we start making other cuts. So I'm not threatening people with Parks and Recs. If you look at my TOT proposal in the next item, part of it should include Parks and Recs because it's what we put forth in our measure. But we are taking drastic changes. We're laying people off. We're firing people. We haven't been giving out raises. We're talking about COLAs. We're talking about all of these things that our employees are our number one cost. They're our number one asset, but yet it's our number one cost. So when the community demands fire, law enforcement, and roads, it comes at a cost. There may be a day where our CAO is the CDD director permanently. I don't know. I don't know. But I'm just responding to the community, which is Measure A, yes, fund these criterias, but don't fund anything else. Okay, I'm the voice of the people. That's what we're going to do. But don't show up here and complain and point fingers. Otherwise, run for office, and then you be the person who cuts fire and cuts law enforcement because you want these little ancillary things that aren't covered by the Constitution. I'm going after public safety. I absolutely agree that fire should not go backwards. I am a numbers guy though, so I'm okay with like the standards of coverage. Like if we can still provide service under the standards of coverage, I'm okay with that. I'm hearing a lot of complaints about Columbia. My understanding is we have something at Columbia College which might be extended. So like I'm okay with a little give and take, a little bending, but overall, fire support services across the county needs to be maintained. And I'm committed to do that. I'm committed to do that to law enforcement, to roads, and to fire. And so my job is getting, in one sense, very hard, but it's getting very, very clear. I've been doing this for 6 years. It's very clear what we're going to do and what I'm going to push for. So thank you.
There we go. I think that closes up the item too. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate it. Thank you everybody for being in attendance. It is 12:10. Just to look really quickly at the agenda. We still have one left, which is item 3. Item 3 is going to be the presentation of board direction on the 25-26 adopted budget. There is overlap that will cover a lot of issues within the county, but for our staff and ourselves and everybody too. I'm going to call recess for lunch. Are we okay to come back at 1:15? Define a little bit over an hour with that time? Okay, so we're going to call lunch until 1:15. We'll reconvene to enter into item 3. Thank you. Okay, we're reconvening the Board of Supervisors meeting at 1:19. I believe we'll be full up here in just a moment, but we'll be going into our item 3. If the clerk can read item 3 for us, please.
Item number 3, presentation and board direction on the development of the fiscal year 25-26 adopted budget.
All right. And take it away.
Okay,
Welcome.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, Liz Peterson with the County Administrator's Office, and this is Sean Cole, also with the County Administrator's Office. So we are here today looking for your board's direction on the development of the adopted budget for fiscal year 25-26. Your board approved the recommended budget in June, of course. And so what we're really going to be talking about today is any of those major changes that took place between when the auditor's office closes all of the books, when we get all of the actuals in, and then of course when all of the departments, we all do our fine tuning, any kind of other additional adjustments. And so we're really going to highlight any of those changes from the recommended budget to the adopted, and then we've got a list of items that will need board direction on at the end. So first, we're going to talk about updated budget projections based on those actuals, which of course it's critical that we get the actuals information. Your board's been talking a lot about that lately. And we use those actuals to then help us better project for next year. And so this is our general revenues. This is just a very quick summary of the general revenues from last fiscal year, from 24-25. So this is the difference of budget to actuals. You can see the total is $67 million, and that excludes the amount that we transfer out to Health and Human Services for realignment, for vehicle license fees and some of that. So this $67 million is truly the things that your board has discretion over. And so you can see at budget, we estimated $67,015,601, and we brought in $67,011,472. So that's an increase, or sorry, that's a reduction of $4,100. So that is pretty darn close, I would say, from what we estimated at budget to what actually happened. And of course, throughout the year, we're always analyzing or reviewing these numbers with the county's revenue team and the budget team as a whole.
And this is minus what would be on there as fines, fees, and forfeitures for service and whatnot. That
Correct. So
17 million, that would be remaining.
That's right. So the 67, yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. So there's a handful of other, 87 is the other big one that comes in as a general revenue for your board to have discretion over. But so the total is the total with everything. And then the property tax, sales tax, and TOT, we generally highlight those because those are the big kind of taxes that your board has discretion over. So that just highlights where property tax, sales tax, and TOT came, what we estimated at budget, and then what actually happened. And so then using the actuals, then your revenue team gets together again, and just to clarify, the revenue team is the CAO's office, your treasurer, your auditor controller, and your assessor. And then we do this now with all of the budget team, whoever wants to participate. And so we go through, we look at actuals, and then we look at, okay, based on what actually happened through June 30th of last year, of this year, what should we project for next year? So this is what we had put together as far as the general revenues at the recommended budget in June. And then you can see the next column over that we are projecting overall an increase of general revenues by $148,000, which I will be honest is much lower than we've probably seen in the past. And that's primarily because of sales tax. While we did see a bit of a growth, I'll just go back here. So we saw some growth. We had been holding steady at around 6.5 million. So we brought in 6.7 million last year. But we still are not anticipating, we're actually anticipating a reduction from last year's actuals and $100,000 more from what we anticipated at recommended. Property tax, that continues to grow. So there is still a growth there from last year. It's 3.62% is what we're estimating in growth. So based on the actuals, we increased it just a little bit more. And then our TOT is the big one. We are also anticipating growth there. We estimated 4% growth on last year's actuals, but that is, I'll be honest, again, that's not the significant growth that we've seen in the last handful of years. And I think there's a lot of reasons that is the reason that's the case. Sorry. So using that information, we put that into the budget, into the adopted budget, and then we also, as I said, we take everybody else's adjustments, all of the departments, and we look at other things that we are anticipating. And just to summarize, we don't see any significant changes or concerns from the recommended budget to the adopted. A couple things that are different or some of the changes that we are adding into this adopted budget is, of course, your board directed that property tax from airplanes be added to the airport funds. And so those are in there. $83,000 is what we're estimating. And that's split between Pine Mountain Lake and Columbia. And then, of course, your board directed to create the new sheriff fund and bring the fire fund back. At the recommended, fire was a part of the general fund. So now, of course, those funds are separate out of the general fund. And then another big highlight here is, I think, an exciting one. We have a significant amount of opioid settlement funds, and we have very strong restrictions about how we can utilize those. And a lot of different partners have been working to spend those, public health, social services. So your law enforcement partners have also gotten together to make requests to use those funds in a way that is consistent with how the funding can be spent. And so I'm happy to say that the sheriff's office was approved for almost $1 million spread over 3 years to help fund school resource officers, which is amazing, I think. And then also probation was approved for some funding to help fund their day reporting contract, and they're going to be increasing some capacity with that contract and like some of the reporting metrics related to opioid use and some of that stuff. So that opioid funding is in the budget as well. But other than that, there's not a significant amount of changes or anything, again, that's alarming or concerning. One of the other big things that we do once the auditor's office has closed all of the books is we have actual fund balances. Remember, at year end is really when we estimate how the funds will end and then what balance will be left over. We use that as a starting point for developing the budget. Of course, your board has directed about changing the way that we utilize fund balance, and so we're in the process of doing that this fiscal year to implement next fiscal year. So these are all of the fund balances that come from the auditor's office, so you can see what we estimated in the the second column, and then what actually came in, and then the difference between the two. So in the general fund, we estimated just about $5.7 million, and it actually came in just about $6.3 million for an increase of $600,000. And I'm not going to go through all of these, but you can see one of the big ones too that we'll talk about later is county fire. We had estimated a zero fund balance. That's because they were going to be in the general fund, and so any fund balance that they had was actually incorporated in the general fund's fund balance. Now that they're not, they do have a fund balance. So we'll talk about that in a handful of slides here moving forward. These are all of the governmental funds, that previous slide and then this slide. I will highlight that the road construction fund, we're still refining some of those numbers a little bit, and so that one is still to be determined, but we, again, have no concerns about that fund or any of the other funds. And yeah. And then here's the enterprise funds. These are their fund balances as well, what we estimated they would be, and then what they actually came in at. And then the difference there, and then these are our internal service funds. And yeah. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, so as I mentioned, we've got a handful of things that we're going to need some direction from your board on today so that we can put the rest of the budget together and get it all approved for the budget hearing next Tuesday. So one of the things is county fire, as I mentioned. So we heard previously a lot about the SAFER grant. So the grant was funded for just about $9 million a few years ago. Of course, you all know it expires in March. We were able to pull in additional revenue from the SAFER grant, and by pull in additional revenue, I mean budget to do that. At the recommended budget, we had $1.4 million of SAFER in the budget. There was some, we now have some more clarity around how we can utilize SAFER, and that it's not just tied to, when SAFER came on board, it added 19 new positions, as you know. There was some misunderstanding, I'll say, about how that grant could be applied. There was an assumption that it had to be applied to that particular one of 19 positions, when in reality we had some flexibility that if there was one of those positions that was vacant, which was the case in a handful of these instances, that we actually could apply that to one of the filled positions instead. And so we had $1.4 million budgeted in for revenue and recommended budget. We were able to increase that by $800,000, which is the remainder of what we have left in SAFER grant. So that action really reduced what the general fund had to contribute to fire in 25-26 by $800,000. So you saw from the previous presentation that fire's shortfall is about $3.9 million, and that's what the general fund is contributing this fiscal year. So back to the fund balance here, sorry, this one. So the $776,000, going back here. So I'm looking for some direction today from your board, and we'll get to the end because I've got them listed out there. But so one of the things is, how does your board want to use that fund balance? So the conversation that you had about previously about setting up the sheriff and the fire fund, your board said you want the discretion over how to use that fund balance. In the past, the fund almost always, Debbie has, our retired auditor controller has more history than I do, of course. In my handful of years being here doing the budget, fire's fund balance has been used to just offset future operations into the future. It sounds like it wasn't always that way. But so you've got some options for using fund balance. You can either apply it to this current fiscal year, which further reduces the transfer in from the general fund. You can use it for some one-time purchases, for fire equipment, for capital improvements at stations, et cetera. Or you could add it to the fire fund's contingencies and then use that for next year to offset our anticipated increases from the general fund, which it will be about $2 million when the SAFER grant goes away for next year. So keep those options in mind when we circle back at the end about getting some direction from you all. And then another item for your board's consideration is a conversation about TOT, a transient occupancy tax. As I mentioned, we're estimating just about $9.8 million this year. That's 4% growth over last year's actuals. And so Supervisor Kirk actually put a proposal together where essentially you would consider annually allocating general revenues in the amount equal to the TOT, that $9.8 million, and you would allocate that to your board's priority areas by the following amounts. So, as you know, you have a contract with Tuolumne County, with Visit Tuolumne County, and this year and future years, that contract would be at 16% of TOT. That's how the contract is written. And so that leaves the remainder for 28% to go to road maintenance, 28% to go to the sheriff's office, and 28% to go to county fire. And this would increase transparency and accountability so that the public fully knows this is where TOT is going. And so this is another item where we'll need some direction from your board. The biggest challenge with that, and Supervisor Kirk and I have discussed this, with allocating in those 28%, 28%, 28% this fiscal year, is because you can see the next kind of percentages down, because the board currently only gives 8% of general revenues to roads for road maintenance, and that's only the maintenance of effort, that's $775,000. Your board would need to direct additional cuts in the general fund in order to increase that percentage for this current fiscal year for 25-26. And so if your board wants to pursue this proposal, the request is that you would allocate revenue to the specific cost centers listed below, so 16% to the Visit Tuolumne County according to their contract, 8% to roads, which would be consistent with the road maintenance or the maintenance of effort, and then take the last two and just divide what's left evenly. So it would be 38% to sheriff, 38% to county fire. And then if your board wants to pursue this for future years, it would still require an annual vote, because remember, TOT is a general tax, and I will defer to county council and your retired clerk to give you more guidance on maybe some options here. But ultimately, your board can amend the budget policy to allocate a specific percentage to your board priority areas, and then that would be implemented for next fiscal year. And then, as I said, every year your board would vote to make that decision. So hold on to that too. I'm going to pass it over to Sean to talk about some of the personnel changes in the budget.
Okay, so when it comes to personnel changes and requests for the adopted budget, so currently we're at 712.5 allocated positions. 15 of those are grant funded. So on the next slide, these are position changes, as we call them. So in probation, the proposal is to have a deputy probation officer 2 go to a senior. And then also in CDD, we will be deleting the assistant director position and then adding the chief building official. In recreation, the proposal is to reclassify an admin tech 1-2 to an assistant to the department head. So that's within the general fund. So the next slide shows outside of the general fund. So in roads, public works admin, having an engineer go to a supervising engineer, an engineering tech 1-2 to a senior engineering tech, tobacco control, senior health program technician to a program specialist, and then the county jail work crew manager to a jail deputy sheriff. And then these are the new position requests for you guys to consider. And so in the general fund, we have in the assessor's office, they're requesting bringing back the assessment recording tech that they stated that they really need to complete the work that they're mandated to do. And that would, the idea is to start that October 1st, or at least start looking for that, but in the budget, we would include that amount from October 1st. And then in human resources to create this position of a payroll and benefits coordinator, and this is to really help them with, in these two areas, have somebody dedicated to this, and they've identified this as a need. And that would start December 1st. Outside of the general fund and roads, the proposal is to have to create an assistant public works director, and also 2 road workers for, it says funded by PG&E grant for first year. Do you want to explain that more at all?
So PG&E gave us $290,000 last year, I think it was, to help help stand up some brushing and other crews and to buy some equipment. And so this is something that Blossom and I had discussed. We're still sort of working out if we can make it work or not. But that would be the intent, is that we would add the road workers and then be able to sustain it moving forward with road funds.
Okay, and then in public health, adding a fiscal technician in women, infants, and children, that department there, to unfreeze the nutritionist, which is currently at 0.5 FTE to 1, so part-time to full-time. And then the county jail as well, as part of the CalA mandate, to fund a new jail sergeant position. That would be funded by that mandate. And we're only proposing one elimination. Right now, this is in CDD. There's an admin tech that's grant funded. That's no longer needed for this MORE grant. I know that they're trying to have Habitat, what's the name of the humane? Okay, it's like an outside nonprofit to really take care of this grant. So this position would not be needed anymore. And so in terms of a summary, so with one elimination and 7.5 additions, that would see an increase in the proposed allocated positions of 6.5, so that would take us to 719. Total positions, 14 of those being grant funded. So then a topic, so what else is in the budget? So here is what is in the budget currently. So your board policy states that each year you will contribute at least $500,000 to your reserves, which is currently at $5.5 million. So we have included this in the budget, so that would take us to $6 million total in reserves. Also, your board policy states that at least 1% of the general fund operating budget would be allocated towards contingencies in the general fund. And so that final number will be calculated once we know what the general fund is going to be once we finish the budget, but it's going to be around $1 million in terms of that 1% that your policy states to be included. Also, we have $500,000 in additional payments to pay down our PERS unfunded liability. So we've talked about this quite a bit, our large unfunded liability. So the more that we pay, the less interest we pay going forward. So the idea is to do that as much as we can, and here we have $500,000. We've also dedicated $270,000 for funding to begin moving out of leased buildings. We had a conversation as well on this about a month ago. And so this is to help with all the repair that needs to happen to actually move into these buildings. We also have $500,000 for the chip seal machine, which your board decided on, it was in May or June earlier this year. And this is a combination of using general fund and American Rescue Plan fund balance. And then also we have $16,401 for the county's match towards the TCU September Lightning Complex fire response. So we know it'll be at least this amount, the 6.25% match with FEMA being involved. What is not included in the budget, the next slide. So this would be additional payments to aggressively pay off public safety PERS debt. This is always an option for us with whatever money we have to help us draw down our long-term cost of this unfunded liability. So for the public safety PERS debt, the payment this fiscal year, $866,000. In terms of what remains on the principal, it's about $4.7 million and also $1.3 million in interest through 2032. The county's costs towards the TCU September Lightning Complex, the debris removal, which we discussed, $680,000 and $1.7 million seems to be a good guess at this time. And then in terms of our further match, anything greater than that 6.25% would not be included here. So that's also something to keep in mind about the costs of the fire going forward. And then also future employee bargaining, whether it's increasing medical insurance contributions or COLAs or anything like that is not in the budget currently.
Okay, so this is another item that we'll need some board direction on, and this is specifically the use of fund balance in the general fund. So this is currently how fund balance is being allocated, and some of this should look familiar, hopefully, from June. So the fund balance is just about $6.3 million, and so we take 500,000 of that and put it toward reserves according to your board's budget policy, like you heard Sean mention. Of course, you'll probably remember we transferred out $500,000 to capital for capital and large maintenance projects. We have the repayment for the Yaney Courthouse elevator at $518,000. Again, as your board probably recalls, as Sean mentioned, we are using, your board directed the purchase of the chip seal machine. We had some of that American Rescue Plan funds left over, which they must be spent by next year. And so we're trying to, get as much spent there as possible, which reduced the general fund portion. So instead of a full $500,000 for that, it's $362,000 from the general fund balance. And then this is what was budgeted in contingencies at the recommended budget, and so that's part of what makes up that fund balance, and that's just about $3 million. And then as you also heard, the match toward the fire response, and remember, this is just the response for like staff time, EOC costs, any sort of shelter costs that the county incurred, like for the actual response itself. So that's at the 6.25% match. And then this is that number, so you can see there over on the right, 1.2 million is what we were using of fund balance to balance operations in the general fund. Right now, because of some of those things, as I mentioned much earlier about the use of departmental revenues, pulling down additional from SAFER, which reduced the transfer out to the fire, as well as utilizing some of the opioid settlement funds for the school resource officers, et cetera. We're currently using $861,000 to balance ongoing operations in the general fund. And then that leaves an additional $574,000 in the general fund of fund balance available for, again, looking for board direction today. And then, of course, these are the items that your board had discussed on May 6th. And we talked about bringing these back in September for future conversation, so here we go. So Big Hill paving, Big Hill Road paving, $450,000. We talked about economic development projects in Tuolumne City and Jamestown for $500,000. And then we had talked about the addition of these two positions, one in the district attorney's office and one in the sheriff's office to be able to assist more strategically with crimes against vulnerable populations. And so that's a total of 1.2, almost 1.3 million. And I want to add too that Supervisor Brandon would like to amend the budget policy that instead of purchasing maybe some of these kinds of things, that we only use fund balance toward road maintenance projects and debts and liabilities. Ultimately, that would be a budget policy change. And just like on the TOT conversation, staff is requesting that any budget policy changes, like formal budget policy, that we have that conversation in Finance Committee, hash some of that stuff out, and then bring it to your board by December for approval for that whole comprehensive update. But that's just another item to consider as your board's making decisions about how to use fund balance. Okay, so this is what we need board direction on today, so that Sean and I can go back and finalize everything and then get it all published and ready for next Tuesday. So we're looking for how you want to use County Fire's fund balance. We would like some direction on allocating the amount equal to the TOT to specific departments, as opposed to just your general revenues that goes into the pot that gets allocated to general fund departments. And then also simultaneously, if you're interested in that, you would direct the longer-term conversation to the Finance Committee, looking for direction on personnel changes and requests, also looking for direction on the use of general fund balance, and then any other budget modifications your board would like to see included in Tuesday.
Great, thank you for the presentation. Bring it back to the board, and how about we will start this time with questions, and then we'll do public comment and be able to bring back for comment and discussion. How's that? Good. All right. Looking for start, Supervisor Campbell.
I have a question. It might actually be for the both of you. Why are we talking about changing budget policies now when we're looking to approve our final budget for the rest of the year? I mean, is this the right time to be having that conversation, or what? Well, I don't know. I might be asking my colleagues. I'm not sure.
It sounds like the request was for budget policy, that we'd be referring that. We'd be deferring that today. We'd be just talking about the budget today. But if there's changes to the budget policy, that'd be a direction to council to bring it to the Finance Committee. That would be in keeping with our agenda text.
Okay, so the requests are not to make a hard and fast decision about TOT allocation or or fund balance today?
So with the fund balance, this was brought up when we initially had, what was the meeting specifically? We had the May 6th meeting in discussions of uses of fund balance. So there is both a policy change and then also as it applies to the current budget we're dealing with. So,
Okay.
yes, exactly what
So
council
it-
said. On a policy change, I would make the recommendation to consider for the current amount of fund balance we're dealing with.
So we're finishing our budget, plus we're talking about changing how we do budgets in the future at the same time.
I think so. And Supervisor Kirk, I think that's similar.
I think,
Just wanted some clarity.
I mean, I had my ideas. I brought this up, not the TOT allocation, but I had some questions back in April or May, and I was trying to get clarification and direction. Like, I have some ideas. At what time do I bring it forward? I was directed to this moment in time. I think, we're having conversations about fire and about roads. I could easily give direction today, but I don't think we're, as a full board, have our entire mind wrapped around it. So I can see where we'd want to approve that budget policy change and go vet it out and bring something back. I'm okay with that, but I'm also of the mindset that, I could say, you know what, we're gonna make sure that Blossom gets the 2 road crew workers. We're gonna make sure that, we fund fire or XYZ, but
Okay.
I think we need to
Well, and
get the pulse of everybody. Yeah.
I hope you can see my obvious question is if we're talking about changing how TOT's reallocated,
Yeah.
that could mean a cut to something else
Absolutely.
that's not reflected.
Absolutely.
And so if we're not having that conversation at the same time,
Yeah.
that's where I have a little bit of trouble approving a policy
And that's
change.
where, and I get you, and that's why back in April and May, I was like, I don't know when to do this because there's no good time to do it. You just got to start the conversation. But yeah, I mean, I could even say, let's do like half now, half later, but I don't think, I got to hear from everybody. I don't think Jaren's there. I think we need to, obviously it doesn't sound like you're there. I don't know where the rest of the supervisors sit, but I definitely want to change the policy and start heading in that direction. Because if you look at the numbers, 38% towards fire and law enforcement, we get that in the general sense, TOT is covering that, but roads at 8%, coming up with that extra $1.5 million or $2 million, even though we kind of do it already through, fund balance, and we say we want to do these projects, it is going to change things moving for this last fiscal year. So that's long-winded me of me saying I want to get the direction approved today and start doing this practice. That's what I'm looking for.
As long as it would include, okay, I don't know if we're into comments yet or what, but.
If it's okay, if we can try to go through questions, we will have discussion later. Obviously, we'll bring this back. So Supervisor
I
Campbell.
did have some questions for Steph, but I'll have to think of them real quick, so. So if somebody else has questions.
Because I have questions, but
Yeah, Supervisor Kirk.
Go for it.
I'm trying to bring up my spreadsheet, and it's giving, so if somebody else can go first, I'm trying to.
Supervisor. All right.
I'll go. This is easy.
Supervisor Griefer.
All right, so on May 6th, you guys had that discussion regarding your Christmas list, as I referred to it, because I wasn't at the meeting. And then May 20th, it actually came back, and it was the May 20th discussion where if we were going to spend this $1.2 million for the Big Hill pavement, the economic development for the $500,000 and things like that. So just so I'm kind of following along here, what your suggestion is, and I think I'm going to loop into what these guys were just saying, is that you want to use fund balance to fund that $1.2 million.
So I was anticipating the questions would be for staff on the presentation, but I can provide clarity. We have 6.2 million. We authorized what is now an 850,000 amount for ongoing operations one time this year as we transition. I was recommending in that rather than the Christmas list, which is the approach I think often happens when we have this money left over, that we're looking at projects, we would say everything but that ongoing operations, we would put to changing basically road maintenance, debts, liabilities, that throw reserves in there, but we would not go for a number of individual expenses. So
Right, so-
not the 1.2, that would be more like the 5.1.
Well, no, because on May 6th, there was 5 items on here. 4 of them are represented here on this slide here. The one that's not on here was the chip seal, because when we came back on May 20th, that's when we approved the chip seal. These 4 items are still kind of floating around out there. And my question is it the intent of this board to use the fund balance to pay for these $1.2 million items? Poorly phrased, these 4 items totaling $1.2 million.
I think it's if we were, so these were the ones that were not agreed to.
Correct.
And so if we were to agree to them, the only way to do that would be with fund balance or contingencies or something like that.
Right.
Well,
And so-
a majority agreed to them, and this was a meeting you were not at, so it was 3-1 there. And then when it came back, my remembering of this was that it wasn't either way, it was delayed to this meeting. So we kind of basically put a tab and said, we're not going to make that decision, which is why it's in the presentation today to make a decision.
Right, and so I'm just saying the same thing, I'm just making sure that I understand that we want to use fund balance to fund that. That's what it says, right? That's your suggestion, is that you're using.
I don't know who you're saying we.
We, the board.
So
That's what we're
No,
talking
that's
about,
what I'm asking. So I'm just
hopefully
making sure
soon.
that I'm understanding that this is the intent, that we wish to use fund balance, right? Because my concern from the beginning was, we've been telling everybody we're making all these cuts, and we want to start building back up our reserves, we want to start doing this, and then these items came out. So if we're going to do that, we're going to do it. I have no problem with that. I mean, I'm not going to vote for this. But I want to make sure that we're paying down our highest debts, right? The PERS. I want to make sure that we're, going to be as solvent as possible as we go into the next couple, fiscal
Supervisor,
season.
I totally agree, and I want to defend and present and explain. I'm hoping we'll keep it to questions on the staff presentation, and then we can bring it back for discussion on that. And if we can just delay it 10 minutes, then
Well, sure. I mean,
we'll
the
talk
reason they
more.
presented it is because obviously we told them to present it. So we're here. That's why I was asking.
I'm only saying we're in the questions period.
That was my question
Okay,
to you
all right,
about this, that they're presenting.
great.
Okay.
All right, my question is, Supervisor Kirk, do you have your spreadsheet up?
No, I just got access, so give me a second. I can start my question. I just need to find my.
Go ahead.
As soon as I try and get on, it locks me out. Let me go to budget. See if I can find this. Liz, one of the questions I had was I'm trying to keep track of our positions within the general fund. Some of these slides said that we have 719 total proposed allocated positions. Where are we at with positions within the general fund? Do we know?
So this is what we currently have, 712.5. Oh, sorry, that's total. I see. You said general fund. Hold, please.
Yes.
Thank you. I had the same question,
And
too.
I'll admit that this still includes sheriff and fire. Oh, gosh, that's tricky. So it's, but there's 5 and fire, right? So if you
Do you have that total allocated positions Excel that we were referencing?
Yeah, of
a while
course,
back?
yeah. It's just tricky because at the recommended budget, the sheriff's office was still in the general fund.
Okay.
And so, yeah. We just haven't finalized it for the adopted yet because obviously your board has some decisions to make.
The old one I was going off of before January was 435, but obviously if you take sheriff out of there, I'd need to know.
Yeah, that's where I'm struggling a little bit. Let's see.
And Liz, if you guys want
Thank you.
to have somebody look at that while we do that, okay.
Yeah,
So
that sounds great.
I'd like to know that. Same thing with the grant funded positions, trying to figure out how many we have there. And
So
then
that part is the 15 grant funded across all cost
Across,
centers, across
okay.
all funds, yeah.
there was one position, the HR, and I'm sorry if I was like not here for something in closed session while I was gone backpacking, but there was one HR position, and I really wanted to know what is our FTE in that department for HR?
Yeah. HR has 5. Is Karen here? Yeah.
HR's down to 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the recommended budget under the new fund structure, there was 248 positions in the general fund. So again, that's excluding the grants fund and also the sheriff fund
Well,
and also the fire.
Which doesn't help because 248 versus the 4, so.
Yeah,
we'll
so
need to
that's one of the issues, yeah.
Okay. So we'll have to figure that out later. And then you said HR is down to 5 right now?
So,
Right now. So we were at 8, we're down to 5, and we're asking to bring it back up to 6?
Yeah, so 5.5 currently, so we would be adding 1 to 6.5 total. And so at mid-year, well, at the adopted last year, we were at 8, then we went down to 5, and then we went to 5.5, and then this would be to 6.5.
And I only bring that up because forever we were operating under 4 or 5. And then, everybody's been told to give cuts and now we're already back up to where we maybe were just in January. So as a fairness conversation, 7.5 is that where we're at, 7.5?
We would be at 6.5.
6.5?
With the addition,
Okay.
yeah.
Just trying to weigh the, okay. What was that? Is that position, was that one that we deleted, or is that one that, I guess, how did we get there? And again, I'm
So-
sorry if I was
No,
going
that's
there
okay.
again.
No. So you have not heard this before. This is the first time you're seeing this. So this
Okay.
was a new position proposed by HR, as you exactly heard. They lost 2.5 positions, which, is a significant workload. So they got together and talked about, as far as the capacity, this is one of those, you're well aware, internal departments that when they lose capacity, it hampers significantly. It's very similar to county council. And so they talked about where is their biggest need, and this is the kind of position, specifically somebody with this skill set of payroll and benefits. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess I just need to speak with somebody because I'm looking at a history of 3.8, 4, 4, 4, 4, 5, and then 7, 8. So I don't know if we did more to that department to where we increased our workload, but I feel like in the past we've been able to survive with 4 or 5, and we made cuts and now we're going back up. So maybe between now and before the board meeting's over, I can talk to somebody.
Yeah.
Or if anybody wants to fill me in, what's going on in
Well-
there that needs more
Well, one of the
bodies
things
when
is
we've
we
been
never
operating?
had risk management was a part of HR in the past, back when we had 5 positions, but we never had a dedicated risk management person. That the director was sort of filling that role. So we added a risk management analyst specifically a couple years ago, 5, maybe 6 years ago. And then the other thing is, and your HR director, my hunch is probably on her way, but she did text me, so she's listening.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Karen.
But she has said this before, so I know I'm not speaking out of turn, but this has to do with skill sets. The previous couple HR directors ago, who had been here for quite a long time, had quite a strength in payroll and benefits piece, whereas Karen brings a totally, completely different,
Yeah.
great, but different skill set to the department. And this specifically is one of those areas where it's been a challenge, not again for a lack of effort, but just for a lack of skill set. And
Does this come back to any of those closed session items that we discussed about in the past with some issues with payroll and is this related to that?
Yep.
Okay. That's it for, I'm sure I have more questions. That's it for now, though. Thank you.
Supervisor Griever?
Thank you. Just a quick question. Why is HR doing payroll? Did I hear that not? Did I?
It's a combination between the two departments. So the auditor's office does the biweekly payroll.
But there's a lot of things that overlap. For example, HR does workers' comp. So when the 40/50 pay from the sheriff's office, they deal with that. They have to deal with the Family Medical Leave Act. So when you have, here's Karen, when you have people who, employees who come in on the Family Leave Act, HR's dealing with them.
Okay.
So they don't deal with the crunching of payroll per se, but there's a lot of benefits that employees have to go to HR with that payroll doesn't deal with. They have to share that information with payroll that affects the employee's paycheck, but the employee starts out in HR. Hope I said it right for you.
No, and I appreciate that because, one of the things kind of that Supervisor Kirk's position is, when this board made the cuts that we did, there was always an opportunity for us to course correct if necessary. So when we were cutting positions and we were getting the feedback as we now have from different department heads, if we need to add someone because we now recognize that there's a necessity, then that's what we should be doing. So when I heard where HR was doing payroll, I thought, that's kind of odd. So it sounds like it's a combination of that. So that I think that's where we're going and why we're adding back. We're not adding, or we're creating these positions because we recognize that there's a need to get our mission accomplished, and this is one of those in that department.
Hi, good afternoon. Karen McGettigan, Human Resources. Just to add some clarity to the conversation, I was running up the stairs, so I missed what Debbie said. I just want to clarify too. the composition of the staff that we have in human resources is not the same as we had prior to layoffs. So one of the analysts that is in my office currently is a risk analyst and does not perform any HR function. She is specific to risk. She is paid through the mandated costs that are for all of the departments. She doesn't perform any HR tasks. And then the other full-time employee that I have that can't really be counted in that same sort of pool as a typical HR analyst is paid full-time by HHSA, and she's a full-time administrative tech. So what I'm asking for is more of a senior level position to absorb of the 120 hours of work that was cut, that was absorbed by the remaining people in my office. You really only have one full-time HR analyst right now. So I'm trying to add a second one that can absorb some of that level of work of that 120 hours. And we were able to make some changes to create some efficiencies in our operations. But in terms of payroll and benefits, I think hopefully Debbie spoke to that, but if not, that is the biggest area that we see that is inefficient in our office and for our employees. We're doing a lot of retroactive kind of payments and corrections to things, and I don't know what the drain is on Debbie's office, but I know it is significant, and I certainly hear that from her staff. So that is the request. It's to add a position we have not had before. It would be benchmarked to an analyst, but it would be specific for payroll and benefits administration.
And Karen, if you don't mind me asking, you guys have had 9 months of dealing with the effects of our cuts. Do you feel like there's additional stuff that's going to be requested next year, or is this like the position that you really
I think this is the position that can get us where we need to go.
be done?
I think so.
Okay. And I was just going to ask the same thing of the assessor recorder's office. I know that they also run a type machine. If you want, just real briefly, because I'm trying to pull up on here, but I'm having issues with my Excel.
Yeah.
Same thing. Did you guys go through the cuts, and this is the one that you need?
Yeah, good afternoon. Kanan Whitman, assessor recorder. Yes, so we did go through the cuts back in March. The board did allow us to go ahead and make those cuts in June, but the employee affected, their previous employer wanted to hire them back. So they left early in March, which gave us a good run at this year's assessment roll. And I can tell you that we're still a little bit behind on our business and airplanes. And so we're sending down roll corrections to the auditor's office as we speak. It won't affect any property tax revenue for this year, but it's one of those deals, once you start late, the issue kind of compounds year after year after year. And just as kind of a comparison, our current staffing levels is similar to that of Mariposa County. We're well below Siskiyou, Calaveras, any of those other counties when it comes to FTEs. And so this would bring us back up to 11, which is, I believe, on par with Amador County now. And it was something we gave our best effort. We do understand that every dollar used in the assessor's office is one less dollar that can be used elsewhere, and we do try and be frugal with what it is. We gave it our best shot, but we are requesting this position back.
You said you guys are, this will bring you up to 11?
Yes, and so I think we have 3 on the recorder side, which is included in that same cost center.
Liz, do you have that Excel spreadsheet up by chance?
Yep.
Because I've always shown them as like 13, 13, 14, 14 positions. He's saying 11.
So 11
just
in the
trying to figure out-
assessor, and then he's got 3 in the recorder. Now, it's all in the
that's
same
why. Okay.
cost center, but
Okay,
the
that's
recording
why.
team doesn't do
It's
anything
combined on
related
this
to
one.
assessment role.
Okay, thank you. Thanks.
Thanks.
Okay. Supervisor Holland?
Please, we made eye contact.
Okay, I got some questions, naturally. So we're still spending $861,000 of money we don't have, so since we're talking about fire, let's pull up the fire budget.
Pull it up,
Yes, pull up the fire budget.
like in OpenGov?
Yeah. Or, yeah. Or Central Square, whatever.
Do you just mean the
Open
slide
Gov.
or the budget?
Actual budget.
Hold, please.
John, maybe while we made a question in between, this is just a little technical one. But the total number of what was presented there was about 6.3 minus the obviously ops, which we're talking about, leaving kind of like 5.4, and then with the use of general fund as listed like here into something tangible, not setting it to contingencies or something. Effectively, what we're talking about that is unallocated between additional fund balance and contingencies that recommended is about 3.4 million, which would either fund our requests or whatever we're talking about, right?
How'd you get there, Jim?
If you,
Assuming we are putting it into reserves, capital maintenance projects, the debt payment for the Yaney and the ISF,
Okay.
the chip seal, but not,
Yeah.
let's say, contingencies and not the additional fund balance.
correct.
So though it says 6.3,
Yep.
we're
It's-
talking really about 3.4 that
3.5,
doesn't yet
I
have
think,
a
about.
very
Yep.
clear what we're
Yep.
doing with it.
Yep.
Okay. That was my only tech, while the thing was getting pulled, I was
Oh.
take the opportunity. Can you believe, Mike, I was that kid in the class that couldn't stand silence when nobody raised their hand? So I'm just filling the space while we're waiting on the chart. She-
Jeopardy music.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think, we do have a lot of stuff that can be pulled up too, but if we want to have any more as well, advance notice, always helpful, so we have it all ready, of course.
Okay, scroll down to the very bottom. Okay. The reason I'm gonna ask is because I asked Mr. Cashy, he didn't know, so he said, so fire equipment, 250,000.
Mhm.
What is that?
That's funding that we started this year, setting.
Well, I'm
us-
sorry, vehicle, right,
Yeah, vehicles.
vehicles, sorry.
Vehicles,
Yeah,
250?
Yeah,
Yeah, so we set that aside to help purchase a new engine. 'Cause
Okay.
we've never,
that's what I thought.
we
That's
have
one-
never set money aside for like any sort of vehicle replacement fund in the past.
I think
which
good for the
is-
public to know,
Yeah.
because we were talking
That's
about
right,
this.
that's right.
Just want to verify it. Okay, building and improvements, 190. I'm assuming I already know what this is, but
Yes, you do.
the
So this
record.
is a generator. We don't have any generators at our county fire stations. And so this is a generator to install at the Mono Village Station 51, which is the busiest station in the county.
And if I remember right, originally that was 250,000, so now it's come down to 190?
It was always at 190.
Was it?
Yeah.
Okay, may have had the
And
line.
we did have a conversation internally with our facilities team about adjusting that and looking at maybe a portable generator with a transfer switch. And due to the load concerns at the station, the staff's recommendation is to keep it as proposed, a permanent generator, yeah.
Because they don't think a portable generator that will power an entire thing will get the job done? I'll talk to them. Not you
Yeah,
think.
I mean, certainly it's, as we, and just, this is for all of our capital projects, when we budget for them, they truly are budget, which is just like everything else, it's an estimate. We rarely have actual POs in hand or actual cost estimates when we look at, budgeting for the capital improvement projects.
Okay, scroll back up a little bit here. Right there. Okay, see the contract services, 9.3 million? Okay, I don't know if it will show it, but if we look at our previous years, I gotta switch glasses because I need ones that are a little more high power here. So this year we just finished, we spent 7.2 million approximately. I'll wait for you.
Sorry, everyone, avert your eyes.
No.
Don't get sick. Okay, there you go. Yep,
Okay. Where's it at here?
right here. This is what we actually spent, this is
Yeah.
what we budgeted.
Yep,
Yep,
okay.
this was the year before.
So we
this-
spent 7.2
Mm-hmm.
last year, right? So I look at this and say, okay, well, let's call it a 5% increase coming this year for next steps, raises, health, whatever the cost is going up. That puts us at 7.6 million. And then you're like, okay, well, let's build in a 10% contingency for whatever reason. That puts us at $8.2 million. Why are we budgeting 9 million something in there?
So the contract with CAL FIRE, it's a multi-year contract, and every year they give us what the contract amount for the year is. And that is based on changes to staff benefit rate, which is like in this situation, I mean, this has to do with vacancies in the department, but as well as changes to staff benefit rate, which is why I say the previous year it was more. This year, there was like a one-time that was approved by the state, like a buyback thing for some of the state benefit, some of the PERS really, which is why the contract amount went down significantly, but why it's going up so much higher next year, because the staff benefit rate is being, you could essentially consider it being restored to sort of a normal level. But again, every year CAL FIRE, so we have a 3-year agreement with them right now. Each year they give us what the not to exceed cap is for that contract. And
Like
that
$11 million,
includes every
right?
position filled. It includes every position at the top step, which all of these things we know are not true. And so historically, we look at actuals and we look at what was the not to exceed amount for the contract for the year. And then we budget it generally at 82 to 85% of what that not to exceed is. And that we've never exceeded that. And so that's been kind of a safe number for us to budget. So even this $9.3 million that we're budgeting this year is, I think it's 82% of the full not to exceed contract amount.
But don't we
for CAL
typically
FIRE.
come in the 70% every year? Of the full contract amount?
I mean, of the full contract amount? Well, historically, it's been more around 85%, 82 to 85. I mean, I've done the numbers, but I will admit, because we budgeted and recommended before the year had ended this last year, I didn't factor in this last year, so I can run it again and look at reducing it even further.
Okay.
It's a tricky, well, yeah, go ahead. What?
Just math. So I thought, though you told me we came in, or maybe Nick told me we come in the high 70% or mid 70% of the contract amount
Yeah,
typically.
it's usually 82 to
We budget in
85%
the 80,
is what
that we budget in the 80s, but we actually spend below the budget amount typically every year. I guess my point is, if we're shoving extra money in there when we're talking about budget issues, if it's, I'm gonna call it funny money, but if we're just shoving it in there to cover it, but we don't really need to spend it, then we have availability for other possibilities that
Yeah.
we need to get done.
I mean, we try to be, like, last year we budgeted at 85% of the contract. This year I brought it down to 82% of the contract is what we budgeted. So I still try to be very tight with not funny money, is that the term you used?
Okay.
Look at a couple years ago, we budgeted 4.9, we actually spent more than that.
And that was
So
probably a bad
it's-
term, by the
It's
way,
not,
funny
yeah, I know, I'm using it facetiously. So it's not that we always come in under, because a couple years ago, we actually went in over. But yes, it's true that we usually come in less than what we budget for, and we budget for less than what the full contract is, because we know for sure that we're likely never gonna pay the full.
And in that budget amount that we have in there, that includes I think Nathan said it was 1.1 million to continue SAFER for
Correct.
3 months.
That's right. So the entirety of the cost of all 5 county fire engines, all of the additional, all 5 of our county employees, all of the other things that we pay for is all included in this budget for the entirety of the fiscal year.
So we have to assume we're not gonna get the SAFER grant just because you gotta work on.
Sure. Yep.
If we get it, it's
Yep.
awesome, right?
Yep.
If we don't, that's reality. So I guess I'm looking at, again, I look at this like, okay, well, how, because we all want to fund fire, we just had this conversation, but we still also want to, Canaan's gonna need a department, we need a building department, we need whatever else we need. How are we gonna fund that? Because I'm looking like, so come 3 months after this, at the end of this year, or in this fiscal year, we're looking at a $6 million deficit. Well, that's 10% of the general fund, that, because if we're spending $4 million out of the general fund now, and we're spending 2.2 million of the SAFER grant, that's $6 million. Theoretically, would have to come out of the general fund next year if there was no SAFER grant,
That
to
is
continue
correct.
the level of funding.
That's correct. So we are anticipating about a $2 million shortfall next year. In addition, the shortfall for fire next year. Yep, because the SAFER is going away.
So I think we, as a board up here, needs to be thinking about the longer reality of the situation and what we decide to do. I mean, somebody came up and said, just do it. I don't even know what answer that even means. Just do it. I mean, Nike, it's a Nike logo or something like that. But the reality is you gotta bear to pay for these things. So, sounds great, but how do we pay for it? So, I'm all fine if that's what we wanna spend our money on, but I like to hear, like, if, obviously, I've heard Mona Vista come up. So if we wanna keep that station, how are we gonna fund for it? What specifically are we gonna cut to fund that going forward? Not in my district. I mean, I know it's in yours, Ryan. So, I mean, like, if you got recommendations like how we're gonna get there, I'm all for it, because it's good. It doesn't change the $24 an hour I get paid. So, I mean, it's how I'm looking at this. It's not cold hard. It's just the reality of the fact. And it's an honest conversation. So I want to look at these things like, at some point, employees are going to want raises. We got health insurance costs going up. All the other conversations we have is how do we fund everything? It is just a reality of it. There's no magic piggy bank. We can spend down the entire savings account, but come a year after this, we're up a creek with no money at all. And then, you know, and I believe Neil made a comment to me at a revenue meeting that last year, the projection was we're $10 million in a hole. So we're moving in the right direction, but we're not out of that hole yet. It's a long ways going from $10 million projection a year ago to now we're $861,000. But I still think we need to close that gap. I think that's what the people want, because if you ever want to pass a tax measure, they're going to have to believe in that we're doing the right thing. And if we spend more money on roads, where's that coming from? Anyways, not you, but yes, not so much for Liz or more for. But anyways, thanks for the answers, Liz, on some of this.
Great. I just had a couple questions. So right now, within the budget, all stations are currently funded, correct?
That's
Within our
correct.
fire contract.
Correct.
And within the budget, I mean, we have revenue growth each year. We, on an ongoing basis, have made reductions and elimination. I mean, revenue recovery was one of the departments that were previously that had happened to. So if the direction is that, I mean, when the budget comes back, it is balanced. That's the whole point of that.
Yeah.
So we're having to make decisions if we would like to make a new allocation to something that we would then have to offset it with some other funding. But everything presented here is funded. I know that's reductive and just asking you to, it's a rhetorical question practically, but second too is for the allocated funds. I know that is tricky because same as like, we don't know exactly how much, so we prepare for a more conservative amount that we don't want to exceed, and then we end up adjusting over time. On the allocated funds that don't get spent, we earn interest, right? So if we were to allocate, as mentioned there with the CAL FIRE contract funds, which were not fully utilized, I mean, they sit and they're still in basically interest-bearing accounts, right? Or no?
No, so what we're talking about as far as allocating funds is like a budget, which is basically a placeholder.
Right.
It's not like real money
Right.
necessarily. It's not like we have a pot of cash sitting there for fire.
I still haven't found that around. I've checked every floor.
Yeah, and.
No,
I
so the
mean-
question being is, I know it's within a budget, it's all within a fund there, but it is earning interest in that and still being basically invested, or is it not? So is there a cost if we fully fund something at 100% versus like 85%? That 15% that wasn't going to be used, but we didn't know it wasn't going to be used. If we had calculated it less, would it have been earning interest that whole time? My understanding was that is earning interest during that period until we end up using it.
I think you're confusing actuals, which is cash, and budget, which is the spending plan. So in fire.
I'm referencing both.
Okay.
Yeah.
But,
Right.
but the spending plan, the budget, there is no cash, so there is no earnings. So for example, in fire with the $700,000 of fund balance, if you leave that in fire, you're absolutely right, because there's cash with that, that would be earning interest for this fiscal year if you just left it in their contingencies.
Right.
If you budget $9.2 million in their contract and they only pay out $8.1 million, you don't earn any interest on the $1 million you don't pay because you've never spent the money, you never had the interest, or you never had the revenue to spend the money.
And I
So-
understand that. I mean that it is sitting in an account that we have funds right now, even though it is not spent for that, if it's coming out of the general fund, correct?
No.
Okay.
Your budget is your revenue and your expenses, and you're
Right.
projecting your revenues.
Right.
In the majority of the cases, you don't have the revenues yet until you earn them.
Right.
So there isn't $9.2 million either in the fire fund or the general fund to pay for that contract until fire gets their Prop 172 money every single month, till fire gets their property tax in November, December, April, and June, until fire gets some of the different revenues from their fees and stuff like that. You don't have that revenue, therefore you have no earnings until it hits the bank account. You have a spending plan to spend all that, your budget, but there isn't an extra $1 million sitting there waiting and earning interest because you haven't earned the revenue to pay for it yet.
Understood. It's as the payments, understood. I'm just saying that we're saying the same thing. We don't have a large pot of money which is not earning interest. As funding comes in and may not be tapped, it is earning interest within basically a fund balance amount. Well, anyway, this doesn't matter. I feel like we are saying the same thing and it's just round. Those were the main questions I had. I asked before that the total, again, we're really talking about of unallocated fund balance that would be considering the May 6th recommendations or any other stuff is about 3.6 or so million. I know we met and talked about this. Did we get info on the rate of interest has increased on that public safety bond? I know that was much lower. It's gone up to prime. And I'm not looking whether it's 7.6 or 7.7, but do we have a general estimate? My understanding is that is our highest interest debt, which is costing, I think as the slide you have shows, by 2032, about $1.2 million just going to interest for having the next 6 years of financing.
And that's correct. And right now, Prime's at 7.25, so that's what we're paying on.
Okay, so that jumped up substantially. That was just the number I was looking for. Okay, so I'm done with questions for that. If it's okay with the board, move up to public comment, left and right. Okay, so any members of the public that would like to speak, you'll be able to have 3 minutes to address the board. You'll have a beep at 1 minute. Please come forward. I'd love to hear from you on this item. This many people, no public comments? There we go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm here to speak in favor of Supervisor Kirk's idea. I think the fund should be as transparent as they can be, and this is a method of doing that. The one caveat I see is that tourism is part of the goose that laid the golden egg, and so I would, in addition to adopting it, I would look every year at not cutting the funding for Visit Tuolumne because they bring people in. And if they don't, then they should be subject to review. Anyway, I think the ball needs to get rolling, and delaying it is kicking the can down the road. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. Sharon Marovich, Tuolumne Heritage Committee. You have an item up on what is on the screen that says something like repayment of Yaney Courthouse elevator, $518,000. What does that mean?
I think it's okay if staff can provide a technical answer to that.
So we took out an internal loan within the county to help, not to help, to pay for the installation of the elevator, and so this is a repayment of that internal loan.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, board. Same thing as before, we need to have a plan for generating revenue. We're spending a lot of time talking about expenses and where we can be efficient and constructive with our budgeting, which is great. But we need to, at some point soon, start talking about how we're going to grow the county, generate revenue, pay for the things that we want to have. Really hard discussions like, how do we change the answer to, the vote for additional taxes if that's the right alternative? How do we talk about maybe, a fee for, fire protection based on, homeowner abilities or the value of the property that we're trying to protect with fire. I mean, there's all kinds of things you could that people aren't going to like. None of us will like. I don't like. But where does that discussion happen? Where we start talking about the things that we can do, tactically, immediately, as well as strategically, long term. How do we develop the county to pay our way forward. So that's the question actually to the board. What's that process? Where does that happen? Thanks.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Cassandra Jenneke, your district attorney. I sent you all an email last week, I think it was Friday, specifically related to Supervisor Kirk's request for a deputy district attorney to be able to vertically focus on crimes against vulnerable populations. And for the public's benefit, because you all already know this information, vertical prosecution is probably the best way. It is absolutely the best way for us to get appropriate verdicts and justice for the folks that are victimized in the county of Tuolumne. Today I'm asking you to not fund that position. And that's not an easy ask. Because I think every department would love to have more folks. You've heard from Human Resources, you've heard from our Assessor Recorder's Office. Changes that have been made to this organization over the last months, while perhaps very well needed, have been painful and continue to be painful. And they came at a time, which I shared with all of you in my email, that was already turbulent, already chaotic, and already hard for your employees to make it through. And the reason I'm asking you to not fund that position today is because I can't hire for it. I've had 2 openings since April. I had one gentleman start with us in the month of July. He lasted 9 days before he said, ooh, you know, this may not be a good fit for me and there are better opportunities for me elsewhere. Now, could that be reflective of us? Maybe. He told me it wasn't. I've got a great team, and so I don't think it was that. But when I look at potentially going to a recruitment event for prosecutors and recognize that the 26 other participating agencies all pay 15 to 20% more than we do, I'm not going to get folks to come to Tuolumne County to do a job that is oftentimes difficult, thankless, takes time away from your families, times away from your life, and is time that these folks won't get back. Your DA's office remains absolutely dedicated to seeking justice in the county of Tuolumne. I have folks working all the time. Last week, I was in a jury trial myself for 2 days, guilty verdict, thank you. We had our prosecutor who does vertical DUIs in a jury trial on Wednesday, guilty verdict in 12 minutes. We're working really hard, but folks are tired, and it is disappointing to me that some of you came before the budget team, some of you came to a department head meeting and told us that the cuts we would have to make in March were in part to address employee compensation. And when you look at these tables, the only square that has no monetary value next to it is employee bargaining. That is unacceptable to me. And it should be unacceptable to all of you. Because ultimately, not one thing that this organization does is done without a person behind it. Your employees, I heard one of you say, and I can't remember who, called us your greatest liability. Well, we are your greatest asset, and you need to start paying for it.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Board. Dave Vasquez, Sheriff for Tuolumne County. I just want to highlight a couple of things that when we talked about recommended budget, that we saw the slide regarding the Deputy District Attorney and also the investigator specific to addressing crimes with vulnerable populations. And at that meeting, I gave you my word that we were working on several possibilities to where we could create general fund relief in order to make some of that vision come to fruition. We heard the Deputy County Administrator talk at great lengths about opioid settlement funding, and I just really want to highlight the partnership with Health and Human Services, behavioral health. One of my captains, Captain Nikifork, who spearheaded outlining what that would look like for us in order to qualify for that restricted funding. Thank you to the Deputy County Administrator that highlighted that it's approximately $1 million over the course of the next 3 years, and I just want to additionally highlight that we are fulfilling that obligation and that service to help our schools with the school resource officers with general fund positions. We did not grow. And so essentially, that approximate $330,000 per year to a total of almost $1 million over the course of 3 years is creating that general fund relief. Now, general fund relief can mean a lot of things in times where we're looking at complete restructure to the budget. And so my position has not changed from recommended budget. My position is the same, is that I'll provide as many options as I can, but with the caveat that it's my goal to not impact the general fund, being mindful of everything that we're dealing with right now. I also want to say that I do share some of the concerns associated with the district attorney's comments about compensation. I want you to know that I'm starting internally, and we are exploring all options about how we can maximize the existing footprint. With that is going to come a lot of conversations about people doing a little bit more work and hopefully being able to bring strategies forward. At the last department head meeting, we did have that conversation about the department heads and electeds getting creative with what that looks like to help address those things with the existing footprint. It won't be easy, but just know that I want all the county employees to know that we're all moving the same direction, and we understand that there is that level of mindfulness, and we know that medical's coming up on the horizon, compensation across the board. I think it's all the same narrative, but again, I think we start internally by looking and seeing what options are there. Creating that general fund relief is the best way I know how, by leveraging those special department revenues, and we will continue to do that as needed. So thank you for the continued trust and partnership. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Welcome back.
Good afternoon. I have notes, but I'm just going to wing it here. We've heard a lot about county employees, and I want them to know that we do appreciate them. We certainly do. And I've heard that, you know, there's been a lot of hard choices, a lot of hard decisions, and nobody wants to see somebody lose their job. But unfortunately, to fund what we need, essential services, I understand that has been happening this past year. And I just want to speak to that in terms of Tuolumne County as a whole, how it's perceived and who we are. And by that I mean we're a small county of 55,000 people. And I hear the argument that to recruit, we need to stay competitive. I don't know who we're competing with. I've lived in counties that are 50 times population size of Tuolumne County. So from my understanding, and it's very limited, online Transparent California, you can view salaries, you can view Tuolumne. What I've seen for 2024, which has changed probably from my understanding as well, 27 employees are earning over $300,000. Or excuse me, $250,000. So that's a lot. I was shocked, you know, when I saw that. And you heard earlier from Bill Trammell, my neighbor, that in my community, most of my neighbors make $24,000 to $25,000 a year, meaning that these people that are making over $250,000 a year make more in a month than me and my neighbors make in a year. So we're on very tight budgets. We get by. We like our life. We love where I live. We love Tuolumne County. So in general, you know, I just want you to keep that in mind, that when you speak to all these jobs and all these cuts and exactly what it is, that while the public appreciates everyone's job, they're also mindful that the CalPERS liability is only going to grow and grow and grow. And so, you know, you've made cuts. You may have to make more. I mean, we need essential services. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have additional public comment?
Can I clarify just one thing?
If it's a technical thing?
We just want to be really sure that when people look at Transparency California and they look at the $300,000, that is not the earnings of any employee. That's the earnings and the benefit of any employees. So all of the gross cafeteria to cover the insurance is in there. All of the county share of PERS is in there. The FICA is in there. Any other benefits that the county gives to employees, that there's other columns that one person could look at and see more of their gross salary, but when they look at the total last column, it includes their benefits. I mean, that's the benefits and the total package that employee gets, but in a lot of cases, that's not what the employee brings home.
Thank you. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's good to be here. I appreciate all that is happening in our community. I support the direction that the board is considering with the TOT, and I'm really grateful to see it going to these 4 categories again that I believe has been proposed by Supervisor Kirk.
Oh.
My question about...
Wait, 1 sec. We've got a... Oh, I think that might have been a stretch. Sorry, please continue.
All right.
I thought I got a no from the AV team in the back. Yeah, please
Great.
continue.
Yeah, so I have a question. Does the Visitor Bureau have a revenue generation connection or metric that justifies the designation of its use? As there is concern to increase revenue, it does make sense if it is really increasing revenue. And then I'm a part of several efforts. Some of these are these private-public partnerships. And I don't know if there's more that can be done, if there's information that can be shared to further improve these things. But in Miwok Village, we are working really hard to do some road repair efforts, and we're leaning on the community to come together and provide for that. The county has helped us by opening a trust fund, and we're making deposits into that through a voluntary scenario. And this is gaining traction in our community, and so I'm really excited about it and grateful for all the support we are getting from Debbie and Public Works and those different departments. And so I'm hopeful to maybe talk more about this public-private partnership, since it can amplify the use of every dollar that is generated in that tax side of the equation. And so if we're missing some opportunities and people do know about it, it would be nice that maybe is shared with us. Again, I'm actively recruiting and fundraising for our community to solve some of these projects, and I hope that these things gain continued priority in terms of the paving of the roads. I do hear our district attorney, I believe that the district attorney's request, for the employees there. But the condition of our roads is at such a point where it's affecting people wanting to be here. And so that to me is an important part of this. Thank you, guys.
Great, thank you. All right, do we have additional public comment? I thought we might.
Thank you so much. I'd actually prepared some other words, but I'm going to go a different route, I think. I'm Lisa Mayo. I'm the president and CEO for Visit Tuolumne County, and I appreciate the question that the gentleman had regarding our funding and how that all works. I want to first let everyone know that we do send the Board of Supervisors our budget for the coming year. You all should have that. It's a very detailed budget. And then we also have just submitted a couple weeks ago, our annual report. It's 70 pages. I'm sure you've all read it front to back, but it has a lot of the things that we do that create the ROI and the return on investment that you put into Visit Tuolumne County and what we put back out. When we look at the last 10 years, we look at TOTs 10 years ago, it was around $2 million. Today, it's over $9 million annually. That's pretty significant. We're not going to take credit for that whole amount. We have other resorts and other tourism businesses that do contribute to that greatly, but we are going to take some of the credit for that. I would love to give you an exact number, but to get that exact number, we have to invest a lot of money to find that out. I would rather put the money towards marketing. So I want to take this opportunity to just to say that I really hope moving forward that Visit Tuolumne County is looked at as a partner with the county and with the county departments. Hasn't always been that way. It's always been kind of a fight, unfortunately. But what we do is we take tourism dollars coming from campgrounds and lodging, and we reinvest those to market and create more money. So that $9 million we're looking at in TOT, we reinvest to grow that. That is our goal, is to continue growing those funds for the benefit of everyone. I live here in this county. All my staff lives in our county. We want to see fire covered 100%. We want to see these things. And we want to be a part of that and a part of the solution. So I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have additional public comment? Good afternoon.
My note said good morning. Good afternoon. Members of the board and Chairman Brandon. I just want to say a few words. I'm not also going on script right now because everything seems to be changing by the minute here. But first and foremost, I do want to thank you for at least considering a funding proposal that would truly enhance the transparency and the fiscal responsibility of the important revenue stream you call the TOT. And I was here in the 1980s when this program was originated, and it was part of the California Travel and Tourism Commission's formula, which divided 75% for public services and emergency services, 25% for tourism marketing. So this goes back a very long ways. I'm not going to say everything that I have here. There was a reason for that. First of all, they were looking to to mitigate the impacts of essential services, including police and fire and infrastructure like the roads and bridges, and that's why 75% was allocated for that purpose. 25% was going to the Visitors Bureau or the Destination Marketing Organization, because that is the revenue generator by which everyone else is paid. So I thought it was a very good formula. It lasted for a lot of years. And when it comes to economic development, tourism has always been your reliable partner. Even in times of crisis, wildfires, economic turndowns, the recent pandemic, TOT revenues may dip, but they always come back. And that is the revenue that funds everything else. So thank you for listening. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Do we have additional public comment? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I'm Terry Marshall. I love talking about revenue, so I'm glad Tom teed that up. It's a popular topic for today. So I earn my living doing marketing and public relations for resorts up on the hill in Groveland there. I also volunteer on the board for Visit Tuolumne County and have done for many years. So tourism revenue this year has been a really big challenge. This was the year that international tourism was supposed to bounce back to pre-pandemic levels. And just the way everything is going in the world, instead it continues to tank. And that's a problem because international visitors, there are high value visitors, they stay longer, they spend more money, right? So what's happened is everybody in California has had to fight even harder for domestic business. So VTC has been leading the charge to really help us stay competitive when absolutely everybody else is competing for the same slice of the same pie. And then we've also got this situation where it's what you call a travel deficit, right? So the international visitors are not coming, but our domestic residents are all traveling abroad in big numbers since the pandemic ended. So it just has made it even more difficult. To give an idea of how we know that it's working, so we rely on Visit Tuolumne County to invest in, let's say, the German market, which they did for the first time. And what we see starting last fall is when we do our reputation management and we're getting the reviews from all of the visitors who are posting on all of the public sites, all of a sudden, after several months, almost a year, I guess, of investing in Germany, now we're seeing that we're getting reviews in German, whereas before we weren't really getting so many of them. VTC invests in the Mexico market. We have somebody on our staff at our resorts who works with Google on all of our search marketing that we invest our own money in. They came to her and said, by the way, for some reason, there's all of this interest coming for Tuolumne County and winter visits, but they're searching in Spanish. We think we need to dedicate a Spanish-speaking team to you, and you should have a Mexican campaign that is speaking directly to that market because they're looking for answers to come and travel here. Now, not only does that benefit us for, like, we can see that the interest is coming from those markets, but it's laying the track for us to be able to rebound when people are interested in coming back again. So we're doing our best to compete for domestic business while also laying the track to improve the international business in the future. So I hope that sort of addresses your questions. Okay, great. And we are always happy to talk. And Lisa's got all kinds of collateral that summarizes the numbers that can, connect the dots for where the business is coming from and the benefit to residents, saving every household over $1,000 a year in taxes. So there you go. The end.
Great, thank you. Do we have any additional public comment? Been out, going once, going twice. Okay, with that, we will bring it back to the board, and hopefully for those watching, you see that you see how challenging of a task this is. I know some of the things have been said today. What are the essential services we're here for? Well, public safety, fire, roads, but so are investments in a lot of people's minds, what's said, library, marketing and tourism. So I would only ask, as we all kind of come here for what we're looking at, don't ask what to yourself is an essential service. Ask what the county does that is not an essential service. Remove the ones which are not paid for by general fund. And often I think people will find that we are running very lean. There's a lot of truth that what's said about, I think, the pay, the employees. Again, no giant pots of money, finding that anywhere. There's always an opportunity to do better. But I know that our staff work hard, they outperform, and every time I've looked, pretty much every county around, they do so with fewer resources. I'm really proud of the work that they do, and we are in a conundrum with that. So just to recognize and vocalize that that is an incredible challenge, because that essential work is done by people, up and down. So anyway. Supervisor Griefer, I saw you.
No, I appreciate those words. I was just going to say something that VTC did not say is, if I understand it correctly, is that when tourism is down, the amount of money you get also goes down, correct? So it's not a fixed number for VTC. So when we see this number of 16% that we want to dedicate, what have you, yes, that's, per their contract currently. So if they're horrible at their jobs, they're going to get a lot less money. So that it's a testament to them that where they were and where they are, and the amount of money that they're bringing into this community through other efforts is spectacular and impressive. But on the flip side, if they do bad, then their budget is going to look that way too. So it's a cause and effect. And then the question that Cassandra brought up, why isn't there something in that box? I'm assuming that's the one she was referring to. Okay, thank you.
In the employee bargaining
sorry,
box?
let me grab my glasses here. So future employee bargaining, is that blank because we don't have an agreement with the different?
Yeah, that's right. Nothing's been approved.
Okay, so it's not that it was omitted or what have you. We don't have a number to put in that box.
Well,
because we're still in the bargaining.
Your board hasn't approved anything. Yep, that's
Okay,
right.
all
Still
right,
on
just
bargaining.
right. I think that was it. Did you want to take, once we kind of go bit by bit of how we want to address?
I think it would be.
I think it would be a little easier to bite.
I think it's good to have, because we did have a few questions back and forth that were general. I think once we get to a point that we've each had a moment to kind of present maybe a few key points, then we'll go through 1 through 5 and just give very very quick direction on that. So
I'm ready to go.
Okay. So
well, actually, I did have a request.
Supervisor
Could we
Campbell.
please go back to that slide with the TOT. I think yours is different than mine. Is it? Yeah. So could you pull that up? Because I was looking at it.
Thank you for that reminder. So I made just a really minor, but I think hopefully important clarification on that TOT slide from what was uploaded in the presentation. And so I had put copies in the back. I'm sorry that I didn't say this at the beginning and I forgot. I put copies up front for you all, and then there was a bunch of copies in the back, and then that one will be uploaded as a part of the final documents. So it's just a minor, again, clarification to this slide here.
Right,
It's
so
different than what was
just
uploaded on the agenda.
so number 1, allocate revenue. So that's how it's right now.
Correct.
Divvied up within the budget.
Yeah.
Okay, 16, 8, 38, 38.
Well-
That's 100%, right?
It is, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So,
The difference is that it is not listed as, and so this kind of goes to the, and I forget who asked it, actually Supervisor Campbell, you asked it, why are we bringing budget policy conversations right now? Because the way that I saw Supervisor Kirk's proposal, correct me if I'm wrong, was that it was kind of this two-pronged approach. One prong was actually designate in the budget where TOT is going each fiscal year. So actually have a line item, and this is where I defer to county council and our retired clerk to make sure, and auditor controller, to make sure that it's done legally, because remember, TOT is a general tax. It cannot be specified for a specific thing and restricted. Your board cannot restrict it for the future. So the first one would be to actually designate in each budget, whichever departments you want it to be, assuming it's these 4, TOT, like a TOT revenue line. Right now, it's just transfers in from the general fund, which is like that larger pot of money. So that would be what would happen this current fiscal year in 25-26. You would just say, as the general fund revenues are currently paying in this current allocation, you would just say or designate it's actually TOT that's paying for these things. And then the budget conversation about future allocating it out according to Supervisor Kirk or a different proposal by the 28 percentage and VTC's contract staying at 16, that would be the budget policy conversation that we would bring back to your board for future years. But again, you would vote on it annually. Does that make sense?
well, yeah, and so I'm fond of analogies. So if you think of a big barrel and you're filling up that barrel, one bucket full comes from property taxes, one bucket full comes from sales taxes, one bucket full comes from occupancy taxes, and hopefully that fills up the barrel. In our case, it almost never does, but that's our problem that we're discussing now. Now that you have this barrel that's full of water, what share of it is what tax is not really, like taking a cup out of that full barrel and saying that this is a cup full of TOT water is not really that accurate, right?
So if I could roll with your analogy and hopefully, so what, instead, we would not take the TOT revenue and put it into the big barrel. We would have a separate TOT
Okay.
barrel that you would,
Okay.
but
So-
even that is kind of, yeah, I see your county council because yes, that's not quite, thank you.
What's going to happen, I'm watching Debbie, is that we're allocating an amount equal to TOT revenue. Because these are unrestricted funds that are for general fund purposes, we want to make sure we don't project that we're restricting them in any way. Your board can allocate them every year to wherever it wants, but how the budget documents read has to reflect accurately that these are unrestricted. So this is a nuance we're just trying to struggle with, that we're only allocating the amount in the same amount of TOT, not the actual TOT funds. Otherwise, that has the appearance that you're actually using it in a restricted way.
Okay.
So hopefully let me know if you have any questions on that.
Just to be clear, because the accountant in me wants to be really clear, the total TOT would still remain in the miscellaneous revenues in the general fund of the $9 million. Then how I'm proposing it, and we can work on the verbiage to make everybody happy, is that unlike Calavera shows it as a transfer out general fund, I think to meet Supervisor Kirk's real transparency and clearness, that we should do it should say allocation, general funds, revenues, unrestricted, and say these are the numbers. Then you would have the three numbers. The road's a little more complicated. We're not going to go there today, but you would have the three numbers for the sheriff, county fire, and the future. You'd also have roads, and they would have an allocation in each of these, because remember now they're all in three new funds. Each of those funds would have an allocation revenue. It won't be TOT. It'll be allocation, general funds, revenues, unrestricted. And I think that's clearer than how Calaveras does it. And you can still point to those, and it's an allocation. Again, we're getting way into the weeds. It's an allocation, what you all decide every single year, and it's not going to be changed by the true collection every year of the TOT. If TOT goes up a little bit, they're still only going to get your original allocation. If TOT goes down a little bit, they're still only going to get your allocation that you do. And the reason for that is how you're balancing the fund for fire, roads, and the sheriff's office. The other side of the piece they need to be zero county net cost is the general fund. If you start playing around with this allocation, you're going to have to start playing around with the general funds transfer in, and it's just a whole lot more work, where if you keep the allocation, whatever you decide at the adopted budget, it's really clear, and nobody can say it's based upon the collections. It's based upon the allocation you all come up with every year.
Great. So, I mean, how is that different than how we already do it? I mean, we come up with allocations based on the total tax amount. This is just an extra step to say how we're going to put TOT specifically.
So for example, in the 25-26 budget, and I'm going to use the sheriff's new fund, there is transfers out of $25 million for the general fund to make them net zero. You're going to now decrease those by the $3.7 million, because we don't have any extra money to really give them more money until you guys all decide in the next following year. And then he will have in each of his departments that same allocation based upon whatever we come up with. His new fund hasn't changed. What you're doing by doing this is where I think Supervisor Kirk wants to come from. You're really identifying a miscellaneous, unreserved general fund revenue to allocate to these departments because they're your high priority.
All right, well, thank you. All right, well, the other one was the, so county fire, which is the next slide up. I don't see how we can do anything but increase the contingencies. I guess my druthers would be that we don't spend that money, that we set it aside to further reduce the whatever additional liabilities it would be from if we don't get the SAFER grant. Because I believe you were saying that some of the options were to like purchase more equipment or put it back into the general fund or keep it in, were you saying keep it in contingencies in general or keep it in the fund specifically for county fire?
You could do either one, but the recommendation would be keep it in the fire fund contingency so that it's
Okay.
dedicated specifically for that.
That's what I would want to do. What were the other questions that you had? I guess on those positions.
Personnel, yep, that's right.
So anyway, I won't go into detail, but yes, I support the positions that are recommended there. And then what else?
The use of general fund balance?
So at the very end?
Yeah, so that would be this one here. So there's 574,000 currently for how fund balance is being allocated. There's $574,000 left over of fund balance. So looking for direction on how you want to, what you want to do with that. We can add it to contingency, or we can look at this list here, or variety of things, or the other list of the other things that are not included in the budget, such as paying down some of our debt, employee bargaining, that kind of thing. Yeah.
So
Debris
I really take
management.
the DA's comments to heart, and I've had a lot of staff talk to me about the discussion that went on May 6th. You weren't here, Steve, so you're off the hook. And the fact that so many employees remember May 6th, they remember the date of the meeting, and they bring that up routinely, tells me that it really made an impression. And they came away with the impression that we asked them to make cuts and that there was money, that we were acting like it was surplus money and that we could spend on other things. And that was never my intention. I mean, that was never how I wanted it to be, because in my mind, and I still feel this way, is that the large amount that we're setting aside in contingencies, that is where you park that money to negotiate for raises for staff. I've discussed it quite a bit that I think we should focus on the bottom third of wage earners in the county. That I think if we were to set aside additional funds, that's where it should be, because we have a large share of our employees that just can't make ends meet, and they are really underpaid. And so that bottom third there, I think, is the most critical issue. Now, if you're severely out of class and you're above that bottom third, you might not agree, but I think that we just don't have enough money to give all the raises to all the people that might want them. And so that would be where I would focus. This slide you have here, I would say that we don't adopt any of these things. However, that fund balance that you mentioned, I think that we should put either part of the majority of that into roads in general for projects, because one of my concerns with purchasing the chip seal machine is that we're spending money on equipment that we then don't have additional funds set aside to actually use the equipment. And my biggest fear, and one of the biggest, I think, critiques that we have in the community, is that if we have equipment and we buy all this very, very expensive public works equipment and we don't use it, why are we spending all this money? So money for projects in roads is what I would say to set that aside for. And then the rest of it, I would say we don't move forward.
Okay.
Were there any other questions?
That's it.
Okay.
So looking through a few of these, way into it, in a broad sense, and I think Tom had brought up this, and I completely agree, something that we need to direct before the end of the year is the creation of a 5-year financial plan. I think a cuts portion of that was needed and has been done, but revenue generation, right now, we don't have much of a strategy in that. We can be easier to work with, but that alone is not spurring the scale of projects that we need. So I'd say that we should direct a 5-year financial plan. We should hire specifically a project development person in economic development, because there are projects interested, whether TOT or sales tax or property tax. They don't have anybody to work with, which is creating a real challenge. And then hear proposals or plans on that. Those are more general things than obviously what we're talking about here today. So here's at least my napkin math with it. I think the county, barring an additional revenue measure, and it will take years, even if we get one of these projects, I can name a few that could generate a few $1 million, it will take time to get them up and running. I wish we've had them further along, but at least they're still alive. With that said, one of the big costs we have is interest, debt service, stuff like that. That's a way to reduce costs without having to inherently reduce staffing. So taking the full fund balance, 6.3, minus, again, the reserves, capital, Yaney, rest of the chip seal where we've got part of that too, really just taking the additional fund balance and the contingencies that recommended here. That would be adding up to approximately what I've got as 3.6. I know this is not perfect numbers. So looking at that with 3.6 million, one thing that has changed quite a bit, that we have the 6.25% match for the current expenses. We just had a presentation about how that could be $1.7 million in matching funds. Now, we're doing the county, not the state, but we'd be prudent to consider how much we need to, in addition to this, set aside, unless we're planning to use reserves. I mean, we can do contingencies, but
Yeah,
Liz,
so on what we're using fund balance for, that's the 6.25% match of just our response.
Right,
So again,
FMAC or
animal
whatever.
control, right, related to what FEMA does and CDAA,
Right.
if and what FEMA does. So what is not in the budget, just as a reminder, is all of the county's cost, whatever it ends up being for the debris removal that you just spoke about this morning. And so that's
Right.
anywhere, that's $680 to $1.7 million, depending on
Right.
all of the factors you heard about this morning. In addition, 6.25% is our best case scenario for the county's match on the response side of things. It could be up to 25%. And so we only have the 6.25% cost share in the budget right now. So if the county's cost is more than that, then that's also not in the budget.
Yep. So I think it's something we need to keep in mind. This has changed substantially since we last saw this, but, and explaining to Supervisor Griefer's, I think, question earlier on that, I did want to address what the actual proposal is. So if we have 3.6 million, I agree. I think the process of bringing it here, look, you put some money here that is the fund balance, and there's projects going, we're all going to fight for our districts. I mean, that's the problem of that type of system in this type of format, is that it's what it always ends up being, as opposed to a group decision where it is something that is not an immediate benefit, but it's more disciplined. I mean, disciplined is doing something, it's eating vegetables and not, cake, right? What we had at that presentation, and I agree, I think it was viewed negatively because it is, well, here's the idea that I think would be really great, and yet if one does it, then everybody does it, and then it looks really bad, and yet if everybody is not deciding to choose to do different, it's very difficult. Because I know I've got folks in my area in Jamestown that are saying, what are you doing to get businesses up and running? And I think we could say that for most of those. So the proposal I would put forward, long-term, we change that policy to where we are building our reserves, paying off debts or liabilities, or doing road projects only with that funding. Because right now, those things are costing us money, debt, interest, cost for the road stuff, particularly with the debt. If we can pay that off early, we're in a better position as an organization to reinvest back in our employees. Second, we don't have to do that all at once, but I would recommend of the 3.6, we would take 2 million, which is plus the 866,000 payment we're already making on the public safety PERS funding there. Because that interest rate has more than doubled to prime, and we are paying next year over $1 million, we're saving money by paying that off early. I'd recommend we take 2 of that 3.6 and put that towards there, which sets us on a 2-year path to repaying 1 full bond debt, which is, I believe, our highest interest rate, saving a substantial amount of money for the county to reinvest later. Ultimately, if we put one-time money into contingencies and we use that for bargaining, unless it is for a one-time bargaining expense, it's not really solving the ongoing issue, which is ongoing revenue to pay people better. That leaves 1.6 million. I would highly recommend that we take a portion of that, say $600,000, which is very much on the low end of what you put for Lightning Complex, where we are setting some aside. That is something that's changed. And I think fund balance too, we would take that remaining 1 million for Public Works and the road fund. And we would basically be splitting this between paying off debt, that saves us money long-term, puts us in a better financial spot, investing in roads, which is one of the biggest, I think, complaints, and it lacks a funding source, and putting some money aside for local match on the disaster recovery, at least a down payment this year on that. So that would be my recommendation. Listen, do you mind going to the end slide there? I think we should keep the fire fund balance within the fire fund section there, and that would be for next year's expenses. I agree that I think, Liz, what you and Sean, what you had put forward for the TOT split, that wasn't changing numbers, but it was just the road fund up to the MOE and the current visitors bureau contract. I think that makes sense. We could direct that at this meeting. I would be fine with that, or bringing that to the finance committee. I don't think it changes anything fundamentally financially. In fact, I know it doesn't, but it is more transparent. It is clearer and easier to explain. So I'm in support of that. I am fine with the personnel requests and changes. In the future, I really want them to be general fund versus non-general fund as one of those numbers too, because that's not related to the ads, just 712. I know some people are going to have number shock on that. It's like, well, most of those are not from the general fund. But I'm okay with those requests and changes. I do hear and agree with the district attorney and the sheriff. I know we are trying to do the best to protect law enforcement resources right now. And in some ways, it's getting the better end, shake of the stick in that situation. But there's still a sacrifice there being made. I think it sends the wrong message to add any positions there, even though we really need it, I think, for district attorney prosecution. And thank you for speaking up to that, because that's hard. And then lastly, that would be my recommendation for fund balance. So yeah, $2 million to debt, $1 million to roads, $600,000 to lightning complex fire set aside for local match. Oh, that's right. Forgot I was the chair for a second. I got to keep this on. Supervisor Griefer.
I was gonna say, I'm not really sure. So what do you want to do? Is there a motion, or that was a lot? So do you?
Sure.
Do you
If
want-
we're
how about we just go one by one by one by one?
Right. As mentioned, I think if we had any kind of general comments with this, and if we've done that and everybody's had it out, I think we may be at that point. I agree. I think we should just go through one by one by one. So is that fine with everybody to begin with giving direction very quick on the fire fund balance?
Hold on, Jaron, you did all the talking, so I got a few things. So.
Sorry, guys. Jeez. I don't know if we were talking a little bit earlier this morning too. So Supervisor
If I could just
Holland, go
add
ahead.
Real quick, your board can do this by consensus or motion, either one.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go back to this again. I think we're not having the bigger conversation, what we're supposed to be doing. We're just kicking this can down the road again. I think this fire is gonna cost us a lot more money than we realize. We're leaving $750,000 in the fire fund, plus we're putting another $250 for equipment. That's over $1 million that's sitting in a contingency now in the fire fund when we're talking about not giving employees raises, like we're not anywhere near there. We have other things we need to pay for. It's like roads. Why don't we put that towards the roads or do something else? Like, I think if Safer Grant does not come through, I don't know why we're not just having this conversation right now about what that is gonna look like next year and just adopting that situation right now. That when it runs out in March, this is what's gonna look like going forward, because that is the reality of it all. So why, when that's gonna cost us $1 million some for 3 months, which are probably 3 of the safest months of the year coming out of winter, why are we not having that conversation, what this is gonna look like moving forward? That is what we should be doing to be fiscally responsible in doing this. Instead, we're just gonna kick the stupid can down the road and then deal with it next year in a way worse situation. And I just think we're going the wrong way, but that's my opinion on that.
Supervisor Campbell.
My understanding is that we're putting that fund balance aside to pay for the money that wouldn't be coming in from Safer Grant. So it is partially.
We can say we're doing that, but 750 is not gonna cover a $6 million deficit when Safer Grant doesn't show up next year. It doesn't even come close. It's 10% of it, slightly over 10% of it. That's what it will cost to continue the exact funding in the number of firemen, the way we have it right now, is $6 million out of the general fund. That's 10% of our general fund.
Well, but
I don't know how we're gonna get
spending
that
that
amount of
money somewhere else isn't going to solve the problem.
No,
either.
but it's part of having the conversation. What's it gonna look like after that point? But right now, we're just ignoring that fact. We're
It's
not
not
having the
ignoring it.
conversation of,
It's taking that money and setting it aside.
you guys,
and not
but
spending it.
that end of the table all said, when the grants run out, the jobs run out. When you guys took the Safer Grant, you guys all knew this day was coming, and that day has now come. So we need to have the conversation of the reality of what that looks like, because it will decimate other departments if we have to suck $6 million more out of the general fund. I mean, are we taking it from the sheriffs? Are we taking it from the DAs? Like, where are we taking it from?
Then what are you recommending we cut?
That we have a real conversation. I don't know. That's what I'm saying. I don't have an answer to it.
I think that I share the same as Supervisor Campbell, and I agree with you. I've said similar things at the board too. What would be the specific recommendations? Because that is an important conversation.
I don't think we can go back to where we were. I would agree there, but we can't afford continuing the way we are. And if we are, which if that's the choice, if that's the public and that's what everybody wants us to do, then what is the reality of that? What cuts are going to identify? What are we going to cut out of here to be able to fund that? Because right now, we're going to pay for 3 more months, which is $1 million some just to make those changes in June 1st or July 1st. Why are we not having that plan in place now? And if Safer Growth shows up, we can undo all that, right? If 3 weeks from now, they get a text message that says, yeah, you guys get another $9 million, we can undo whatever our planning we have in place.
So pointing these things out is not the same as solving the issue and accomplishing
Okay.
what you're saying.
You want me to give out some recommendations? We probably need to close the Sunshine or the Mona Vista Fire Station. It's only staffed 12 hours a day or half a day. It's only 3 or 4 minutes down the road from Mona Village. That's kind of what it looks like, right? That's a huge amount of money. That's ongoing forward. We have to solve the Groveland problem, right? Columbia problem, right? So we went from having 2 fire stations to now 5. That's over doubling, and it was all sucked out of grant money. But all the grants are now gone. So now the bill is due. So what are we gonna do moving forward? And collectively, we have to do that. But we should be having those conversations now and putting that plan in place to be fiscally responsible.
Well-
Because it's gonna happen, if that safer does not come through, we're gonna have to have this conversation.
And I don't agree with the station closure, because to me, the coverage that we have, we do have revenue growth within the general fund. It is a question at some level of where we put that. I think the commitment right now with the way that the funding is that this will be, again, post Measure Z, not having that new funding, that new revenue generation will go somewhat into that. I wanted to highlight again, our strategic goals had the CFD, the Melrose. Speaking of how can we address the Groveland issue, without closing a station with the hotels coming up with the CFD, we very well could have enough funding for that. We talked about having it to housing too, and I know.
But it didn't happen, Jaron. So we're here in reality right now. We're here in reality like.
Well,
we
the
have to make
reality
this-
is it's still on our strategic goals, and this is, it's
Okay.
been several months since we've had those conversations. Now we're looking at the consequences of we don't have enough, I wouldn't say we don't have enough funding, but it is a financial challenge for public safety. I know that I don't want to cut our fire stations.
Nobody wants to cut the fire station. Nobody wants to cut
Right.
any of these things, but we have a responsibility
Mhm.
to the people that all pay taxes, which is 55,000 of us, to manage it properly.
I know.
And do not recognize the cliff we're driving towards right now.
Supervisor, but that's not helpful where
Okay.
we, I think, agree with you. But coming in and saying, hey, we're driving off a cliff and we all have to do something, but not having a specific, and you did mention a specific, and I want to give you credit
Okay.
for that because it's hard. I'm mentioning that we could very readily adopt the CFD, now having had some more experience and time under the belt. That was a very early conversation. The medical fee thing has been for several years, a discussion about that. That is an opportunity there too. We also can simply, with the fund growth that's going to happen, be able to ensure that we do not reduce fire. It is true, it limits our other options and other problems, and we have to be realistic with that.
Yeah, I think we need to put some more. I think we need to put money towards roads. We do need to talk about employee compensation, all those things. I agree with Ryan about the bottom third, right? If we're talking about that kind of stuff, but again, all comes down to dollars. We're gonna have to make some hard choices, and I just think we should be looking at these things now, having those real conversations and planning for that point, because if that does not happen, it's another $1 million to keep all those things open for 3 months, or the safer ones at least.
I'll tell you, since the
Right.
beginning of this year, I've been calling for a 5-year financial strategy. I was on the finance committee until I was removed from the finance committee. I'll say that I'm happy with some of the stuff that has come out to help improve it, but we do not have a comprehensive document like that. And that was my number one recommendation, is I completely agree with you. Connecting all these things together into a 5-year plan is what we need. I'm willing to, for something that important, figure it out for another year without the sustainable strategy that we need. But we do, over that 5 years, I think, need to basically figure out some of these. I mean, we can't cut our way out of this. And we also can't afford to not fund some of these very basic things. We also have to find revenue generation, and we also have to probably look at fee recovery. A87s, as a huge part of that, is charging many of these other services, which are critical to what people use in the county. A lot of pressure on our departments. And yet, we were able to invest that in law enforcement. It's not that I'm trying to penalize those departments, but we did this because it was a way to maximize our funding. I think there are other options like that, but they are uncomfortable. So I personally, for me, a red line is whether it is the Groveland station, Mont Vista station, or looking at the Columbia station, I don't think that we should cut those. I think that is, I mean, we keep saying it's the number one priority. That is something that is, yeah.
And why would the first thing that we try be cutting fire stations? Why wouldn't we look at, which I think is kind of what we're talking about here and what's proposed, why wouldn't we try making cuts, setting aside money into contingencies, keeping money in fund balance, looking at the resources that we have available to try and fund these things, and also as we're looking at cuts as well in other areas, or even cuts within fire areas. And I'm saying that it doesn't have to be such, it's more, there are more opportunities to make sure that these things function and that they're in place, then I just think there's more opportunities there that you're not considering.
And I think that's similar to what I'm recommending with the fund balance. And it's different approaches to it. But if we're to take $1 million and pay off a 7.5 interest debt, it doesn't sound like a ton, but that is $75,000 a year that we are no longer having to pay into that. A lot of our money is going to mandated payments on that. That is trying to get us into a better financial position to afford the things that we need to invest in as an organization. So that fund balance change, because we've had this in the past where we bought a new piece of equipment or we've invested in something that objectively many of these things are good ideas. We choose to do that. If we choose not to do that and we put it into debt payments, that is money that forever is going to be available for anything else, including our employees. So I think we're in the same mindset. To me, that is a very hard decision, because not using it for operations, putting all fund balance to debt, and not having any projects is a very hard thing for a board to do.
I guess, Ryan, why I said that was, it's a million some dollars. It's the easiest thing to identify that's that large of a chunk that based off the coverage or standards of coverage, whatever, it's only a few minutes down the road, and that fire station spends half its time at the other fire station anyways. So it's only getting 50% of the coverage of being there. So it obviously, the Mono Village one can cover it. And because we have to have a bunch of priorities, right, as a board, right? We talk about this, so how do we, I'm just saying is, yeah, we can fund it this year, we can get by with this. But the looming that's coming the following year is massive. And so if we know that there's no way we can fund it the way it's gonna look come next year, we should make the hard choices and do it in March. And make it look like that, because what's the point of keeping it for 3 more months if it's not gonna look that way come July 1st?
And I think
That's what I'm trying to say.
Before some of the board positions had changed over to, I think there was a very clear intent to say, and these are different stages of the same conversation, but to do some of those very hard choices, and then it came into the beginning of the year, and more hard choices were made, and we're gonna have to continue to do those. And so I think we share that. This is definitely the conversation that comes to my mind when I have framed my thoughts on what options that we have. For example, I was thinking with the HR proposal here, and we're talking about payroll, which I've mentioned specifically, I think we could regionally share. We have a lot of things, and I know everybody's sick of hearing it, but a lot of the money that we are paying to highly specialized positions that are underpaid and difficult to recruit are ones that we could work with other counties. And I know that there's been a milquetoast reception to that. But I would rather us pay people better, working regionally, and then be able to invest back. That is an option as well. And I think that's some of those positions we could do in a shorter period of time that may be able to help. Again, it's not the first, you're right, that is a major concern. I mean, the Safer Grant Fire Stations, that is a large amount. But this is an alternative way to maybe find those savings. Sorry, Supervisor Griefer.
All right, so at this point, I'll collect Social Security before we get through this. So how about we do this? How about we take the easy ones? How about we say number 3? Can we say we all agree with the personnel requests and changes? Because they're not looking for a vote, let's do a thumbs up, thumbs down.
I'm just gonna say, back to what I said at the fire conversation, we have clear direction from the community where they want our funding to go. I get the personnel related questions, I get it. I talk to Kanan all the time about his department, they're lean and mean. To Mike's point, if you think not approving those 2 is a hard decision, we got a lot more of those coming. We need to act like the Safer Grant's going away, and if that means expending general fund monies to positions, I'm not gonna do it. Like, unless we have the longer, harder conversations about where we're headed, like Mike said. That's why I brought those up. I mean, it's just.
So maybe I wasn't clear. I was talking number 3 about the HR position and Keenan's position, right?
Sure, but I just wanted to give my reasoning. Like, no,
And the others too.
I'm not gonna spend money when we got a big.
I believe it's 7.5. Is that
big thing coming?
So the new position request, what is that? Slide number 17.
Yeah,
right?
and 7.5 positions, right? No, total countywide allocated positions, 6.5. That's right, because one's eliminated.
Right, 6.5.
Yep.
Are we okay with that? Yes, no, maybe?
Several of these
think
are
we're-
not within the general fund, so for that, it's fine.
General
It's-
fund, I'm a no.
Yeah, for the general fund ones, there is one that makes, I think we have to have an assistant public works director right now, especially with the conversations on CDD, and any overlap with that, but I share the same concerns as Supervisor Kirk, with the first two positions there. They're not grant funded, they're not special revenue funded. I know that they are important positions, but also, I don't know.
So you're saying everything except the public works position?
I'm saying anything's coming out of the general fund.
Well, because it says general fund, but then how would you phrase that?
So we have the county jail sergeant with the CalAIM state offset, right? Public health and WIC, both of which are within the public health realignment fund. The road workers are PG&E funded through that grant. And so really, we're only talking about 3, it looks like, that are general fund,
Oh, sorry, I
not
thought the way
grant
you-
funded,
I thought
right?
the way they were phrased is what fund they're actually coming out of. So for public works, Liz, how's that being paid?
So there is a portion for the Public Works Director that will be paid for out of the general fund, because they'll be supporting all of the divisions,
Okay.
and doing
I
a
just need
fair
clarity
amount
on
of
that.
work
Sorry, I got
in
it.
facilities, yeah.
So
Yeah,
can you go through that with all of these? So are there any of these others that have portions paid out of general fund?
No.
So you
Well,
have
those
you have
the top two, yeah, so
top
you
two,
can see the funds that they're,
and then
that they're in.
a portion
yeah, on the
of
first.
the third,
Yes.
and then none of the rest.
Sure, Brandon,
Correct.
can I make just a quick comment?
Yeah,
This kind of comes
Supervisor
back to
Kirk.
the bigger overall conversation that we had during fire of, if people are gonna show up and say, we're all for fire, and then 3 hours later we have a meeting, this is how you're all for fire. You either are gonna have to support it, and you have to make cuts to support it. And the big conversation is gonna require cuts, and we just gotta get there.
Yeah.
I'm with Holland on that mindset, so.
And how about let's, I know we haven't quite gotten through 1, 2, 3, or 5 right now. Let's do a 7-minute break. We'll come back at 3:35, quick bio break there. And I agree that we should try to go 1 through 5 and be able to close this up, so. Okay. So we've had a lot of good discussion, and just want to highlight that there is, what we're talking about today is a little more specific, but this is one of the few opportunities we've had to talk about, I think, the larger issue, and we've kind of delved into it. So though it's taken a while, it's kind of like the homelessness item and those properties, I think this is a good discussion. So I'm okay with us taking some time for it, and I hope everybody's patient with that. So we've got 1 through 5 here. First one, and I agree, maybe we should just go through one by one, see what we think on how to use the county fire funds balance. The options were more or less to invest it in something right now or to hold it in contingencies, pretty much, right? I would recommend hold it in contingencies. You want to do thumbs up, thumbs down on that real quick? Thumbs up on contingencies or thumbs down on contingencies? Fire fund. Keeping it in fire fund contingencies. I'm not seeing a lot of thumbs.
How many
We can do this through a different way. We could do a vote if we'd like.
I would just, I mean, if you want to do a vote, we can do a vote right now. I'm a no. I want to understand the contingencies.
Sorry, this is
It's
the number
gonna-
1, the fire fund
Right,
contingencies,
it's
not
going-
the
right,
general.
It's going to park until when? Until we find out if we have the SAFER grant or not? Or is it until we have the longer conversation about, because I don't want to spend $3 million for 3 months, or $1 million for 3 months come March.
It would-
So when are we going to have that conversation?
So it would stay in contingencies, it would become their fund balance for next fiscal year, and it would be applied toward next fiscal year.
So it is a year, it is a year decision.
To be clear, to make it legal, it will stay into contingencies until this board, by a 4/5 vote, votes to move any of the money out. Or, as Liz pointed out, if
Right.
you never
Okay.
vote in fiscal year 25, 26, it'll stay there till next year's fund balance.
Right.
But this board would have the opportunity with a 4/5 vote to move the money out of contingencies next,
Right.
If it
in
doesn't-
fiscal year 26, 25, 26.
If it doesn't go to county fire fund balance, where does it go? If there's not 3 votes today, where does it go?
It is currently in county fires fund balance. So it has to go somewhere in order to balance that
So where does it
fund.
go if it doesn't go in county fire fund balance?
It goes where you tell me to put it.
So it sounds like it is there. The question
That's
is,
right.
do we want to vote
You can use
to
it
move
this fiscal
it?
year for operations. You can use it this fiscal year for one-time purchases.
I would say if we don't have
Use it
3
for
votes
next
to
fiscal
do
year.
something different with it, the default is it is in there. In the recommended.
Yeah, but I gotta put it somewhere.
I just put it in
Right.
the fund balance, like general fund balance.
Or it could go back to the general fund, yeah, and reduce the transfer into fire.
Or hey, we could kick off our TOT allocation.
So
I
Let
just
me-
don't want to dedicate it towards something when we have a bigger conversation coming in.
Yeah.
And just to
that's my point.
clarify on that $1 million, and I think Supervisor Holland actually spoke to it, I'm just not sure, it was kind of the tail end. The transfer in from the general fund into fire covers that anticipated $1.1 million when SAFER goes away between March and June 30th. So fire is fully funded through the entirety of the fiscal year with that general fund transfer in of $3.9 million. So it's not like the fund balance is needed necessarily this fiscal year to to balance fire's fund this fiscal year.
All right.
Now, it could reduce the general fund transfer in, and then you've got additional money in the general fund to do what you want with. But as far as balancing, we are perfectly able to balance the fire's fund.
And can we go back to slide 12, which is a slide specific to this? So thumbs didn't work. Let's try fingers.
Wait, let me try something.
It may have.
Okay.
How about we move it back, we reduce,
Transfer in?
transfer in.
Mhm.
It can, in theory, it's sitting back in general fund because we're gonna have expense related to the fire down there, that cleanup portion of it. And it'd be much easier to move it out of there instead of fighting 4 of us to vote yes on doing that. I think that's what we should do with it, is reduce the transfer coming in this year, which in really is just put it back in the general fund, so we have it available if that fire cleanup's gonna cost us a lot more money.
That would be option 1, right? Basically.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So let's go through and let's just do fingers on what option you would like. I'm an option 3 guy with 3 fingers. Come on, guys, we can do this.
Look, we got 3 right there, Jay.
It's taking money from
Okay.
fire and putting it back into the general fund, and I do not support that.
Yeah.
This is money that is already in the fire fund, it was already designated. We are not spending it.
Right.
It's sitting parked in contingencies for fire. That's where it should stay. Otherwise, it would be just the same as if you took money from the sheriff's office and put it into the general fund, or
And-
money from any other department.
And Supervisor, I do
And-
agree
and
with you
if-
on the
If we don't
vote.
have any reason to do that, it makes no sense at all, because what if we then need that money for fire? We're gonna have to transfer it back.
Yeah, we just vote on it. Transfer
But
it
in
right back.
fairness, so we can move forward, and I agree with you on it, that we do have 3 for option 1, and so let's move forward with that on county funding, fire balance. County fire funding balance, for operations and reducing the general fund, transfer into that. The second we had was allocating an amount equal to TOT to specific departments, not general revenues. Supervisor Kirk, you had mentioned a willingness to kind of generally give this direction, have it come back. I know with what Liz had presented, in the number amount she had presented, I don't think it requires budget adjustments inherently, is that correct? It's more of an accounting way that we could direct today?
No, it does a little bit, because if you look at, and thank you for bringing that up, if you look at the
Mhm.
road maintenance.
Maintenance effort, yeah.
Our roads get currently 8%, which
Mhm.
is the MOE 775, whereas if you did the 25%, it'd be like, if it was 28, it would be 2.7 million.
Sorry,
So-
that's what I mean. If we use, instead of the original numbers you presented, but Liz's numbers, which achieves it splits up the amount, but it's not requiring any kind of cutting and balancing, we can kind of create the framework, and then next year we'd be able to adjust it. So like, what I'm saying is, instead of what you were saying, directing this and having it come back, we could take Liz's recommendation for item 1 here, and then direct back basically a discussion later if it's going to move money actually around.
Okay, Liz, when would this become part of budget policy as far as we vote on those allocations and when would those allocations come in?
So our plan is to bring the draft budget policy, like with all of the recommended changes to your board by December.
And
So
we'll
we
look
would
at them in
start the
Finance Committee?
conversation in
Okay.
Finance Committee before that.
Okay, in December, and then we're voting on them come March? So they're, when would we see those 16, 28, 28, 28 go towards
Yeah,
those?
that's a good question. I mean, as we're developing the recommended budget, so.
Because I don't want to be told, I don't want to be like, well, go ahead, answer, sorry. Long day.
I mean, I think oh, gosh. Yeah, I mean, yeah, we would get direction from your board at some point in the spring of next year about what percentage you want to allocate to which, because as we've discussed, specifically on the roads piece, if you transfer any more than just the maintenance of effort to roads from general revenues, which
Yeah,
is what this is.
it's gonna be a cut.
Exactly, then it's a cut
Very
to
good.
general fund. So we just need the time to make those cuts.
So maybe
it
we
would
can
be
do
sometime early spring.
So, yes.
Thumbs up or
Based on
down
the
on the
budget policy.
concept of
The concept-
basically splitting up TOT in general. Is that fine?
Yeah, the allocations we'll talk about in finance, bring it back in
Right.
December, it sounds like.
I'm fine with that, with us accounting for it this way. All right, looks like we have consensus on that. Sounds like the percentages and stuff, that's going to be coming back later, right? Okay, great. All right, 2/5 done, guys. We're doing great. Personal requests or personnel requests and changes in item 3. We want to pull up the specific positions there we're talking about. Which slide? I'm gonna go slide, 17, great. Yeah, my only concerns with it is specifically the assessor recorder and human resources. Not that it's not needed, but of the need for positions, I think we need a project position for economic development. This is just my personal, we need revenue generating positions in particular, so we can fund other ones, so.
Are these already in the budget?
Correct.
So I think the first would be, do we want to move forward with adding all of these positions, which is the staff recommendation? Reminding that many of these are not general fund directly funded, but thumbs up, thumbs down? This is so dramatic.
I know.
All right, well, we have one up, we have one down. Where's everybody else at?
I'm supporting.
Okay, we have 2 up.
Who was the down on that side?
Me.
Okay. Oh, wait a minute, he was up. And Kirk was up and I was up.
No, I'm down.
You didn't say yet.
Oh, well, you're down, sorry.
Yeah, yeah, right? Now you see it. Okay, so we're 2-2. Mike,
What are you?
if you do a Caesar, like hung thumb kind of
Yeah.
thing, I'm gonna be very mad at you.
Well, I'm good with all the grant-funded ones, because they don't matter, right? Well,
We're talking
I don't say
about
they don't matter.
specifically all of them right now.
I know.
Right, but I think he's hung up
I'm
on
rationalizing in my head.
the
Right.
general
Well,
fund one.
and just to clarify, so we do have, like a position elimination, and we have some of these other conversion type, delete and add type positions. It sounds like, please correct me if I'm wrong, that you're fine with all of those, that it's perhaps specifically adding new positions that is the concern. So at least if I can get a thumbs up on the
About, well,
other
Mike's thinking on
changes.
that, yeah. I'm thumbs
sorry.
up for the classifications and
Yeah.
that.
I'm sorry, I need to clarify, I'm thumbs down on the ones that will cost the general fund.
Right.
Just so we're clear.
Even the classifications, not this slide, but like
Just this one.
deputy probation 2 to a senior.
Request,
Adding
the new
positions.
request for
Yeah.
positions, yeah.
But
And
these
again,
are the-
I don't want to vote in this funnel, which we are, which is fine. It's just, I'm asking for the bigger, broader conversation, because I just feel like we're gonna hire and fire these same folks.
But the
in
bigger,
within a
broader
year.
conversation, Supervisor, is that we have been doing this dance since January 6th. We've asked the staff to work with what we've told them to work
Mm-hmm.
with.
And the SAFER grant is coming due.
I'm not talking about SAFER, we're talking about the top.
But it's
two,
gonna
right?
affect-
I understand that, but if we don't have people to run this organization, then the SAFER grant's no longer a real big deal, because this
I
county's
agree. And
gonna
we-
be taken over by the state.
I
so-
agree, and to the conversation we had about fire earlier, maybe we're not gonna have an organization if everybody's up here saying, oh, we are all about fire and these 3 fire, roads, and law enforcement. How are we gonna fund that if we don't not fund other things?
Well,
You can't have the
not to be reductive, but we did have 2-2 momentarily, and I want to check in on Mike,
Buying you time.
supervisor.
I hope the SAFER grant comes through.
I'll say if it's not a yes, my next would be all of the ones that are not the two on top.
I don't think I can vote for the general fund ones right now.
Okay, so that's a
Ground
thumbs
ones.
down on it. I will throw.
And I know how important they are. Like, me and Kane have had many
Yeah.
conversations
Does
about
that
this.
include the Assistant Public Works Director that would be partially funded by the general fund?
How much is that gonna cost, Blossom? $10,000? No, out of the general fund.
Yeah.
So,
Wait, the whole thing's 99.
That's
oh, wait, let's,
Oh.
so we had 3 to say we're not
That's a
doing it
half
as
year.
is. Let's just walk it back from what makes sense to me, which would be where it would change my vote. The top 2 ones I do not want to do today. All of the rest related to basically everything Assistant Public Works Director and down, I think that we should do. So I would have a thumbs up on that.
Okay, and so then based on Supervisor Griefer and Supervisor Campbell's thumbs up on all, it sounds like we've got 3 thumbs up for all of the non-general fund and the Assistant Public Works Director. It sounds like we do not have, we have 3 thumbs down for the 2 additional general fund positions at the top.
Right.
And if we get the safer
Is it
grant,
fair?
can you bring these 2 back up in conversation?
Sure.
After September? Okay.
Sure.
That would be my accounting of it to, or say your piece.
I just don't understand why we're attaching these two, the assessor and human resources, to the safer grant. They're telling us they need this to do their job. They're telling us that they need
Because we
this.
might be $6 million red to keep fire alive next year.
I'm not attaching it
That's
to
why.
the safer.
I was speaking to Supervisor Kirk.
No, because we might be $6 million in the red.
Okay.
Next year.
This is
So-
bad government. This is bad government. They're telling you what they need. We have a business to run. This is bad.
Okay, but Steve, you also said yes to fire 4
Right.
hours ago. How are you going to pay for that if you're adding money to the general fund expenditures?
We have to find a way, but if we don't, I know, I understand that.
I've been there for
I-
6 ways trying
All
to
right.
find ways.
We're this-
the ways are
right,
gone.
look,
We're
we've
this
already
close to
discussed it.
number
You've made
4.
your piece. I disagree.
And hey, I appreciate everybody hanging in because budget is probably one of the most emotionally hard ones we have to go through.
It's all good.
So 4 is direction on the use.
What did we decide on all of these?
So I got no on the 2 general fund positions, but to bring them back once we have an answer about safer, and then I got a yes, or 3 yeses on all of the other. And I'm talking addition specifically, and then you all said you were good with the other, like conversions and the elimination of the grant funded position, and all those other changes.
Right? Okay. So on to number 4, direction on use of general fund balance. So again, we're starting with whatever 6.3. This is kind of the allocations we currently have. Correct me if I'm wrong, in line with our budget policy and some of the things we pretty much have to pay for. Reserves capital and courthouse fit in there. The chip seal is committed and voted on already. So what we're discussing on this page is what do we do with contingencies that recommended plus additional fund balance? That's the kind of undecided thing. If we wanted to move that approximately 3.5 million.
Yeah, that's right. Just keep in mind
3.6.
that, because you mentioned board budget policy, your policy is to have also 1% of general fund operating budgets, which we would, in this case, include the sheriff fund and the fire fund as a part of that calculation. In 1% in contingencies, that's your board's budget policy, which would be about $1 million.
Okay, about 1 million would be, because we put everything into contingencies, kind of a pending amount.
Correct. Yep.
Okay. So, and I'm gonna ask you on this, because this one's a little more complicated. How would you like to proceed on any direction for it? What would be helpful for you?
Are you asking for my recommendation?
Mhm.
Or, so my recommendation would be that you keep the contingencies number as it's budgeted right now. Pending specifically the issues about the fire response, the debris situation, and then the 574,000, honestly, I would put that into contingencies as well. And just, I mean, like Debbie said, you can change it at any point, it's a 4/5 vote, but, the whole point of contingencies is when stuff comes up. And
So-
you have some stuff coming on the horizon, I think, so.
And just to close on that thought, if we do that, then we are also opting not to do the May 6th vote. We would be
Correct. I mean-
basically tabling that indefinitely, right? Supervisor Campbell?
Yeah, and my preference would have been to take that 574 and put it into roads for those projects, but by putting in contingencies, we could also still spend it on roads and on some of these employee pay raises for the lower third of employees. So I'm comfortable with that recommendation. And again, it's not compromise here. It's not exactly what I would have wanted, but I think that having it being contingencies can touch some of these other areas that need attention.
Okay, and so what I had kind of put with, I believe it's on the next slide. It sounds like then we're fine with pretty much all the allocations. I'm also not hearing anybody say, go for the May 6th allocations. So I think the only remaining thing is the recommendation that made on use of fund balance. So effectively, we have here 3.6 million that would be going into contingencies, correct? Then that's where we're at?
Correct.
Would be whether we continue with that or whether we decide to basically use that to pay down debt, was kind of the remaining option. So I still think that we should effectively allocate that amount and pay off debt with that other payment would be very close to the amount of completely eliminating that this year. I would rather have it in a debt payment right now than I would in contingencies.
I think we hold until we know what's gonna cost us for the fire cleanup and all that.
Okay.
'Cause- and we're
So
gonna
we
know
have
that.
one for contingencies, say have one for debt payment, or early debt payment,
Two for
contingencies.
contingencies.
Supervisor Kirk, Supervisor Griefer?
No, I agree. I want to get debt paid down, but with the fire, we got to figure that out real quick.
Okay, so there we go. So all of this will be moved into contingencies. I think it sounds like we've got direction on all that and a permanent tab put into the board request for May 6th. Last thing that we have would be, here we go. This is the lightning round for any other budget modifications. Supervisor Holland, I know you had a few very specific line items that are targeted.
Chair, could I?
Not to put you in the
Before
spot.
you guys go into
Yeah.
to that, could I make a statement? I feel that it is my responsibility on behalf of the staff, just to say that the request from our HR director and the request from auditor, from our assessor recorder had nothing to do with skill set, had nothing to do with their ability to do their job. It has to do with capacity. They would not be here today asking if they felt they had the capacity to do the work they have to do. And I think you heard that from this as a recorder. They're behind on roll-ups, they're behind on several different areas. So I just want to, I know you already voted on this, but I just want to make sure that everybody understands they're not coming to the board lightly asking for these positions. They're coming to the board because they're overwhelmed with the amount of work that they have to do. I hear about it on a regular basis. And I know there's a lot of staff in the county that is overwhelmed, but this is a situation where we're getting behind on revenue generating work, and we are having other issues related to payroll that you're aware of because of the fact we're so overwhelmed in those areas. And I look at HR a little bit differently than some of the larger departments that have taken significant cuts. Their initial cuts were, I believe, somewhere around 44% of their department, if you include the part-time that they had at the time. And we did add back in a part-time position to help assist with that, but just not enough. So I feel it is my responsibility just to help share why those requests came in and how important it was for those department heads and how much they did not want to ask for additional positions at this time, but were so overwhelmed they really felt like with the amount of work they have to do, they felt like it was time for them to ask for it. So I just wanted to make that statement before you moved on to the other items.
And what do you think if we?
So, well, my response to that real quick is we gave direction for 15%. So why was 44% given? Because that makes, I'm a numbers guy.
No, it's not 15% of their entire budget. It's the percent of their staff.
Okay.
So when you talk about a smaller department like that and they have to cut 15% of their budget, it's going to be people. And what it was for that department. It was all people.
Okay.
And
I think
not to put a pin in this, is that we also told them that if they needed help, to let us know. And so here they are. They're telling us they need help.
I hear you, Steve. I hope we record this when we watch this when we're making $6 million worth of cuts next year.
Yeah, you keep throwing that in my face, but hold on.
I'm not throwing anything in your face.
So what happens?
I've been doing this for 6 years, Steve.
Okay, we're not living in the past. We're living now. So my point being is this: if we didn't make any of these cuts and we didn't have the SAFER grant, that didn't come through, we'd still have to make these decisions, right? We'd still have to come up with a game plan on how we're going to address our fire issue in this county.
Which we haven't.
Okay, well, we
Which is
have
what
to,
we're
right?
asking
So
for.
but my point being is that we told all of these department heads, make all these cuts. We told them to come to us if they need assistance. They're coming to us because they need assistance. They're telling us they're behind on their work. Why would we
Well,
not support our
Steve,
staff?
May I throw in,
Steve,
I've got the same vote on this as Supervisor Kirk and the same kind of responsibility in it. To say that I agree, but I also agree with the statement. We have a lot of departments that are hurting. The big issue is revenue, and we're also waiting on a large grant on one of the biggest cost centers. And whether that comes through or not is at some level relevant. It's not a permanent solution, but it will be relevant for years. So I think it's not absolutely not. It is a promise to revisit this conversation when we know more. That's at least where I'm at.
Right, but if you tell someone to reduce, and it's a very small department, when we take that percent, he's saying it's capacity, right? They came to us before the board and they said, we're getting behind. Do we want them to be, behind, or do we want to give them the people that they can do their job? So I just don't understand why we're even having this discussion when we asked them to do everything. They've done everything we've asked them to do, and the one thing we promised them we would do is course correct if necessary, and now we're not doing
Well, and the same though as earlier, and I know I kind of cut Supervisor Campbell off on that because we had a vote. I was on the other side of that, and to be fair with it, we did have a vote on that, and I think we should respect that. I don't think once the board's had a vote, it's appropriate to bring that back up. It puts this discussion in a very awkward spot.
No, but I think he's doing the right thing by mentioning this. So I mean, that is literally his job, is to convey stuff from the staff.
It just would have been nice
to
to
us.
relay it before
I
the
think
vote.
that is
Well,
what if the
but
staff
maybe
should
something
present
came
in
in.
advance and
Right.
not after a vote has been made in retrospect, because then it gets to be very messy. That was,
Well, first of all, it wasn't a vote. It was kind of a,
Yeah.
you're right.
right?
You're right.
So if
That's
we were going to have
correct.
a vote, let's have an actual vote.
And how we know
then-
Roger didn't receive something that,
And then the department head
Prompted, he
stormed, and
said.
then the guy stormed out. Well, I'm going to assume it was related, got up and walked out as soon as we had this discussion. I just don't think we're doing the right thing for the people. They're asking for help. We're not giving it to them.
I know, but there are a lot of departments also that are not on this list that are under a lot of pressure as well. I mean, for example, CDD being one where that is a very good argument to make too. There is an immense amount of pressure, and generally we have said no to an extent, and we've eliminated positions. And it's not meant to say it doesn't matter. It's saying that we've got a lot of areas of need right now.
I think we look at, Roger's words actually had some impacts. I'm sitting here thinking about this, so I was starting to say before this all broke loose. Yes, before you went off, that's okay. I think maybe, that's what I'm saying, maybe we let them approve them, realizing if SAFER doesn't come through, then they're the first ones that we end up going back to. And that's just gonna be the reality of it. Because you're right, those decisions are gonna come. HR's got 4 people down there or something for 700 employees. They're probably a little overwhelmed and, and we need Canaan to get the assessment done because why? That's how we collect
Canaan?
tax dollars.
He's back.
There is,
Okay.
when we're of course doing any type of a layoff or reduction, it is often the latest hired in that. I think one of the challenges too is because, and truthfully, that 3-2 or 2-3, if a position is created and it's on grounds like that, it's a hard sell for people to advocate, for people to apply and want to be in it. We've had positions where it was unclear and that rejected candidates. So I don't know.
I want to go back and look at it, let them do it.
Well,
and
let's throw it this. If it's not a thumbs down, it's a thumbs up, then I'm fine with that. We'll do it. That would be, I believe, the full staff recommendation of positions. Are you changing your kind of push on that?
Well, we're talking about
If we were to add those two.
The two.
To what was the majority passed, and you're changing the position on
Canaan.
that, it would be all of the staff positions that were recommended, the 6.5.
Canaan's and Karen's.
Karen's, and then all the rest that were already approved, so.
Yeah, well, however that was, so. Yeah, I'd be willing
Okay,
to do that.
so your thumbs up now on staff recommendation.
On adding those
Okay,
two,
which would
yeah.
be a majority on that, okay, so we can move forward,
So I think we
sounds
can
like,
readdress it. They're not even gonna fill them till like December 1st.
Yeah.
We'll know by the SAFER situation.
all right. There we go, we're resolved, we got a majority.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
So we're willing to go back on that, but not put back the money for fire?
Brian, we're not
Freaking
losing,
crazy, guys.
we're not
You
losing
guys-
it. Okay.
Man, watch another county and see how they do their budgets, because this is completely bonkers. This is not at all how this is supposed to work, and it makes no sense at all. So I'm sorry. This is just nuts. Just go ahead, finish up.
Yeah,
You guys don't, I can tell by the way you're talking about it that you don't understand how these funds are used or why they're set aside. But you're making these broad assumptions about how that money should or could be used, and you're just wrong. That's just not how it
Explain to me
works.
how I'm wrong. I want to know this. How am I wrong, Ryan?
It's fund balance.
Explain to me. Because
fire.
you helped put us
If
in
you're-
this
if
boat,
you're
so explain
taking-
this to me.
I helped put us in
Yes,
a
you
boat
did.
where we have proper fire services that
Yes,
have,
out
that
of
have
a grant
saved
fund
this
with
county.
no plan for
After-
3 years to
time after time,
sustainably
and
fund
I will
it.
stand
So tell me.
absolutely
and
behind my
no
record.
structures
Tell
or
me
people
how.
I have stood
are
up
going to
to protect
benefit
this
from an
county in
argument
ways
up here.
you never have.
Okay.
And you have no idea what it's like to be in
I
a
hear-
position where you have to make those kind of tough decisions.
let me,
So
standing
standing here and
doing?
passing judgment when you haven't
I'm not
been
passing
at the
judgment.
table until the past couple of months is completely disingenuous.
there is a point.
So my
there's a
suggestion to
point-
you
yeah.
is that you sit down with staff, listen to what they're telling you, sit down with your fire chief, listen to what they're telling you, and then make a decision. Don't just pop off with what you think is the right
That's what I'm
decision.
saying.
What do you think I've been doing the last 2 months, sitting going through every single budget?
All right.
You say you keep
I have
paying
a mute
attention.
all button, and I've really not wanted to use it this entire, well, I've wanted to use it, but I have rejected the urge to use it.
On yourself
I,
too?
myself.
I'm just playing. I'm trying to lighten
That's
up.
good. And I just want to say that we're all on a board, on a team, dealing with a very challenging situation. And I think it is wise to recognize that this was hard last year, it was hard the year before. And now we all know what this process is like. And we're all in it together. And you're right, there are legitimate, real issues, the same as there were the last 4 years. Same as there were before I ever joined the board. So I want to say that it looks like we got through 1 through 5. I think you have the direction that you need on the budget as well. And I know that we bird-step this a lot. We do, let's maybe close on that, we have a lot of underlying financial things we need to address. And I agree with what I heard on the board. Let's pull together a plan of some type, whether it's a board item, whether it's to direct the finance committee to work on it. That's the whole thing. It's just to say that at least the positive thing I heard out of this is everybody recognizing we need to put our heads together and be creative. It's not only going to be the simplest solution. So I'm taking that as a positive. Can we end on a positive? Is that good? Is that consent that we can do better and bring back something good? Okay. So with that, I think we've got everything done on this and reports on the agenda. So, all right. Thank you so much for your. No. No. Do you want one?
Wrong day.
No, okay. With that, we'll adjourn the meeting at 4:12. Thank you so much again for the presentation.